UTREON comes with an open belly rescue feature.
You'll be okay, Luke, as soon as I chase away that thing. Papa!
Ooh.
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So it's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. Something different about him.
Had enough? What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Have you now? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, program.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Disney's first quarter 2021 financial earnings report. Not My Star Wars live reaction. Glad to see you guys. Hope everyone is well. It has been a very interesting past 24 hours. Oh boy. Let's see what we got. Video man hype. Yes, I saw that earlier. So just for you, just a moment. Little video man dance, and let's see.
Arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
All right, video man in the house. Greetings, programs. Greetings, D. Great to see you as always. After Tron 2, we should have given up on Disney. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just, it's insane. Ha. Star Freakist, welcome. I'm thinking you're hawing at my intro. Kathleen Kennedy is Darth Vader, and Bob Iger is Darth Sidious. Don't insult them like that. The Sith are too good for those two. I think the signs were already there before Tron 2. Yeah, they have been for a long time, honestly. You know, Disney has a long past of dirt. Even Walt Disney himself, he was involved in some stuff. It's not a new thing. It's gotten much worse, you know, with today's society, social media. It's gotten far more exploded, but it's really not anything new. Surely is not. You could say that. Hi, man. You tricked me. I thought the call was like 2 days ago. I've been waiting since then. No, I told you it was Thursday, man. here in about 8 minutes. So we'll chat for a quick minute, and then we will hear what Disney has to say. 5 minutes, Lucasfilm. Can't you just do something stupid for 5 minutes? Yeah. Can you not do something stupid? Yeah. They literally, you know. Yes, I was. Cool. Welcome. Did you have a chance to watch? Yes, I did. He has 2 parts, at least as far as I know, there's only 2 parts. I really enjoyed the first one. He's very smart. He reminded me a lot of myself. He did a lot of research. There was some decent editing. It's not a competition. I'm not here to like down him. I think he's like not quite a higher level of edit, like high level of editing, but pretty good, really good. A lot of great points, a lot of good stuff. And then I saw part 2, and it all really falls apart. That doesn't invalidate part 1, but part 2 invalidated. Like, I was excited. I was like, cool, this guy's a lot like me. And then I saw part 2 and was like, he was very much defending Disney and going off on other stuff. And right now, I can't even remember. I had like a bunch of points in my head about it, but it just kind of goes off the deep end on part 2, unfortunately. I liked the video. I watched it. I thought it was great. But part 2, he really lost me. And in fact, I subscribed on part 1 and unsubscribed on part 2. I was pretty disappointed. It felt like Disney to me. It was like, but yes, he made some really good points. There was really good stuff in there in the first one. It's just the second one he derails big time. He starts going on about Ryan Johnson and how it's all JJ and Ryan didn't have anything to do with it. It was just like this whole thing. I was just like, oh, man. But, you know, it's a good video. I don't want to down him. It just, not for me, not that channel, not if he has that position. But the first one was very good, and I encourage anyone to see it. It was really well done. After firing, yeah, I mean, I already forgot about Disney a long time ago. Not my Star Wars, you know, but yeah, that's pretty much the last straw for a great majority of people. There's some people defending it. It's amazing. I don't know. What can you do, man? You know, people, it's just like the movies. Like, person A and person B see the same thing, and person A like sees literally what it is, and person B just goes off on like thinks it's a totally different movie or a totally different thing that someone said. It's amazing. It's amazing how the human mind works. I mean, you read the thing and it's very clear what she was saying. She wasn't saying anything about politics or Jews or any of that. I mean, it's just sometimes people want to believe and hear what they want to hear. It's just, it is what it is. Incident people realize how trash the Mandalorian. Yeah, well, hopefully they start to. Dark Empire animation by Wilkins Animation. I don't know if I've seen that one. I'll have to look. There's one that I've been watching. It's Darth Angelus. It's pretty good. I'm not like, wow, but it's really good. It's definitely worth watching. You should check it out, Darth Angelus. Wilkins Animation. Let me write that down because I would like to see that actually. So give me 1 second. Dark Empire Wilkins Animation. Do you know the channel name? Is it Wilkins or? Because I might not be able to find it by that. Do you know the channel name by or the name of the actual video? Sometimes search doesn't work like you want it to, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Some people are very good at making videos, but they have no idea how YouTube works. So then they don't know how to, set it up for search. So if you happen to know for sure, that would be helpful. But I will definitely look for it. It's Wilkins Animation. Okay. Darth Angelus is a true Star Wars sequel. Yeah, I don't think it's perfect, but it's really cool. It's absolutely worth watching. You could tell, as someone that creates videos, I can tell you the amount of work is insanity in there. Big, applaud and props to him because it's really well done. But it's always comes back to the EU problem. It breaks continuity. But it's really nice. And definitely worth watching. Okay, yeah, Wilkins animation. I will look for it. Thank you for suggesting that. And guys, if there's anything you guys want me to see, even if it's like your videos, you want me to check out your channel, something you've made, let me know. You know, I'm busy. When I can get to it, I will. But, you know, I know some YouTubers, especially like one particular very large one, he's like, no, I won't look at it. And I'm just like, wow. I can't promise I'm going to do it right now. You know, I have a ton of stuff on my plate. But if you take the time and the love to want to show me something, I will most certainly take the time and love to check it out. Will I love it? Will I come on here and say, oh my God, it was amazing? I'm not promising you that, but I will be fair. That I will always promise you. Pretty nice intro video. It displays perfectly, I feel, as a Star Wars fan right now. I completely agree that the Disney trashology is absolute unacceptable and is insultingly bad, inconsistent, and contradicting downwatered copycatted cash grab rip-off remake of the original trilogy that changed the Skywalker into the Palpatine saga, the story of how the Palpatines used the Skywalkers to become the most powerful force entity ever, and changed Mary Ray Palswalker into the chosen one instead. I guess you ran out of space. Very well said. Wow, that's very wordy. Yeah, I mean, I can't even deny it. Absolutely not my Star Wars. By the way, whoever you are, thank you so much for being here. Just so you know, if you look at the bottom of that Facebook post, there's instructions. If you like, you can add yourself to this chat because, as you can see, you show up as Facebook user. It's okay if you want to be anonymous like that, but if you want your name to show up, then just look at the bottom of the post and there's little instructions there on how you can add, and your name will show up like everyone else's, just in case you want to. Either way, thank you for being here, and I agree, and I think part 2 might be coming here. But yeah, you know, absolutely. Okay, it's 4:29, so I'm going to try to let the earnings call go through. I'll be peeking at your chats. I might comment here and there, and I might pause and make a comment here and there, but let's try to get through it. They tend to last about an hour, and then we'll have an open chat. We can talk all about it. We can talk about Gina Carano. We can talk about anything you guys like, by all means. So let's try to get through the call, see what they have to say. There's a few key things we need to remember. They had 87 million at the last call subscribers to Disney Plus. Let's see what they say today. Obviously, Gina Carano was fired last night. They're not even going to mention it. They're going to pretend it never happened, and they're certainly not going to report the however millions of subscribers they lost last night. Did Disney lose 80 million subscribers last night? No, I'm not saying they did, but 1 million, 5 million, I have no doubt in my mind. They're not going to mention it. They're going to pretend it never happened, and they're not going to tell us the real number. The next report will be where we see a lot, but this one is important. It's first quarter. It's the first year after the pandemic. All these shows and stuff were announced. Mandalorian has been over for a little bit now, so now we're going to get a real good view of what's going on with Disney. We'll see what they have to say. That would be a good movie, not what Disney did. Yes. They could have done anything with the sequels and messed it up. I mean, it's always goes back to George Lucas handed them the scripts, handed them the treatments, better said. And they literally refused to use the shit. It's craziness. All right, let's see where Disney's at. Okay, looks like it's begun. And the financial report is up. Okay, so we'll start the call. And like I said, I'll try to look at the chat. It's time to abandon ship. Yeah. And we'll talk about all that. Let's get through this call. Let's listen to what they have to say. I will look at the chat, but I'm going to try to just get through the call. I'll comment if there's something that really needs to be commented. Just remember, 87 million subscribers is the main thing that they had. Let's see where they're at now, and let's see what they say. I promise you, they're not going to mention Gina Carano. They're going to avoid it. We'll see at the end when people do the call-ins if someone asks and brings it up. That will be very interesting indeed. We'll see. So let's put Mickey up there because I already know he's hurting. And if you look at the very bottom of the description of this live stream, you will see link to the financial call. Okay, just go to the very bottom, links there. You can look at it. I'm going to put it on screen. We can watch it. It's not like the movies. We can watch it. You guys will see it. But if you want on your own, look, the link is at the bottom of the description of this stream. All right, so I'm going to share the page and we will check it out. I believe it's this one. Okay, here we go, guys.
Call remotely. So joining me from their homes are Bob Chapek, Disney's Chief Executive Officer, and Christine McCarthy, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Following comments from Bob and Christine, we'll be happy to take some of your questions. So with that, let me turn the call over to Bob to get started.
Thanks, Lowell, and hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well and staying safe. Unfortunately, as you know, the COVID pandemic continues to present significant hurdles for
right off the
businesses
bat
and communities across the U.S. and global.
They're going to do two things. One, continue to make excuses. First thing out of his mouth, oh, COVID. But I thought you put everything into Disney Plus and you got all these shows and everything's great. And number two, they're going to try to make everything look real pretty.
Globally. And most important, it has taken a tragic toll on way too many lives. Fortunately, there have been some encouraging developments, particularly with the availability of a vaccine. And we're pleased to be doing our part by providing space at Disneyland for one of Southern California's major vaccine distribution sites. To date, more than 100,000 doses have been administered at our location. It's hard to believe nearly a year has passed since the start of the pandemic.
That's interesting because Disney's laid off roughly 140,000 employees. So that's interesting. What, all the execs got vaccines?
Which continues to negatively impact the operations of our company. For the first quarter, adjusted EPS in the quarter was 32 cents a share, compared to $1.53 a share last year. Christine will talk more in depth about our results for the quarter.
You heard that? They're down $1.20 in EPS and shares.
Significant changes while finding new and innovative ways to conduct our businesses. But at the same time, we have charted a course for an even more deliberate and aggressive DTC push for Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu, and Star. I'm really proud of how well our team has performed in the face of a multitude of ongoing challenges, both creatively and across our parks and experiences and legacy and DTC distribution platforms. We've been especially pleased with the success of our direct-to-consumer business and our recent...
Yes, right. First sentence out of his mouth, playing defense. You are correct, Mark Lambert.
...towards a DTC-first business model and further grow our streaming services. Disney Plus has exceeded even our highest expectations in just over a year since its launch, with 94.9 million subscribers as of the end of the first fiscal quarter.
So they've only gotten 7 million since the last quarter, which was November, I think, is when I did the last call. 7 million subscribers is all they've picked up. And guess what? They lost all 7 million of those last night.
Star across Europe, Canada,
creative challenges,
Australia,
yes,
New Zealand, and Singapore. Star will offer thousands.
Greetings, EISJ28. Thank you for being here. You're very welcome.
From our acquisition of 21st Century Fox, along with Star-branded exclusive originals and local programming tailored to specific markets. Star will be integrated into Disney Plus as a distinct sixth brand tile and will offer easy-to-use parental controls to manage access to the content available on Star. We're less than 2 weeks away from launch, and we're seeing tremendous excitement amongst consumers. As you saw during our Investor Day presentation, we've got an amazing, robust pipeline of original content in development and production for our full portfolio of streaming services. We have some of the best creative teams in the business, and that's reflected in the tremendous appeal of our unparalleled programming. In just the last 2 months, Disney Plus has delivered a string of hit programs, including Marvel's incredibly original WandaVision, Season 2 of The Mandalorian, which ended with the surprise reveal that fan favorite Boba Fett will have his own Disney Plus series starting this December, and Pixar's artistic triumph Soul, which debuted on the service.
Soul did not do that good. WandaVision has very mixed emotions, and did you notice he just walked over? He just totally stepped over Luke Skywalker. He didn't mention the biggest event in probably the past 5-10 years. He didn't even mention Luke Skywalker. You guys know me. I'm a huge Boba Fett fan. Awesome. But did you just catch that?
We have the ability to interconnect these storylines and characters in unprecedented ways, as we saw with The Mandalorian and WandaVision tying into the broader Star Wars and Marvel franchises. We're excited to continue.
Did he just say tied into the Marvel? I can't rewind, but I think he just said it tied. Holy shit. Yeah, no Luke Skywalker. Red hair Shanks, good to see you, brother. Patrick McNeil, yo. Yeah, they don't know their own product. Let's keep going.
By creating a destination on Hulu devoted to Black entertainment and culture. Another example of our continuing commitment and investment in diversity and inclusion.
Diversity and inclusion.
We can't wait for the award-winning and critically acclaimed film Nomadland to be released in theaters and on Hulu on February 19th. And on March 5th, Disney Animation Studios' Raya and the Last Dragon, an artistically beautiful film celebrating female empowerment, will arrive in theaters and on Disney Plus via Premier Access. As we've said, our goal is to increasingly put the consumer in charge and let them decide when and how they want to enjoy our one-of-a-kind entertainment offerings. Turning to other parts of the company, we've made a number of changes in how we manage and operate our theme parks and consumer products businesses in light of the disruptions caused by the pandemic. And we believe these and other adjustments we'll continue to make will best position us to operate more effectively now and in a post-COVID environment. Where we have been able to reopen our theme parks with limited capacity, guests have consistently demonstrated a willingness and a desire to visit, which we believe is a testament to the fact that they feel confident in the health and safety protocols we've put in place. Average daily attendance at Walt Disney World grew significantly from Q4 into Q1, helped in part by the increased capacity we've been able to achieve as a result of our successful protocols.
Wes, I'm pretty sure this is live because there's always callers at the end. I can't say 100%, but from what I always understood, this is live. Other stuff like the investor calls, yeah, those are pre-recorded. They do a lot of stuff pre-recorded, but these particular calls, from what I've always understood, are live.
In our parks. At Walt Disney World Resort, we're hard at work on 2 brand new attractions at Epcot, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure and the highly anticipated Marvel-themed roller coaster, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Work is also well underway on the all-new spectacular nighttime show,
Bob
Harmonious.
Chapek, he is the
This is
CEO
all
of Disney.
part of a much larger reimagining of Epcot to make it more Disney,
Bald guy.
more family-friendly.
He was the like COO. I forget his exact title, but he was like the exec over the parks, and he, like, over the years is the one responsible for cutting stuff like staff and raising prices in the parks and like the spork that costs $20 and all the park nonsense that had been going on over the past years, how the quality has come down because he's a penny pincher. They made him the CEO. It's been about a year now. Bob Chapek.
And crews are hard at work on the highly anticipated state-of-the-art attraction, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, coming to Disneyland in 2023. We're also moving forward on a number of new projects at our international parks. At Shanghai Disneyland,
they're laying off employees. They're cutting all kinds of things, but they're building new rides for the parks. This is Disney.
Telling with advanced technologies, creating a one-of-a-kind experience for our guests. Throughout this challenging period, we've consistently demonstrated our ability to deliver world-class programming on all of our platforms, digital and linear. On ABC, we continue to have the #1 returning drama in the key demo of adults 18 to 49 with Grey's Anatomy, as well as the top new drama of the fall, Big Sky. Both Grey's and Big Sky also hold the top broadcast drama spots on Hulu. Also of note, ESPN's first ever NFL Wildcard Megacast featured 6 networks, including ABC, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes. It was the most
World class, yes. Star Wars was once the greatest thing, and Disney managed to destroy it. You really got to try hard to break Star Wars, and they did it. They will never be forgotten in history for that. I wouldn't go to the parks, and this is nothing against me being against Disney. The parks are nice. They can be fun. They're very expensive and crowded, but it is a nice thing, especially for a child, to experience Disney World before you see the real behind the curtain. But to go now would be just insanity. Why would you go now in this pandemic with all this mess? I would wait.
We are more confident than ever that we will emerge from this crisis in a strong position. We're proud of all that we've accomplished, especially as it relates to our top priority, our DTC business. And we believe that the strategic actions we're taking to transform our company will enable us to enhance the consumer and guest experience, grow and expand our businesses, and increase shareholder value. With that, I'll now turn it over to Christine.
Thanks, Bob, and good afternoon, everyone. Excluding certain items, diluted earnings per share for the fiscal first quarter were 32 cents. In spite of the challenging circumstances we have faced with COVID over the past year, these results reflect the strength of our brands and experiences, as well as our ongoing commitment to operate our businesses efficiently.
No, I have not canceled Disney Plus yet. We will talk about that after.
Organizational structure.
Yeah, she did enjoy it.
With summary recast segment financial information for fiscal 2020. Today's discussion of our financial results will be organized by 2 segments: Disney Media and Entertainment Distribution, or DMED, and Disney Parks, Experiences, and Products, or DPEP. I'll start with our newest segment, DMED, where operating income increased modestly in the first quarter versus.
They are droids, didn't you know?
Reporting structure for DMED includes 3 lines of business: linear networks, direct-to-consumer, and content sales, licensing, and other. Operating income at linear networks, which now includes both domestic and international channels, decreased versus the prior year quarter due to declines both domestically and internationally. At our domestic channels, the decline in operating income was due to lower results at our cable business, partially offset by an increase at our broadcasting business. The decrease at cable was largely driven by ESPN, where results in the first quarter were significantly impacted by higher rights costs. This was largely due to timing of college football playoff games relative to our fiscal periods, as well as higher NBA programming costs. The first quarter included 6 CFP bowl games compared to 3 in the prior year quarter. 4 NBA Finals games were played in the first quarter due to COVID-related timing shifts, whereas these games would have typically occurred in the prior fiscal year. ESPN domestic advertising revenue decreased 4% in the quarter due to lower average viewership and the cancellation of certain college sporting events, partially offset by an increase in rates. Ad revenue at ESPN is currently pacing down quarter to date, due in part to the timing of key events. At broadcasting, high political advertising revenue at our owned television stations drove an increase in operating results versus the prior year, partially offset by a decrease at the ABC television network. Total domestic affiliate revenue increased 3% in the quarter. This was driven by a benefit of 8 points of growth from higher rates, offset by a 5-point decline due to a decrease in subscribers. At our international channels, lower results in the quarter were driven by higher programming and production costs and lower affiliate revenue, partially offset by advertising revenue growth and a reduction in non-programming costs. Higher programming costs and higher advertising revenue reflected a shift in the timing of Indian Premier League cricket matches due to COVID, and the decrease in affiliate revenue was primarily due to channel closures. However, our international channels results this past quarter were better than the guidance we gave in our last earnings call, primarily due to...
Did you guys hear that she said a decrease in subscriptions? Android is better than Apple iPhone. I can't argue that.
savings. Moving on to direct-to-consumer. Improved results at all three of our streaming services drove an improvement in direct-to-consumer operating results of nearly $650 million versus the prior year. Last quarter, we guided to direct-to-consumer operating income declining by $100 million versus the prior year under our former segment structure. Our reported results are $750 million higher than that guidance. While some of the outperformance reflects better than expected results from Hulu and Disney+, the majority of the variance relates to the elimination of intersegment pricing markups under our new financial reporting structure. At Hulu, the improvement in the first quarter versus the prior year was due to both subscriber and advertising revenue growth, partially offset by higher programming and production costs. Hulu ended the first quarter with 39.4 million paid subscribers, including 4 million Hulu Live digital MVPD subscribers. Turning to Disney+, a lower loss in the first quarter compared to the prior year was driven by subscriber growth, partially offset by higher costs due to the launch and expansion of Disney+. With 94.9 million paid subscribers at the end of Q1, Disney+'s global net additions were 21.2 million versus Q4.
That's a lie. They had 87 million. I did the live stream. 87 million. They picked up 7 million subscribers. She just lied.
30% of our global subscriber base. We also saw strong additions to our subscriber base from our November launch in Latin America. Disney Plus's overall ARPU this quarter was $4.03.
That is how much they make for every $7 subscription. They're making $4. So remember that too. Sometimes I do the numbers, like if they have 100 million subscribers, they would be getting 700 million per month. But in reality, they're only making $4.32 per subscription. So really, with 100 million subscribers, which they haven't even hit, if they had 100 million subscribers, they would be making 400 million a month. That barely pays for The Mandalorian. Never mind WandaVision and everything else that they're trying to do. 11 new Star Wars shows and 22,000 Marvel shows. Yeah, they should have left the Star Wars world, but oh well, they screwed up on that one, like they do everything else.
To lower theatrical, TV, SVOD, and home entertainment results.
Star Wars
all
Land.
Consistent with our prior guidance. The decrease in theatrical results reflects no significant worldwide releases in the quarter,
no kidding,
compared to Frozen 2 in the prior year quarter. Lower TV SVOD distribution results were the result of a shift from licensing to third parties to exhibiting our content on our DTC services. A decrease in home entertainment results was driven by the absence of significant title releases in the quarter, compared to the performance of Toy Story 4, The Lion King, and Aladdin in the prior year quarter. I'll now turn to our Parks, Experiences, and Products segment.
If the parks were open, then Disney Plus can fail all at once, because Disney, all the money that Disney truly ever made was the parks. The parks are what paid for the movies and Disney Plus and everything else. Now Disney has nothing. They have no parks, no hotels, no cruise, no nothing. And they even said in the last report that they're putting all their eggs in the Disney Plus, well, streaming services, DTC, direct to consumer. Okay. So if they're only making 400 million less because they don't even have 100 million subscribers. So let's say 300 million a month. But they're paying all these employees and building new rides at the parks and paying all the actors and paying for these shows. Disney is losing money every month.
Disney.
It is their only income, and it's failing. Luke, you will never see again. We'll talk about it afterwards, Patrick McNeil, but you're never going to see Luke again. So I'm at school. At least I can listen. Yeah, well, hey, James, good to see you. You can always listen. There's always a replay. You will never see Luke again. Sorry, guys.
Received a net incremental positive contribution for the periods during which they were open, meaning that revenue exceeded the variable costs associated with opening. At Walt Disney World, as Bob mentioned earlier, average daily attendance grew significantly from Q4 into Q1, benefiting from typical seasonality factors as well as solid underlying demand trends. At the same time, our operations team found innovative ways to responsibly increase capacity while still maintaining rigorous COVID protocols.
To responsibly increase capacity. Listen, I don't do the parks, but there's tons of Disney park channels. And you're going to see people are cramped together. There's no social distancing. The parks are, sometimes they're just empty ghost towns. Sometimes they're packed. Wow, the nerve of these people.
At our consumer products business, we saw an increase in operating income in the first quarter, driven by an increase in games licensing revenue, which reflects the successful release of Marvel's latest licensed Spider-Man game. As we look ahead, despite continued limited visibility due to the challenges of the pandemic, we would like to give you some context around certain items that may impact our second quarter or full year results. First, at our domestic linear networks, we expect ESPN will benefit in the second quarter from the timing of college football and other sporting events, with lower rights costs being partially offset by lower advertising revenue. In Q2, we had only one CFP game, which was the national championship game. This compares to 4 games in the prior year, 3 CFP bowl games, and the national championship game. Our broadcasting business will be negatively impacted in the second quarter due to lower political advertising versus the prior year, in addition to the shift of the Academy Awards to the third quarter. We expect direct-to-consumer operating results in the second quarter to improve modestly versus the prior year quarter, as improvement at Hulu and ESPN Plus will be partially offset by increased content investment to support the expansion of Disney Plus. We expect that Walt Disney World attendance in the second quarter will be impacted by typical seasonality headwinds, in addition to continued COVID-related headwinds and capacity constraints.
Okay. If you really listen closely, 2 minutes ago she was saying, oh, the parks are doing great. Remember, I just said that they're full, that they've done responsible measures to increase capacity. And now she's saying, oh, but we already know we're going to swamp because, you know, the season and the pandemic, when it's convenient, it's not a problem. Now you're backpedaling on what you just said 2 minutes ago. Then she said, you know, that sports were up and this and that. Have you guys been paying attention? The arenas are empty. They're like TV screens for people as the crowd. You have to understand something. When the arena is not making money from the parking, from the $7 hot dog, the $8 beer, the $12 bucket of popcorn, those ballparks, arenas are dying. The TV revenue isn't enough. And people aren't even watching sports like that anymore. Yes, there are diehards that love sports and watch them. I'm not saying there isn't, but not like there used to be. And they've definitely lost the casual viewer. So when you have empty arenas, you're losing money. When you have empty parks, you're losing money. They have no shows right now. What do they have? WandaVision, and that's very mixed. Very mixed. It's not like that's a super hit that everybody's watching. They only got 7 million more subscribers. The proof is in the numbers.
In fiscal 21 versus.
In other words, season 2 of The Mandalorian came out. There was the Luke finale, and WandaVision came out, and all they picked up was 7 million subscribers. Wrap your head around that. Obviously, those shows didn't have as much of an impact as everyone thought.
Go to Christine on sports rights.
Okay, in terms of the outlook for the parks for the rest of the year and the capacity, it's really going to be determined by the rate of vaccination of the public. That to us seems like the biggest lever that we can have in order to either take the parks that are currently under limited capacity and increase it, or open up parks that are currently closed. So that is sort of the gating factor, if you will. As Christine suggested, we have ample demand.
So reactionary, me or Disney? I don't know what you mean there. Joel Rice. Hello there. Welcome.
Safety measures that we've undertaken at our parks to give assurances to people that they should come in and bring their families. And we're very, very pleased with what we're seeing in terms of future bookings. In terms of the cost savings and the technical side of things, not only has our industrial engineering team.
They will never mention Song of the South, yet they're stunning and brave. And no, they did not mention Luke. They totally walked over Luke. He didn't even exist. They brought back Boba Fett. And I will repeat, I am the biggest Boba Fett fan on the planet. I am super happy to see anything Boba Fett. But Luke Skywalker has always been the face of Star Wars. I mean, be real. And they didn't even mention Luke Skywalker. They canceled Boba Fett to make a Mandalorian show, which, by the way, they didn't mention Din Djarin or Baby Yoda or any of that, right? They mentioned Boba Fett. So they shit on and left Boba Fett to then have to just bring him back anyways because nobody cares about the Mandalorian. And I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about Din Djarin. No one gives a crap about him. The show was all about Baby Yoda and guest appearances. So now they had to bring back Boba Fett. And they literally didn't even mention Luke Skywalker, the biggest event in years. And they mentioned Boba Fett. And I want to stress, I am a huge Boba Fett fan. So it's not me being against Boba Fett. If anything, I would be supporting it. But I'm also very honest and fair and real. And they didn't mention Luke Skywalker. Wow.
Hi, Ben. Now to address sports rights and
Reyes. It's very close. Got you. Thank you for mentioning it. I try to do my best, but if you guys let me know, I will definitely, say it correct. I care. Names to me are important. I can't always say them perfect, but I will always do my best to try to. Let's hear what these fools have to say.
Season for 21 continues as we expect. You'll also have things like 2 Masters, 2 seasons of IPL games, and this all assumes that in fiscal 21 nothing is drastically shifted out. But you can expect the sports rights overall to be up because of the doubling and the shifting into fiscal 21, and that's on linear. When we look at our ESPN Plus rights costs, those are up also because we acquired some additional rights.
Or Pedro, you said Starfreakist. I think you're referring to when I said no one cares about Din Djarin. Yeah, no one cares about Pedro either. And Pedro claimed to be Gina's friend, and here we are. If they do right by the older actors, fans might forgive. Nah, I think it's done. That ship has sailed. There's no coming back. I mean, they just time and again shit on the fans. And yesterday with Gina, I think that's the last straw, guys. I mean, I can't speak for you or everyone, but I can tell you that They really fucked themselves yesterday. That was really, really stupid. Mandalorian is irrelevant in The Mandalorian. Exactly. No one watches The Mandalorian for The Mandalorian. I understand that some people like the show, that's fine. But you don't watch it for Din Djarin. So what's the point? And you've seen what they've done with the old actors and the old characters. So they're not, first of all, they're not even going to show them respect or do anything with them right. But second of all, it doesn't matter at this point.
Go ahead and put our titles out into the marketplace. We were absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, CGI for old actors, exactly.
In terms of both acquisition and retention. And
yes, Luke is not necessarily my favorite character. I'm Boba Fett. But more so than even Darth Vader, and I know Darth Vader is a huge symbol for many people. And by all means, he's on all the posters, and he's an absolute symbol for Star Wars. But let's be real. Star Wars, why we're all here 43 years later, was Luke Skywalker. That's why we're all here 43 years later. That's just facts. He doesn't have to be your favorite character. He's not mine. He's in my top 5, but it's not because I'm a Luke Skywalker fanboy. It's because reality.
What our slate of titles are and whether we think that we need to put something on the service for those particular guests, or whether this is something that we could use as another data point in our exploration of Premier Access day and date with theatrical. So it's really about flexibility, and we're going to steer our decision making over time, given what information that we get from our guests and our subscriber base on what they prefer.
Okay, and can I just follow up for a quick second on Black Widow?
Clearly, everyone preferred Luke, and yet you didn't even mention him.
To that release date?
Right. So I'm going to go back to the word flexibility because we had made a reference at the investor conference that Black Widow was going to be a theatrical release, and we are still intending it to be a theatrical release. But again, we are going to be watching very carefully the reopening of theaters and the consumer sentiment in terms of desire to go back to theaters to see whether that strategy needs to be revisited. But as of now, the strategy is to continue on with the theatrical release. And
The Force is, what is it? The Force is my favorite character. That's a good one, Mojo. Good to see you, Mojo. Man, these guys, I'm noticing that they're already at the Q&A. So they went through this report. They barely mentioned anything. Did you notice? They didn't touch anything on the new Star Wars shows. They didn't say anything's in production. They didn't talk about Luke Skywalker. They didn't talk about The Mandalorian. They didn't talk, obviously, like I said, they're not going to mention Gina Carano. They're just going to pretend that didn't happen. Wow, Disney. And they're already at the Q&A. They're zipping. They want to get in and out of here as fast as possible. Hey, Entertainment Hacker, thank you so much for that should be Yen, I believe. Thank you, brother. Good to see you. And thank you for reminding me. Theaters are closed or out of business. Yes, they're holding on to Black Widow, which nobody wants to see. That should have came out 3 years ago. And they think by pushing it and pushing it and pushing it that they're going to have anything in the box office. It's insane. These people are insane.
Think cricket.
Thank you.
All right, Michael, thank you. Operator, next question, please.
Our next question comes from Alexia Quadrani with JP Morgan.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you guys have ever watched with me the previous financial reports, everything's very formal, slow. They draw it out, give you all these numbers and tell you how great everything is. Then they're like, oh, now we're going to take calls. Please, queue up your phones. We'll have a moderator, blah, blah, blah. They give you this whole speech. Did you notice they just went right into the calls? They want to get out of here fast.
Mix going forward. And then my second question is just sort of following up on your comments on churn. Not necessarily looking, obviously, for a number on churn, but maybe just some color about churn in general for Disney Plus, and how we should think about it in front of the upcoming price increase.
Okay, Alexia, thanks. So, Bob, do you want to talk a little bit about local partnership, and then Christine, you can talk a little bit about churn.
Okay, so in terms of the local partnership, well, first I'm going to talk about, I'll talk about the content side, because there is a content side element of it as well. There's really two things that gate our amount of content that's local in any given market, including Indonesia. And in some cases, there are local requirements for local content as a percentage of the total. So that is one factor that plays into it. And the second one is what we think we need from a portfolio standpoint of overall content. And as you might.
No, you cannot call in. They used to have it where anyone could call in, and then this like group of angry nuns got on there and started asking some real questions. And ever since then, they totally monitor. You have to be like a very wealthy investment banker or something like that to get into the call. And they usually do like 5 questions. So you have to be someone of influence and a stakeholder that's put a lot of money into Disney to get on the call. Not anyone can, which is obviously not how it's supposed to be. If you're a shareholder, you should be able to speak, even if you own 1 share. That is how it's supposed to work. EH, if you're still around, this is over in a few minutes. If you want to come in and chat with me, I'll send you a link if you'd like to hang out for a few minutes. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say on this stuff.
What we've seen so far on the level of churn. And as our product offering matures and we put more content into the service, and our subscriber base becomes more tenured, we expect to see our churn rates continue to decline. So in regard to the specific churn related to the anniversary of the Verizon launch promotion from last November 2020, we're really happy with the conversion numbers that we have seen there.
Yes, angry nuns. Patrick McNeil, Hayden Christensen not returning as Anakin for a cameo role as a Force Ghost was a waste. Yes, furthermore, I have a video that is Anakin's Force Ghost was never in the cards for The Rise of Skywalker, something like that is the title. And literally, Lucasfilm employees like show the evidence there that they never even talked about, never mind created Force Ghost for the movie. Because a lot of people were like, oh, there were scenes of him as a Force. No, there wasn't. Lucasfilm employees literally said, we never even talked about it or created any Force Ghosts.
It comes from John Hodelick with UBS.
No, it's not KK.
Thanks. Maybe first on the parks, given the cost reductions and the efficiencies, can we expect longer term margins in that segment to be higher once we get back to full capacity? And then maybe a quick one on the CapEx guidance. It looks like, I think you guys revised guidance for CapEx. It was, I think, about $500 million higher on a year-over-year basis. Can you just run through the items that keep it flat on a year-over-year basis? Thanks.
Okay, John, sure. Thanks for those questions. Bob, do you want to talk a little bit about parks? And then Christine, you can talk a little bit about CASHAPP.
I would characterize this last year as being not only a year of challenge, but also a year of learning in terms of what we can do in terms of sustained margin growth in our parks. I say that because, there's nothing like a pandemic to challenge the status quo and make you be fairly introspective about a lot of things, that you've maybe taken as fairly dogmatic. I think you've all seen several new announcements about things that we've done recently that may have been heresy prior to the pandemic, like recasting of our annual pass program at Disneyland and reconsidering, the overwhelming demand we have relative to supply. Everything we do, the first lens we look at is to exceed guest expectations. And it's very tough when your park has more demand than supply. We have to put limits on it. Well, as you know, we have a wide variety of margins depending on the nature of the guest and how they visit and when they visit. So with a lens towards maximizing the guest experience, we are now able to essentially reset many pieces of our business, both on the cost and revenue side of the business, in order to say, if we had a blank piece of paper, how would we set up our parks business and be, a little bit more aggressive than we typically might be able to be without the impetus of, unfortunately, a year-long closure. So we've had a lot of time to think, particularly at Disneyland, about what could be, and I think you're about to see some of those strategies be born.
You've had a lot of time to think. You've had Star Wars for 9 years. You've had plenty of time to think. Disneyland, or Disney, has been around since 1924? And you're just now thinking about this stuff. Wow. I know it is boring, but it should be just about done. And, this is the only way. We got to listen to what they're saying. That way we can chop them up. It is what it is. But it should be almost done. We'll have some fun chatting about this mess.
Last earnings call, we had said that we expected CapEx to be up from last year. I think the number was 550 million, but now we're expecting it to be relatively flat. What we have here is a couple dynamics. We'll have increased spending at DMED and corporate, but we're going to have reduced spending at parks.
You did hear what she said. We expected 550 million, but now it's flat. In other words, it's zero. It's not 100 million or 250 or $3. It's zero.
Is because some of the
But they'll say flat so that, well, but it's not negative. But you just projected 550 million. I'm sure the stakeholders are loving this call right now.
Our next question comes from Jessica Reif Ehrlich with Bank of America Securities.
Thank you. Given the viewership of Super Bowl this year on CBS was down and fairly low the last 10 years, and streaming was up a lot. Can you talk about how you think about that in light of ESPN Plus? Like, how does that factor into your conversations with the NFL?
Exactly. That's something they didn't mention. You see how she said, oh, well, sports, we did this and that, and we had the Super Bowl. It's the lowest Super Bowl in 10 years. And that's obviously going to impact ESPN Plus. Why are you going to be paying money to watch sports that are declining, that nobody wants to see, that it's all politics and feelings? Sports used to be beer and excitement and action, and now it's like all this politics crap. And the ratings, it was a super low rated Super Bowl. Ridiculous commercials.
And then maybe Christine will start with the parks question. But Bob, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so I'll take the sports. ESPN is always a consideration whenever we look at rights going forward. In terms of the Super Bowl being down, and as we're going into rights conversations with them, it's obviously something we're considering, but more important than any one Super Bowl, we're looking at the long-term trends.
Yes, they do cook the books. Absolutely. Who was it that said that? Anibal. They do absolutely cook the books. And did you hear? Well, we're not worried that was the lowest Super Bowl, even though this is our current situation. Our parks are closed. We're bleeding billions of dollars. The Star Wars franchise is tanked. But we don't care that this was the lowest Super Bowl because, we're looking at the big picture. One day it'll be great again.
Will be accretive to shareholder value. We will certainly entertain that and look at that. But our first filter will be whether it makes sense for our shareholder standpoint going forward. In terms of sports betting, as you probably know, we already have some programming on ESPN around the subject of sports betting. It particularly is attractive to the younger, very passionate sports audience that we find.
I wonder how Walt Disney would feel about Disney World, the Walt Disney Company, being involved in sport betting. And furthermore, under corporate law, is this, they're already a monopoly, and now they're involved in sport betting?
Offerings. We've got
You own all the networks to show the sports. They literally were trying to buy the NFL and other sports, and yet they're involved in sport betting. Do you see the problem here? Now they can manipulate the outcomes of these games. Are you putting two and two together here, guys?
Our own elasticity is in terms of us participating in such endeavors, but we're highly interested in taking the relationships that we have with both parties and taking them to the next level, if that makes sense.
Okay, Jessica, I'll address your question about capacity at the parks. You're absolutely right that there are days, especially holiday periods, where we have to shut our parks for additional entries. Those tend to be days that the park fills up quickly and we just can't accommodate more people. But that being said, we are currently operating at 35% of that full capacity, and the teams in the park.
So if all your income comes from the parks, and you are operating at 35% capacity. You're only making roughly 300, 400 million a month off of Disney Plus. And that's not The Mandalorian. I'm talking about the entire Disney Plus. Where is the money going to come for these new rides, new actors, new salaries, new movies, new shows?
About the parks, it's a combination of attendance and per caps when you're looking at revenue. As I said in my comments, and I think Bob's alluded to it on the Q&A, that we've had really nice growth in per caps. It was double digits, not only on a linked quarter basis from fourth quarter to first quarter, but also double digits year over year. So when you think about per caps and the yield management, we want to have people have a great time when they're in our parks. And when they have a good time, they tend to spend more money. So this is something that we're refining as we go along.
That's great. Thank you.
Jessica, thanks for the questions. Operator, next question, please.
Our next question comes from Doug Mitchelson with Credit Suisse.
Oh, thanks so much. Good afternoon. So back to streaming, I think at your first Disney Plus Analyst Day, you indicated that you'd be launched to the full world by about the end of this fiscal year or calendar year. I think it was fiscal year. So I'm just curious if the timing for rest of world launches for Disney Plus and Disney Plus Hotstar is on track to be completed over the next few quarters. And I'm also interested if you have any comments on engagement for Disney Plus. And I'm thinking just how customers that have been on the service a little bit longer, do they still use the service as much as when they first joined? How was Mandalorian and WandaVision in terms of being watched in as many homes as you hoped? And I guess the third piece of that would be any comments on cadence around the content slate going forward. I know at the Analyst Day you talked about getting to 100 shows a year. Should we think about
100 shows a year
to ramp aggressively in the coming months or coming quarters? How should we think about that? Thank you.
So, Bob, why don't you take the streaming rollout question, and then Christine, maybe you could take the engagement question, and Bob will go back.
Okay, here's a reality, guys. There's three places that matter. Oh, let me rephrase that, because everywhere matters. Everyone matters, first and foremost. But when we're talking entertainment, there's three markets that really, truly matter. United States, China, and India. Disney Plus has been out all over North America from the beginning. India is, I don't know at what capacity they're at, but they've been working with the Hotstar thing for a while now. So they should have a pretty good exposure, although they're not totally there yet. And then China. I got news for you. China does not give a damn about Disney Plus. China does not want to see Beyonce, does not want to see Hamilton, does not want to see a black Little Mermaid. I don't like to speak badly of Chinese people, but in China, they are very racist. They do not want to see black people. This is why Finn was reduced to a little thing on the poster, because that shit doesn't fly in China. That's why in The Rise of Skywalker, Disney cut out the lesbian kiss, because that does not fly in China. Half, 3/4 of Disney's content will not fly in China. So one of the three major markets, you can already forget that. The second one is already at least at half capacity. And the first one, Disney Plus came out November 12th, 2019. We are now in 2021. So what I'm getting at, their 97 million subscribers isn't going to get a whole lot bigger. They've pretty much reached as far as they can. Now, if they turned everything around and started respecting fans and actually making good stuff, and they brought in everybody because it was the dream network, sure, there's a lot of people on this earth and just America that they could bring in. But we know they're not going to, they just fired Gina Carano last night. So you're looking at about the cap. If they're lucky, they'll hit 100 million subscribers. Okay, think about that.
The buy side
has this soft expectation that anyone that saw a revenue downturn because of COVID will get back to 2019 revenues by 2022, once we have herd immunity and the vaccines distributed. And every once in a while, I read some article that suggests that, social distancing will still have to be in place, even when herd immunity is around, and people will still have to wear masks. So do you guys have any counsel or insight in terms of how you're thinking about sort of how the parks will operate, by the time we get to 2022, and any reason not to believe that we won't sort of get back to 19 revenues, assuming that the economy is fine and all that? Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. I'm going to turn that over to Bob.
Yeah, I won't specifically comment on whether we anticipate getting to.
I see a lot of really good comments, guys. After we finish, this should be almost over. I'm going to go through and we'll talk about all this stuff.
By then, we have no doubt that when we reopen up in parks that were closed or increase the capacity, that we'll have some level of social distancing and mask wearing, for the remainder of this year. That's our expectation. But I believe that Dr. Fauci said earlier today that he hopes that there's vaccines for everyone who wants them by April this year. If that happens, that is a game changer. And that could accelerate our expectations and give people the confidence that they need to come back to the parks. Will there be some overlap until we know that we've hit herd immunity? Sure, there will. But do we also believe that we'll be in the same state of 6-foot social distancing and mask wearing in 22? Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Okay. Realistically, this pandemic thing, we're going to go through this for at least another year. So for Disney to make any presumptions is ridiculous. Chico was here. I'll talk about it in more depth, but here's something that happens. People talk out of their ass, say something ridiculous, and then later see the truth. And a lot of people say, damn, I was dumb. I made a mistake. I know better now. But a lot of people have that ego and just can't let shit go. So then they double down on the stupidity and then double down and double down and double down. So a lot of the people that are making these calls have put millions of dollars into Disney. These are bankers and financial people. So there's no way in hell they're going to be like, but dude, I just put $35 million last year into Disney. What the fuck is going on? They're not going to say that publicly because they don't want to look stupid. They will choke and just bleed money then rather than call out Disney or make themselves look foolish, even on a phone call. It's called pride. And if you're willing to sit and watch Disney just shit all over franchises and people, their own employees, the fans, and lose millions of dollars over your pride, you are a very, very sad person.
So we're sticking to that 2024, fiscal 2024 profitability. But once again, we're very pleased with where we are today.
If you wouldn't mind if I guess ask a quick follow-up question. You'd gotten the question about whether you...
Yes, Honeywell, it's like doubling down like a gambler. It's a sickness. It literally is a sickness and addiction. You won't admit it. We all from the outside see you, but you won't admit it. You're just, I got to double down. I got to play some more. I know I'm right. I'll win this time. I just lost the past 55 times, but I'll win this time. And there goes my house. There goes my marriage. There goes my business. There goes my,
Service is extremely important. So the awareness that we'll create through targeted marketing and marketing of the brand will basically mitigate what we believe is a very reasonable price increase given the amount of content and the value to subscribers.
Yeah, Christine, if I can just jump in.
They are barely holding on, and they're talking about increasing. Well, they have to increase the subscription because they're not getting subscribers. So be prepared because Disney Plus is probably going to go up to like $10, $12, which they have to do because they're not bringing in subscribers.
I think the best insulation we've got is to keep the price-value relationship very high, and there's no better way to do it than powerhouse franchises cranking out regular new releases on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
Hey, Brett, thanks. Operator, we have time for one more question.
This question comes from the line of Michael Morris with Guggenheim.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. A couple questions on streaming. First, I want to ask you about Hulu, the SVOD service on Hulu. Hoping you can maybe share a little bit about the dynamic that's going on there. What the mix of sort of ad-supported versus ad-free subscriber base looks like. And there are a number of these now free ad-supported streaming services that have been growing and being more aggressively populated. I'm curious how you see that competitive dynamic playing out. And I want to ask one question about sports. Bob, you mentioned the megacast approach to a couple of your big events. And I'm curious, as you look at your ability to provide that, what's the economic benefit to you? Is this primarily about putting it in front of more people and therefore being able to monetize better? Or is there an element of your ability to deliver a megacast when you are negotiating for content rights, sports rights with the leagues or teams, the owners there, that you have a somewhat stronger negotiating position relative to your peers? Thank you.
Okay, Mike, it's good to hear from you. I'm going to let Christine take the Hulu SVOD question, and then I'll ask Bob to address the megacast question.
Hi, Mike. So on Hulu SVOD, when you look at the relative mix of ad-supported versus ad-free, more of the subscribers are in the ad-free, ad-supported, and that is where we have seen the really nice growth of our addressable advertising. So that we're very comfortable, and we like the mix that we have, but it is more ad-supported. So we enjoy that relative increase of advertising. But it's pretty much been the track record that Hulu has of having that relationship of ad-supported versus ad-free has been relatively consistent over their 10-year tenure.
Yeah, and on the multicast question, I think it's both elements. I think there's a consumer benefit to the fact that nobody else can do what ESPN does in terms of the multicast. And I think we've proven that in several different ways over the last few months with big, football events being broadcast. But I think there's also an element that then is obvious not only to us and obvious to our consumers, but obvious to our prospective partners as we go into negotiations of new deals. I think there's probably a mentality that, well, the more times we divide this up, the better off we're going to be, from the prospective rights owners. And I think what we're doing is throwing a wrench into that thinking and suggesting that, maybe by taking a consumer-first approach and saying, boy, consumer choice is really a good thing for everybody, let's go ahead and maximize the number of touch points we have. Not only do we get a benefit from our subscriber base for those folks that have ESPN, I think it's also very apparent to the leagues who hold the rights.
Great, thank you both.
Mike,
Chico, Leslie Headland was Weinstein's assistant, not KK. KK has actually been around Spielberg and George Lucas all this time, which is just even more. Even her husband, Frank Marshall, is pretty successful in Hollywood. It's just insane. But we'll talk about that more in a minute. It's Leslie Headland she's doing the Acolyte. She's the one that was Weinstein's assistant.
Looking statement under the securities laws. We make these statements on the basis of our views and assumptions regarding future events and business performance at the time we make them, and we do not undertake any obligation to update these statements. Forward-looking statements are subject to a number of risks and uncertainties, and actual results may differ materially from the results expressed or implied in light of a variety of factors, including
it should be over.
Contained in our annual report on Form 10-K, quarterly reports on Form 10-Q, and in our other filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Thanks again for joining us today, and I wish everyone a very good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's conference call. Thank you for
Okay.
participating. You may now disconnect.
Thank you so much for allowing me to disconnect. All right. Let's see if you guys can see this. We'll look at this real quick, and I'll go over your guys' chat, and we can talk about all this nonsense. Let's see if you guys can see this. I was looking at the actual physical report. There's a little delay on the other laptop, so just got to wait a second here to see that you see it. I was looking at the actual physical report, and I found a couple interesting things. Okay, there you go. Let's see, maybe that might help you guys see. Okay, first of all, first paragraph. Diluted EPS for the quarter decreased 79% to 32 cents from 153 in the prior year quarter. So literally this time last year, it was $1.53. It is now 32 cents. I don't want to hear any fucking excuses about a pandemic and this and the other. You gave 100 executives. Sorry. The woman that you just heard, McCarthy or whatever her name is, just got $100 million bonus. They let go 100 executives just months ago, and they have let go of roughly 130,000 employees in the past year. Disneyland Park has been closed all year. They have no theaters, no nothing. But they've put all this money into Disney Plus, and you heard them in the call, making it sound like everything's all good and they're doing great. I don't want to hear excuses, Disney. You could have respected Star Wars. You could have respected the fans, and you would be making money. There's no excuse other than your behavior. I want you to notice something here. January 2nd, 2021 is the end of the quarter. If you look here, December 28, 2019, I have never seen them do this in a report. For whatever reason, they are avoiding last year's 2020 numbers. They have jumped a 2-year period. I don't know if it's a typo, but I don't believe it is. The only way I can confirm this is I got to look back at the older reports and really see what's going on. But I'm seeing here, they literally walked over 2020. Income from operations, $46 million. 98% down. Okay? When your business is 98% down. Operating income, $1,332,000. Actually, that would be 1 billion because this is in billions. So if there's a comma there, that's 1 billion. Is that right? Yeah, I believe that's correct. 1,332,000. Either way, you see 67% down. Look at this. Net income from continuing operations, 29 million. As opposed to 2,128,000,000. 99% down. Diluted EPS 0.02 from 117. 98% down. EPS excluding certain items 32 cents from $1.53. 79% down. Cash provided by continuing operations, 75 million from 1,630,000,000. 95% down. Free cash flow, 685 million compared to 292 million in 2019. But keep in mind, Disney took out 23 plus billion in cash loans. So they have this cash. This shows you two things. One, they have this cash, but not because they made it, but because of the cash loans. And I don't remember the numbers from the last two reports, but it was much more. Out of 23 billion plus that they have gotten in loans, they have 685 million left. Out of 23 plus billion dollars cash loan, they have 685 million left. Let that sink in. Okay, you can see here, 67% down. They were at 3,996,000,000. Here they're at 1,332,000,000. It's $3 billion roughly. Income from continuing operations before income taxes, 98%. 2,626,000,000, now at 46 million. How are they going to keep the lights on? They can't even pay to keep Disney Plus running, never mind make 11 Star Wars shows and movies and all the nonsense that they're claiming they're going to do. They are running out of money fast. Now I'm just going to take a quick run through here because there's a lot of nonsense. Okay. This is subscribers in millions. When they look how convenient. This is why they're skipping over 2020, because they don't want to show them the actual change. You see, from 26.5 when Disney Plus launched, yeah, they're 100% up. This is why they're doing this, is to not show you the true change. So from 26 in 2 years, they've picked up what is that, 62 million subscribers. ESPN, they've picked up 6 million subscribers in 2 years. Oh boy. Hulu, they've picked up, and that's including SVOD only plus live TV. Total Hulu, they've picked up 9 million subscribers in 2 years. So quick math, 95 plus 12, you're looking at 107 plus, we'll even give them the benefit of 40, so 147. We'll just say 150 million subscribers in 3 networks, and Netflix alone has over 200 million subscribers. See if there's any other quick numbers here. Parks and experiences. They were at 5 billion. They're now at we'll say 5 billion. 70% change. Almost, that's 3.5 billion down. Here, 7,580,000,000 is now 3,588,000,000 from consumer products. That's everything. 53% down. Look here. Supplemental operating income loss. 2,522,000,000. 119 million. Disney is in serious trouble because not only are they bleeding billions and losing people and offending the fans, but now they've used up their cash loans. Now, is some lunatic out here going to give them another $10 billion, $20 billion? Yeah, probably. They're going to do everything in their power to make sure Disney stays around. But how much debt is Disney going to get in? The last calculation I made was they are around $50 billion in debt. That's not including today. Okay, and again, I want to stress here, in 2019, this is where they truly were. Before the pandemic, 300 million cash flow, free cash. Here it is higher because they took out over 23 billion cash loan. Not what they made from the parks or stocks or anything, just cash lent to them was 23 plus billion dollars. So this number is going to be higher than the 292 because they got 23 plus billion dollars in cash. But when you have 685 million from 23 billion, okay, you don't have to be a genius to understand there's a problem. Company's consolidated cash flow. This is millions. Let me double check that. Because these are usually in billions, but this is, here, let me see something real quick, guys. Page 9. Because generally their reports, oh no, they're in millions. All their previous reports are billions. When you see the comma like this, it generally would be 16,249,000,000. But this report, as you can see, is in millions. And I know this for a fact because I look at all the reports. It's always billions. So in reality, revenues are 16,249,000. Well, it could still be because of the comma. Yeah, I want to say it's billions, but they always say in billions. Anyways, either way, 6 half dozen or another, they're in deep shit. Let's see here. See how they're skipping over 2020 here? Look at this. Net income attributable to the Walt Disney Company, Disney, in 2019, 2,107,000, 17 million. That's their net income, $17 million. Now, granted, this is just for a quarter. It's not the year. But regardless, they used to make a few billion per quarter from the parks. And now they have 17 million. A lot of zeros. Whoops. A lot of zeros right here. Okay, not too many changes here. Again, skipping 2020. You see here, this is millions. Yes. So 6,874,000. And now they're up. But again, remember that they got 23 plus billion in loans. So what they have left is 17. All right. Let's look at something real quick here. Annual. Quarter 420. Just a second. I just want to double check myself. Okay, this is from the fourth quarter. Okay, yes, it is in millions. But when you see the comma, that's billions. All right, this is the fourth quarter report. You guys, I don't know if you see it live yet. So I'll wait a second for it to catch up. Okay. So here's how to look at it. This is fourth quarter. See, it says here millions up top. So you can see revenues. You see how they go 2019 to 2020? For some reason on this last report, they jumped a year. Why they're doing that, I don't know. That's very suspect. But as you can see, this is in millions. So when you see a number like this with the comma, this is actually 14,707,000,000. Down here, this is 938 million. But when you see the comma, that's telling you it's billions. So, as I was saying earlier, and we'll take another quick peek at that, at the overall. And we'll talk here in just a second. I'm just finishing up looking at this real quick. So, just to show you, so here's a good example. One of many. In December 28, 2019, there were 1,630,000,000. Now they are at 75 million. You don't have to know a lot of math to know 1.6 billion is a bigger number than 75 million. That is cash provided by operations. It's one example. All right, I don't want to dwell on this report. I just wanted to be clear and show you that it is in fact billions. Where was that? Just trying to find like a real good number, because their reports are also very vague. They don't just say, hey, look, this is what we got. You know, they like to jumble this all up and try to confuse you. Okay, so we'll look at these last two real quick. Revenues in 2019, before the pandemic, when they were at their high, 20,877,000,000. January 2nd, 2021, 16,249,000,000. But this is including loans. Free cash flow, 292 million. Now it's like I had explained to you earlier. Now they have 685, but that's out of $23 billion cash that was lent to them. What they have left is 700 million. You do the math. 2019, December, total segment operating income, 4 billion. It is now 1,332,000,000, 67% down. Okay, I've more than proven the point and shown you what's going on. You guys can see this at thewaltdisneycompany.com, investor relations. All the numbers are there. Amazingly, their stock has gone back up because you could see this morning around lunchtime, it was down. Can you guys see this? Let me share it since I'm here. Okay, it's at 190.91. It took a massive dip today. At 10:35, it was down to 188. 10:38, 188. Went up a little bit again. 189. And then it took a massive dive down. 188 at lunchtime. Went up a little bit, back again down at around 1:13 p.m. Now it seems to be going back up again, which, keep in mind, part of why Disney only has that little cash left is why? Because they rebuy their stocks. Disney knows that regardless of how much cash they have on hand, if the stock market says their stocks are worth money, then everyone feels okay. How do stocks have money? Because people are buying and trading them. So what does Disney do? Disney constantly, and this has been known for a long time, Disney constantly buys back their own shares to inflate and make it look like things are going good, as if people are buying their shares. But in reality, they buy their own shares, they buy their own movie tickets, and part of George Lucas' deal selling to Lucasfilm was 4.05. But in reality, 2 billion of that was cash and 2 billion was stocks. And in that same deal, it literally says, with the understanding that in the next 2 years, this was in 2012, that Disney will be buying back all of those stocks. So at the end of the day, George ended up with 4.05 cash, assuming he sold them all back. But that was part of the deal, that they would give the stocks as an asset and then they would buy them all back. If you want to see that, because I will never, ever lie to you guys. If you want to see that news, let me find it. Press releases. Okay, if you go to onthewaltdisneycompany.com, you go to news. It's the last tab on the right top. You go to press releases. You go to all, view all, and then you scroll down and you go to October 30th, 2012. It is page, I think it's page 9. Sure is. Disney to acquire Lucasfilm Limited, page 9, October 30, 2012. And there's two key important pieces here. Transaction value is 4.05 billion, with Disney paying, can you guys see this? I think you can. Okay. Under the terms of the agreements and based on the closing price of Disney stock on October 26, 2012, the transaction value is 4.05 billion, with Disney paying approximately half of the consideration in cash and issuing approximately 40 million shares at closing. The final consideration will be subject to customary post-closing balance sheet adjustments. Let me find it. By the way, Kathleen Kennedy, current co-chairman of Lucasfilm, will become president of Lucasfilm, reporting to Walt Disney Studios' Alan Horn. She never had to report to Bob Iger, by the way, guys. For all this time, I know a lot of people have been mad at Bob Iger, and that's not to say that he wasn't involved, because he's one of the top bosses. But Kathleen Kennedy directly reports to Alan Horn. Most people did not know this, and he's been staying quiet in the background. But he's the Darth Sidious here, not Bob Iger. He's the one that's been letting KK run rampant and do all this mess. Alan Horn. And furthermore, just in December, there's a press release. You can find it under news. And Alan Horn was renewed. So this whole time, KK has been under Alan Horn. Let's see. Content. I think it's here. Under the terms of the agreement, Disney will buy Lucasfilm for $4.05 billion, consisting of approximately 50% cash and 50% in Disney stock. Based on Friday's closing price of Disney stock, we expect to issue approximately 40 million Disney shares in this transaction. We continue to believe our shares are attractively priced at current levels, and therefore we currently intend to repurchase all of the shares issued within the next 2 years. Disney shares, we continue. I'm going to highlight it right here. We continue to believe our shares are attractively priced at current levels, and therefore we currently intend to repurchase all of the shares issued within the next 2 years. And that's in addition to what we plan to repurchase in the absence of the transaction. So as you can see, this is just one piece of proof, but there's several pieces of proof. Disney rebuys their shares, but also that in reality, Lucasfilm got half cash with loan bunch of shares, and Disney was going to buy back all those shares anyway. So at the end of the day, he got $4.05 billion cash. Okay, so there it is. If you guys want to look at it, I just showed it. As always, when I tell you something, guys, know that I am telling you the truth, and I can show you where it's coming from. So let's go back into this chat and see what you guys are talking about. Okay. Okay. Pedos on Twitter harassing Gina. Yeah, well, I regret. Brian Sink, I agree with you. He screwed up big time. Yesterday was the last stroke. Star Wars is dead. This is as far back as the chat goes, so sorry guys if I missed anything. For a lot of people that were just kind of hanging on, yep, yesterday Gina Carano, that did it. That was it. That's what they do. This is pretty boring, yeah. Gina was a real person. Peter Wood doesn't like real down-to-earth people, so they sacked her. Yep. Learning? Somehow doubt that. Yeah, I know. They certainly aren't learning. Exactly, Pat. What? Yeah, you said it, Private Eye. This is just an economic circle jerk, yes. I wonder if Steve Jobs were alive, would he have said anything about the state of the company? He was, after all, the biggest individual stockholder at the time. You know, I don't know. Part of me wants to say yes, of course. But, you know, Steve was also a little bit shifty. And, you know, you always want to make your company look good. So I don't know how much he would be. I think their anxiety comes across. Yeah. Oh, they rushed. This investor call was very condensed and very rushed. Usually they get into detail and talk about how great they are and everything's going good. They usually have like 5 or 7 people ask questions. I think they had 3 people. I mean, this was very rushed. No mention of Luke Skywalker. No mention of Gina Carano. Hell, they didn't even mention Marvel or Star Wars. They just like in and out. Let's get out of here. I can't wait to leave in an hour, James says. We should boycott Disney Star Wars more effectively. Doing that to Solo was awesome. So now they're a TV franchise with Star Wars. If we boycott the Star Wars TV shows, they will be forced to sell it. Okay. As I've said in many videos and streams, I'm pretty sure by the middle of 2021, Lucasfilm will be sold. They have no choice. They are bleeding billions of dollars. The #1 property that has been nothing but a nightmare for Disney is Star Wars, which is amazing because anyone else on this planet, an 8-year-old, could have gotten possession of Star Wars and would be just living it up. And Disney managed to fuck it up. I still stand by the position that in the next few months they will have no choice. They will sell off Lucasfilm, and it's very possible that George Lucas gets it back. Not only does he get it back, but he gets it back for cheaper than what he sold it for. Disney already did this with the Power Rangers. They bought the Power Rangers, completely wrecked the franchise. Nobody wanted anything to do with it, and they sold it back for half of what they bought it for. Disney's pride is going to make them hold on as long as they can, but I just showed you they have $600 million cash available when they just had $23 billion. This Gina thing yesterday is not going to help. They probably lost 5-10 million subscribers alone yesterday. Today, yesterday, past 24 hours. Plus, not everybody's on Twitter. Not everybody knows. Give it another week. Give it another 2 weeks. You're going to see they're going to lose a massive amount of people. There is no Mandalorian. There's nothing to watch with Star Wars. The only thing that's really going on is WandaVision, and that's very... So there's not even a reason to have the subscription, never mind to tolerate Disney's nonsense. I stand firm. They will be selling Lucasfilm in the next few months. They have no choice. That or somebody's going to come in and give them, I don't know, another $20 billion cash. That's possible. But, man, I feel sorry for that sucker. Outside of someone coming with a heavy wad of cash, they're going to have to sell Lucasfilm. They made their money on Marvel. They're still paying off Fox, but they ain't going to let that go. So, the one thing that has been a thorn in their side from day one has been Star Wars. Lucasfilm will get sold in 2021. Who gets it? I have no clue. But I would think at this point, anybody would be better than what Disney has done to Star Wars. I think the best home for it is Netflix. I'm not a huge fan of Netflix. I hate that cuties bullshit. But we saw what they did with Cobra Kai. They respected the franchise. They put a ton of love into it. They let the people that are truly about that franchise do it, not get involved and not get political and not do all this extra. I think if Netflix got Star Wars, we could have Star Wars back. The problem with Lucas is I don't know that he wants to deal with it. Even if he got, I don't know, hopefully, even just as an investment, buy it back, George. Give it, have, like, this is part of the problem, guys. None of his kids wanted it, which is like, you want to pull your hair out. So he just was like, screw it, I'm going to sell it. Maybe Jet, because I saw somebody mention Jet, how does he feel now? Maybe Jet is thinking like, damn it, I should have never let this happen. I should have just taken control and hired people. You don't have to be involved. Just keep control of the property. So I don't know what will happen. The best blessing would be George buys it back, makes money on the sale or the purchase at this point, and then he just controls the property. He fires all these freaking nutballs, and we maybe get Star Wars back. He very much has made it clear he doesn't want to be involved because it's just a whole ton of work and he wants to spend time with his family. But maybe at this point, if he got control of back, he'd said, okay, I'm going to make my sequel trilogy, fix this mess, and that's it. We will see what happens. I'm very confident that Lucasfilm will get sold this year. They have no choice other than double down, hold on to their pride, and keep bleeding. Maybe we should play the GameStop game with Disney. Yeah. Cancel Disney Plus is trending on Twitter. Good. Is it trending again? Let me look, because it was last night. And I encourage all of you, if you have Twitter, if you have any social media, cancel culture I've been seeing all day. I don't see cancel Disney Plus. If you have Twitter, even if you don't have anything like to write, just post hashtag cancel Disney Plus. That alone. We need to get it trending again. It was trending last night. Disney cooks the books. Those low numbers are probably still wrong. Yeah, no, absolutely. GameStop game indeed, yes. Save the great story of franchise. Get the politics out of sports. Get the politics out of everything. Stop with this bullshit. They're digging their own graves. Bob sounds sleepy, yeah. Hashtag we love Gina Carano. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Yes. Hopefully Dune is awesome. I hope so too. We've talked about this a little bit before. It looks, from what I've seen, it looks cool. I don't know. We'll see. But from what I've seen, it looks cool. Oscar Isaac is a good actor, so I have hopes for it. Most people stuck at home and still did not watch the Super Bowl. I didn't watch it. I always loved sports. I was very, like, when I was in high school, elementary, high school, I just was good at all sports. I'm not saying like I was Michael Jordan at all sports, but I could go to the park and hit a baseball. I could throw the football. I was really good at as like a receiver and catching interceptions. Soccer or real football. I was a skateboarder for 6 years. I was always into sports. Love sports. A little bit of weightlifting. I used to play everything. I was an athlete to the point where I could pick up a lacrosse stick, I could pick up a football, whatever, and I could play. I'm not saying I dominated the field, but I could play. And at a good to excellent level. And I always loved sports. I used to be an NBA nut. I used to go to so many basketball games, NBA games. But over the years, you just get tired of it. Sports, like many things, are a distraction to keep you distracted from what's really going on in the world. And I'm not downing anyone that's into sports or, don't value what sports can be. But they have become just this, like Twitter, a cesspool of nonsense. Anyways, I didn't watch Super Bowl. I haven't really watched the past few. And Super Bowl usually falls on my birthday. If not on my birthday, within 2-3 days, right, or always around. Many of my birthdays have been on the Super Bowl. Or like my birthday would be Friday and the Super Bowl is Sunday. It's like always right there. And I don't even know who played in the Super Bowl. That's how little I care. I remember hearing something about the Chiefs and Tom Brady. That's about all I know. Say goodbye to Disney. Yeah, they're pushing it. They're really pushing it. They are holding on by a thread, guys. And they can deny it. They can, make it try to look good, but the numbers don't lie. And there's, of course, the Mickey Mouseketeers out here that are just, they still go to the parks and they still insist and they love Disney. Meanwhile, they're filming in concentration camps in China and standing with racists, openly standing. We support racists. High Republic authors that literally state they hate white people, they hate white men. Disney supports them, but fires Gina Carano. I have Dune with Patrick Stewart and Sting. Nice. He sounds anxious to me. Yes, he was very anxious. They were in a rush to get that call over. I have never seen that call go so fast. Disney just keeps slapping fans' faces. How much will we take? That's up to you guys. I'm called Not My Star Wars. I walked out of Force Awakens, was like, that's it. Star Wars is done. So that's up to you guys. I'm not here to tell you guys what to do. But all I can tell you is I'm not my Star Wars. You do the math. Wait, Disney, the Rockefeller of our times. Yes. They might as well turn Galaxy Edge into a Bitcoin farm, make more money that way. Yeah. And again, that getting involved with sports betting, and yet they're controlling the sports networks. I don't understand how this even can be talked about. Never mind, they're a monopoly. It's insanity. The Better Business Bureau is asleep on the wheel. letting the oligarchs consolidate monopolies. Yes, they sure are. Why? Because they're padding their pockets. I think the prequels messed up Boba Fett, to be honest. Everybody has different feelings on that. Attack of the Clones is my favorite prequel movie, and I love the idea that all the clones that all of you love are Boba Fett. I love it. You would not have clones, Mandalorians, Darksaber, the Mandalorian show. None of it if it wasn't for Boba Fett. I love that Rex and Cody and all these people that everybody gets all excited for. You're welcome on behalf of Boba Fett. I love it. Boba Fett is your daddy. Even Django exists because of Boba Fett. Haha, tough question, yes. I still need to watch the Clone Wars. Not really. We are out of money. Why can't you understand that? Yeah, you're right, Private Eye. That's exactly. I think the prequels made Boba interesting. Of course, one of the last remaining clones would become the best bounty hunter. Yes, I agree, Deck Tunics. I think the Sarlacc pit messed up Boba Fett, to be honest. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He, in the EU books, he got shredded. His suit was totally shredded. He was all burnt up by acid. You know, certainly he got screwed up. But he's also the only person that's ever going to come out. Being short of, like, you know, Luke Skywalker or, you know, Sidious or something, you're not going to get out of the Sarlacc pit, and Boba Fett did. Yeah, Bob, take that tough streaming question. I ain't touching it. You got it. You are right, Bob. Star Wars Disney isn't Star Wars. Nope. And this is for you. My hashtag that I have used forever. Actually, let me do it here. Just a moment. There you go. That is for you, Patrick McNeil. It's only Star Wars by name. Yes, I've talked about this in many live streams, that this isn't Star Wars. This is just fan fiction that has a label on it that says Star Wars. And it makes me sad that so many people call this Star Wars or think that it's Star Wars or that fight for this nonsense. And you're so damn airheaded that you can't even see that it's not Star Wars. It's not. And this is the thing. People sometimes think that, like, it's you just don't like it, so you don't want it to be Star. No. Once you break the continuity of the original story, you're not Star Wars. You have decanonized yourselves, Disney. You chose that, not us. It's so stupid. You cannot watch all 9 movies in a row and be like, yeah, that's Star Wars. I mean, and if you really take that stance, my God, are you an airhead? Don't just watch the OG Clone Wars. See West CW. Yeah, watch the old original 2003, 2005. Those are amazing. The Filoni, Baloney, Macaroni Clone Wars. Boba Fett survived the Sarlacc pit. Yes, he does. Does China even have Disney Plus? I don't know officially, but even if they had access to it, they ain't gonna go for it. They're not. It's not gonna fly there. Shanghai Disneyland was a mistake. Yes, it sure was. And look how buddy Disney is with Disney. It's funny, since China is blatantly racist, yet Disney allies with them. You got it. Deck Tunics. Hong Kong Disneyland was a mistake. Yes. Horror Nation. Why'd you take your message away, bro? It's all about money. They are woke because sponsors are woke. Yep. Well, it's not just money. It's also them virtue signaling. That's a big part of it. Trying to have an image. It's almost as if Disney are a bunch of hypocrites. Almost. Private Eye. There are two different ones. I believe there are. And there's France and Russia. There's a few Disneys. I believe there are Shanghai and Hong Kong. I think there might be. I don't know for sure, but I want to say yes. I literally stumbled in on this live stream, and it's paid off tenfold. Very interesting. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Joel Reyes. Disney is a business. Yeah, well, I think they've forgotten that. Hi, Joel. They are, yes. I guess you guys are buddies, Wes and Joel. Here's a plan. We bring down Disney. They are forced to sell Lucasfilm, and it goes back to George Lucas for a ridiculous price. That might just happen, Brain. God, no one in these conferences calls ever has any balls to ask real questions or call them out. I've listened to WWE conference call year after year, and no one ever brings up the terrible ratings. Yeah, I know. It's one of them should have said, "Hey, what the hell happened with Gina Carano? What the hell is going on over there?" But of course, they're not going to do that. And this is partly because they monitor who gets on the call. Now, again, usually they have like 5 to 7 people. I think they had 3 this time. They were like, "Let's just get out of here because this is a mess." Lucas fires KK. That'd be the day. Yes, it would. Boycotting and flooding their Star Wars sites makes our message clear. Yes. I think another company could buy Lucasfilm. It very well may happen. Scamdemic. Yes. Anyone remember Rian Johnson's trilogy? Neither does Lucasfilm. Yep. George Lucas should take it back. Yeah, we can only hope, guys. We can only hope. It's the only way that Star Wars will come back. And for all of you that were like, Star Wars is back, Star Wars is saved. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you guys got to start waking the fuck up. Disney Star Wars merchandise flopped. Yep. They just came out with a whole series of toys for the 50th anniversary. Which I don't know why they're doing a 50th anniversary when Star Wars is 44 years old. But anyways, this 50 celebration of toys. And you got Jar Jar Binks there, but no Rey, no Kylo, no Rose. Not one sequel trilogy toy. But you got Jar Jar Binks. That's a good point. It's like a gambler doubling down instead of walking away. Yes, we talked about that earlier. And that's literally these guys' pride. You see, here's the thing. If Disney came out, Bob Iger, KK, whoever, but if, let's say Bob Iger came out and was like, "Listen, guys, I'm sorry. We fucked up. We thought we knew what we were doing. We thought we were going to do it better. We wanted to do this Disney way, but we acknowledge that we fucked up. We're so sorry, and we're going to do our best to emulate George Lucas from this point out." Like that. They would get a ton of faith and another chance. But they're never going to do that. Never. Pride. And they will keep doubling down and firing Gina Carano. Meanwhile, they're backing a group of racists. Sooner or later, George selling to the mouse was inevitable. If the fans would have been a little more appreciative, if his kids would have taken the damn franchise, because in George's heart, obviously he would have liked his kids to step up, whether they went 3 ways, whether Jet stepped up. I mean, those kids, man, geez, how could you? I understand it's a huge pressure and all that, but how could you not want to control the asset of Star Wars? Hire other people to run it for you, but how can you want to? It's insane. And I know they're all regretting that shit. I haven't said anything because I've been trying to surprise you guys with a video coming up, but George Lucas was almost the CEO of Disney. That's all I'm going to tell you. I have a video for you guys, and your jaw is going to drop because George Lucas came this close to taking over control of Disney, believe it or not. This was before selling. I got lag, so I just heard you talking about the Force Ghost. Interesting. Shows not talking about his Force Ghost reveals they are clueless. Could have been genius. Yes, they could have done many things, and they didn't. But that video is in my, if you look through, you're going to see Anakin's Force Ghost was never in the cards or never in the plan for Disney Star Wars. Something like that is the title. And I show you the proof of the Lucasfilm employees stating that they never even thought about it, never mind created Force Ghosts. Because a lot of people were saying there were scenes and there was going to be a Force Ghost and blah, blah, blah. Nope. Wasn't even in the conversation. Now, not everybody at Lucasfilm communicates. I know that the division that's supposed to be making those types of effects said there was no, maybe they discussed it, JJ and KK, in a meeting. I don't know. I can't speak for everyone and everything at Lucasfilm. But I know that the people that would be responsible for making that Force Ghost literally said, we didn't make any Force Ghosts. It wasn't even a consideration. Oh gosh, I'm afraid so. Sooner or later selling to Disney. Yeah. So the same reason why shows with terrible ratings get renewed instead of canceled, i.e. Batwoman. Yes, exactly. Cancel Disney Plus. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. They don't know how to make Star Wars. How could they not bring his ghost up? Well, you answered yourself. They don't know how to make Star Wars. There you go. They have to double down to stay afloat. Yep. That would have been an awesome story arc. Vader trying to save the world from what he set in motion. I saw that earlier. First, that would have to be written very carefully. Second, it sounds cool, but that would be if Return of the Jedi didn't exist, because that totally contradicts Luke's redeeming of Vader. So I'm not trying to shoot down your idea. That actually could have been something cool, but it contradicts, like, that was the whole point of Luke redeeming his father. So for him to be trying to save the world and all that, it wouldn't make any sense. I do like the idea, though. That's it. Like, 3 people got to ask. Not a good look. No, not a good look. I really like your comments, Aniba. I wonder what Jet Lucas thinks about Disney's handling of his father's legacy. I'm sure he's pulling his hair out. This sounds like spin. Yeah, it was a spin, all right. It was like the laundromat. Unrelated, but finding it interesting, KK was Weinstein's assistant for years. Yeah, again, Leslie Headland. Walt Disney might be spinning in his grave, given the recent track record of the company. Oh, I know he's rolling in his grave. And Walt Disney himself was not perfect. He had his dirt. But, man, you know what he did have? He did have pride in his work, and he very much cared about the not the illusion, but like the appearance of Disney. He very much wanted you, even if there was little hidden shit in all his stuff, he very much wanted it to be a magic place for people to come and be blown away. And, you know, he is definitely rolling around in his grave. Patrick O'Neill, she was, yes. Leslie Headland was. KK might have played a role in the Me Too campaign. It wouldn't surprise me. Everyone has dirty little secrets in this corporate life of theirs. Yes. Crazy to think that KKK helped produce one of my favorite films, Jurassic Park. It is crazy because she's attached to so many things. But remember something, guys. Producers don't really have anything to do with the film. They tend to be the one that puts up the money, and they tend to be the one that facilitates the production. They make sure that the director and the crew have everything they need, but they're not the creative. They're not the one in charge or running things. The director is who really makes the film, and obviously also in editing. But producers often get this credit, and you know, and in music, it's a totally different thing. Producer is literally the DJ or producer that makes the music track. Then you have, like, when you look in a, well, nowadays there's no tape or album covers or stuff like that, CDs. But if you look inside the records, you'll see written by, that's the lyricist, the singer, the rapper, whatever, wrote the lyrics that you hear. Producer is the guy that made the music. In movies, it's different. Producer is just the facilitator of the production, not really directly tied to what's going on. They just kind of make the thing happen. There's a liaison between the studio and the production, and they make sure that the actual people that make the film have what they need. So she gets credit because her name shows up on these movies, but she really didn't do much more than get coffee. The other day I've seen a video about KK. Apparently she was endorsed by feminist lobby to become a Hollywood executive. Yeah. Yeah, don't let the door hit you. Yeah, exactly. Feminist, yeah, I got you, brain sync. Well, that was weak. It's kind of what I expected, yeah. She was the weakest link on making Jurassic Park or the indie films for that matter. Yeah, she's just there, just has her name on it. She didn't really have anything to do with the stuff. So a lot of people are like, oh, her name's all over all the greatest movies. Spielberg did that. Lucas did that. The actors did that. Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, E.T., all these things that her name is on, she didn't really have anything to do with them. She's just fortunate to be the coffee girl that got in good with these guys and has her name on it. And I'm not saying that she didn't have any involvement, but it's more so, again, facilitating the production and sometimes putting up money. It's not that she physically was a part of the film, that what you love, Ghostbusters, Jurassic, whatever, that she had influence on the film, because she didn't. She had influence on the production, which is important. I'm not saying it's non-existent, but it's not the same thing. The actual film you saw, you thank George, you thank Steven, you thank, these people. Because KK had no parts of that. Holy crap, that's a lot of money. Yeah. That they lost? Yes. Disney's very definition of reduce. Hey, Tomcat, the player 920. Disney, I really love your avatar. You got it like the right zoom there with his eyes. I really like it. Disney is the very definition of the reverse Midas touch. Just looking at ESPN's rapidly falling ratings since they bought them out is a sight to behold. Yep. She made her career on the wave of success of talented people around her. Exactly. Let them burn. Yeah. I mean, they chose this. If Disney just made honest mistakes, we messed up, we thought, people would give them so much leeway, but they literally purposely destroyed Star Wars, insult the fans. I mean, they asked for this. If they keep up the crap, then expect Disney Plus subscribers to be down that percentage by this time next year as well. Yes, absolutely. This is a great example of putting all your eggs in one basket. Exactly. $100 million bonus, I'd be fine with just $1 million. Thank you, lol. Yes, she got a $100 million bonus. Now, granted, she didn't get it all at once. It's like over, I want to say 10 years, but still, it's signed. She got renewed. She got her salary and a $100 million bonus. Losing that money, yeah. Golden parachutes when the company goes belly up. Was it 100 million or 10 million? I got to look back, guys, to be absolutely sure. But even if it was 10 million, okay, still. Golden parachutes when the company goes belly up and they ask Joe Biden for a bailout. Yeah, which might happen, guys. Because remember, Biden is tied to China. Disney is tied to China. We're all adults here. I don't need to explain it to you. They are pushing it really hard. I think they know they're in quicksands. Yep, How much do you think it will go up tomorrow? Do you mean the stocks? Coolness? I'm not sure your exact question there. I believe you mean the stocks? It's hard to say. Amazon and Google will end up buying Disney. It's possible. I mean, they got the money. I know that Apple, Amazon, they're sitting on a ton of cash. I mean, they could buy it like that. They wouldn't even blink. So, but I don't think that either one would truly respect. Apple shits all over their own customers. So I don't want them to have Star Wars. Amazon avoids paying taxes because they have international, they do shit as an international entity. So, I mean, all these corporations are dirty. So, meanwhile, I got to pay taxes out of my ass like all of you, barely surviving. Man, with that money, I could be God. Yep. Do you understand that $1 million could change the lives of several families? Never mind $1 billion. $1 million. That's why they're going all in before the collapse, just like the larger economy as a whole. It's all about to crash, so get ready. Yeah, I think you're correct. Absolutely. And Disney's like, fuck it at this point. They have to pay that loan back too. They never will. They already, business analysts have already calculated that Disney's not going to profit till 2025. That's assuming that we come out of the pandemic and things get back to normal and everybody hasn't left Star Wars. They actually come out with stuff that people are interested in, that the parks start running and making what they were making. They won't make a profit till 2025. So government bailout, yeah, could happen. Man, is Disney in the negatives? Yikes. They are 50+ billion in debt. Thank you for subscribing, California Ranger. They will have to tighten their belts. That's what they said 1 or 2 calls ago. I literally watch my old live streams. You're going to see they literally said, well, we're tightening the belt. Thanks for subscribing. Jumped on me here. Christian Zubka. Sorry if I got it wrong. I appreciate it though. And I know that was a while ago. It shows me later. Thanks for subscribing. Trick Shots 212. That guy says, hello, blessings plus well wishes to all. Good to see you as always, brother. That guy says, government won't bail out an entertainment company. You think? I bet they will. I bet they will. Especially Disney. Oh, yes, they will. George is just watching from the sidelines and sipping a pina colada. Yeah. Just like Paramount. These numbers are much worse than I have ever heard. Oh, yeah, it's bad. They are considered essential services. KK didn't like Lucas but didn't express it, but she got his franchise and destroyed it. It's almost 70 billion. Private Eye. They might sell. I think they absolutely are going to have to. KK is realizing the feminist lobby plan for revenge on men. Yes. Send a feminist to Iraq and see how it goes. Yep. Arrogant launch model. Now they're really paying for it. Oh, yes, they are. Just want to see this mega corporation fail to the ground. They're already laying people off, so I guess the little guy is already screwed. Oh, they have let off over 100,000 employees. How come they're not making videos or speaking up? How come nobody's mentioning them? Because Disney continues to play with billions of dollars, and meanwhile, there's a ton of their employees that are And if you watch Clownfish TV, they've spoken about it many times. There's like a food pantry thing that they do for the employees, and Disney's not even helping, funding it, nothing. There's outside individual people that are donating and running that thing at this point. If nothing else, Disney could make sure that their employees at least have a meal or 3 meals a day. Disney, the mouse does not give a fuck about you. I have said this so many times. The mouse does not give a fuck about you. And for those of you that blindly support Disney, I feel so sorry for you because they are using you. Imagine if Disney goes bankrupt. That'd be history, and it might happen. Star Wars and the Revenge of the Fans, yes. And then Disney is bought by Winnie the Pooh. Ouch. The U.S. government will give them money. Too big to fail. Yep. 50 billion. Jesus, yes. And those are hard numbers. If you look at my other streams, you're going to see, like, I show you the literal math, where it comes from, the hard numbers. It's not me guessing. It's that. Growing up as a gamer, I know better. That, to be fair, that does include what I said, the 23 billion in cash loans they got. They first got like 11 billion. Then they got 23 billion, and then you've got the losses from the parks and everything else. And that's what's on paper, what they admit. That's not the missing money from toy sales, the missing money from the EU books that are now legends. That's not the missing money from games, okay? And yes, they're making some money on Baby Yodas, but they're not making, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars and staying afloat with Baby Yoda. Nope, sorry, they're lying to you. Nope. Not every kid in America has a Baby Yoda. Nope. And I've seen, you know, there are kids that have them. I'm not denying that. But it's not a phenomenon like a pet rock where every freaking person has one. Nope. Who here knows a pet rock? If you know pet rock, type a PR in the chat. Let's see who knows what a pet rock is. And I'll tell you guys for those that don't know. Growing up as a gamer, Jose Molina. Growing up as a gamer, I know better than to pre-order or subscribe to anything in the digital age. Yes, do not ever nowadays prepay, subscribe, do any of that stuff until you see the goods. 53% down in consumer products. Dang. Yep. Boycott them. Hey, that's on you guys. Again, I'm not my Star Wars, so you see where I am at. Jose, you get Cyberpunk, swimming in red ink. Yes. After that, after what they've done to Star Wars, karma. Exactly. Disney executives talking about not my Star Wars. He is too dangerous to be left alive. Good. Be afraid. Be very afraid, Disney. Now I am confused. Maybe open another report. Which part? The billions, millions? Yeah, it's just they show so much stuff, and I'm thinking about a bunch of stuff. Their reports are in millions, but when you see it, whenever you see a comma, that's indicating that they're in the billion bracket. So anytime you look through those reports, if you see like 12, 630, that's 12 billion, 630 million. I just had to remember because I have so much stuff in my head. Hopefully that clarifies. But anytime you see the comma, it's because it's millions, but since you've exceeded so much in the millions, right, there's the comma, and therefore it's billions. So if you ever look at those reports, if you need me to clarify or show you something else, let me know, and I have no problem. I'll open it back up and I'll show you exactly. But I think that's what you were asking. Karma, yes. I'll tell you one thing. George Lucas knew how to sell action figures. These people, his huge corporation, Disney, doesn't have a clue how to. That's embarrassing. Walt Disney himself would be shaking his head. Yes. Guys, it's not hard to sell Star Wars. I know some of you are younger here. Some of you are casual fans. There's a ton of people like me that were at the first movie when it came out. And we have been carrying this thing for all of you. And I'm not saying like you owe us or we're special. I'm just saying You guys have Star Wars because of guys like me spending thousands and thousands of dollars, hours and hours watching this stuff, loving it, reading the magazines, playing the games, watching the movies, being in the forums, all these types of things. So you had fans from the 70s. Then you had the younger of you from the 90s and 2000s. And then you had these new kids. You had 3 generations, plus cell phones, plus the internet, plus social media. Force Awakens should have made $5 billion, like not even thinking about it. And they managed to break this thing. No, but did you know CD Projekt Red owns GOG, a direct competitor to Epic Games, which Sony has interest in? Maybe why they pulled it. Also, GOG was in talks to partner with Microsoft. We're going to need a bigger loan. Yep. D says, lol. Who knows? There's a million parts of the lol out here. Also, CD Projekt Red, has released prior games in a 12-year development time. Are they not showing 2020 because they're blaming the pandemic on the loss? I wonder if that excuse would hold any weight. I don't know what's going on there. Because, they've talked about the pandemic for several reports now, all last year. The year report, the quarter reports. They said in like the last report that, we're going to only report certain things. We're just going to report what we think it should be reported and blah, blah, blah. And even in this stream, if you caught it, they said, well, under our new reporting structure, blah, blah, blah. So I guess they're not even going to be like totally transparent and show you really what's going on all the time. They're just going to make contrast like, well, at this period we were this and at this period we are that. Like they're not even showing their stockholders what's really going on. I don't think it was a mistake. The report is consistent. All of it is from 2019 to 2021. Now, I would have to go through and truly compare the reports and look at the physical numbers to see if it's a typo or not. But for it to be a typo in the entire report, plus knowing how Disney does things, plus knowing their financial situation, I'm very confident that they did that on purpose. You think they'd notice, and if you play the game, it's broken. More like hacked, if you ask me. Yeah, I heard a bunch of mess with Cyberpunk. Wokeness is bringing down Hollywood. Yep. Yahoo. They are watering Star Wars down with terrible characters, and now they got rid of a hottie character people like. Geez. Yeah, she was very popular. And I'm not like some huge Gina Carano, Cara Dune fan. I've been critical of Cara Dune. Not like terribly. She's not the worst thing, but what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And Disney fucked up. I finished Cyberpunk. It was all right. Nothing fancy. Looked pretty. The irony of Megacorp pulling strings from beyond the veil. Oh, and Disney has been collaboration with Epic Games, which owns Fortnite, by the way. Cyberpunk just sucked. CD Red did themselves and hit it only to apologize after they suckered everyone. Yeah, that was a huge mess. I'll say it forever. Again, don't buy stuff before. I know, listen, I know, guys. Saw the first Star Wars the day it came out, and that's just Star Wars. Never mind G.I. Joe, Mask, Transformers, all these things that I grew up with. I've been a gamer for over 40 years. I've played Pong. I've played all of them. So I know the excitement of getting the discs the premiere day and being the first one to play and having the movie the second it comes out and pre-ordering and getting the bonus and blah, blah, blah. But nowadays, guys, you see how they act. They have gotten you so programmed that we'll just dump out shit and they're going to prepay for it. Never mind just buy it. They're going to prepay for it. And you have to teach them a lesson that ain't going to work no more. That the game needs to be out for a month before you say, okay, now that I see I can trust you, now I might buy it. Now we'll open the conversation of me buying it. as opposed to them knowing that they got you. That was the Luke Skywalker thing, guys. I've said it time and again, but for anybody that's new, Luke Skywalker was not for you. Don't be foolish. They didn't give you Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian because they care. They did that because they are tanking. We just saw the numbers. They only got 7 million subscribers with Luke Skywalker and Boba Fett and Bo-Katan, and that's all they managed to do. Luke was not for you. Luke was to sucker you. And all these people that got excited, it's back, Star Wars is saved, blah, blah, blah. You got played. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. You got played. Luke Skywalker was not for you. They did it for them. You will never see Luke Skywalker again. People talking about Luke Skywalker show. I feel so sorry for you. You will not see Luke Skywalker again. That was a marketing scam to get you back excited. And less than a week, Pablo Hidalgo goes and fucks that up. Then you got High Republic making ridiculous woke shit, and it turns out they're all racist. And then Disney comes out and says, we stand with these races. And now they fire Gina Carano, who is the sweetest girl, just being honest, and hasn't attacked a single person. She has not said one negative or hateful thing. And everybody's trying to spin it like she's this devil. And Disney sits here and looks at this, watches this, and plays along with it. Filming Mulan in prison concentration camps in China. And you all want to support Disney and believe that Luke Skywalker saved Star Wars. Wake the fuck up. The mouse does not give a fuck about you. Never has, and most certainly never will, especially nowadays. I'll say it forever. George Lucas is a true genius, one in a billion. He literally created a multi-billion-dollar empire. He knew how to sell toys, movie hype, tickets, and make good films. Yes, he sure did. And boy, is Disney jealous and pulling their hair out. How come we know better? How come we can't? Because you don't know better. Star Wars is not yours, Disney. That's something you got to get through your heads. It belongs to the fans. It always has, and it always will. You have two choices. Respect it and make real Star Wars, or continue to make your fan fiction and suffer. It's really simple. They've chosen to do the fan fiction. Here we are. And I will repeat this. Not My Star Wars exists because of Disney. They chose this route, not me. I don't hate Disney. I've always loved Mickey Mouse and the cartoons and went to Disney World and owned a Figment plush toy and all this stuff. Disney chose this bullshit, not me. This is not a hate channel. This is a reality in your fucking face channel. Like most of the cyberpunk genre, yes. I feel sorry for all the people employed in these big corps. So do I. And thank God, thank you, Disney, for pushing me to do this, because although I don't make any money doing this, at least I'm happy and I can vent my frustrations, and I can be here for you guys. I haven't been around here for a while. Glad to see how much you've grown. I still have the Gmail accounts, fan of Not My Star Wars, and your 980th subscriber. Yay. Anyway, nice to see you. Very good to see you, CJ Studios. Thank you so much. Yes, the channel has grown tremendously. Just in the middle of November, I was just reaching 1,000, and here I am about pretty close to 9,400 at this point. I was hoping I'd be at 10,000 already, but it's okay. I'm not complaining. Yeah. Thank you. Good to see you. Lucas getting merchandise rights is where he got his money. That was a big part of it, yes. But those movies also made a shit ton of money, guys. Star Wars, the original Star Wars, made over $3 billion when you adjust for inflation. It cost George Lucas $20 million, and that's everything. Marketing, all of it. It was about $11 million to make the film. So you do the math, 20 million, and you brought in over 3 billion. You do the math. George Lucas on Star Wars alone made more money than Disney has lost, or around what Disney has lost in just this past quarter or a few quarters. Okay? Chew on that. In the 70s, with no internet, there was TV, but not like today where you see all the ads and no social media, no cell phone, okay? Again, thanks for being here, CJ. Good to see you. Don't they support the hypocrisy? Yes. You'd have to do something at that point when investors are dumping your stock. And let's be honest, it's not like one person didn't show up and do their job, i.e. animation, sound, coding. Sorry, it jumped up on me here. Just a second. It's coding, the whole thing. Yeah, no, this is a whole bunch of people. This is all Lucasfilm. This is all Disney doing this bullshit. Okay, I'm reading on the other screen because I can't, the chat only goes back so far, but since I do want to say thank you very much, BrainSync, that's pounds, I believe. So thank you. What was it, a pair? Yeah, unfortunately, it won't let me show the little guy, but you guys can probably see him in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, bro. Well, entire families are at risk. Absolutely. And Disney does not give a goddamn. Entire families at risk. In Spanish, a billion is 1,000 million. So that's correct. Yes, if you want to look at it that way. Yes, absolutely, Private Eye. In retrospective, George Lucas knew how to draw the attention of the crowd. And I hope that answered your question since I see that. Let me know, though, if you need more clarification. George Lucas knew how to draw the attention of the crowd and not water down his characters. His films were in theaters and the shows did well. Absolutely. The whole game has bits and pieces missing across multiple areas. Sounds like a worm. Yeah, I've heard total mess of. I hear that the game looks and is cool, but it's just so broken that it's like they totally got over on people. So he put his heart in his creations. Yep, absolutely. A small studio, you could buy someone, pay someone off, disgruntled workers. Yep. Giving the chair to KK was Lucas' biggest mistake. Yep. Let's talk about that for a second. And I've mentioned this in previous streams, but let me see if I can catch up on the main chat so that we're not having to look over there. Filter way. Let me see if we're caught up on this end. Okay, not quite yet, but I'm getting close. Once I catch up there, I can be more live here. So I know that maybe doesn't make a lot of sense to you guys, but because I'm in StreamYard, the chat is separate. It's the same, but it's separate. Anyways, there is a theory that I saw about a month ago that kind of makes sense. That maybe George Lucas put Kathleen Kennedy there on purpose to fuck up Star Wars. Maybe he literally tasked her, because that would be the biggest, easiest way to do it, is to have someone on the inside and totally make a mess of it. Why? To stick it to Disney and to get it back for less. Now, is George that sneaky and that vindictive? I don't know, but it's a possibility, guys, that he purposely put her in there to fuck this shit up. So just think about that. I'm not saying that KK is good or that she's not doing it on her own or anything like that. I'm just saying it's like the Darth Jar Jar. I'm not saying it's real, but it does fit. So don't discount it. Keep it in the back of your mind that maybe George put her in there as a plant to fuck this thing all up, to make Disney look real stupid and have to sell it back. And you gotta admit, that would be pretty damn brilliant. It does cause a bunch of mess, but if George Lucas gets it back, he just says, hey, guys, don't worry about it. Everything that Disney made was just fake anyway, so don't worry about any of that. It's all fan fiction. It's not canon, so don't worry about it. Now we're going to make the real sequels. Just saying. I'm not saying that is what happened. I'm just saying that it fits and that it is a possibility. Just like Darth Jar Jar, I'm not saying that he truly is a Sith Lord, but he could be. All right, let's try to catch up. Again, thank you, Brain. When I get down there, I can click off of that, but thanks again. It was his biggest mistake, but just saying. Jose, Fallout New Vegas is better than most of the RPGs today, and that's like 10 years old. Yeah, I never got to really play Vegas, maybe like 2 minutes of it, but I did play the previous, which was 3, I think. Loved Fallout. I had, I don't know how many hundreds of hours on that damn thing. I was all over the place. I'm a very like thorough completionist gamer. I'll go into every room, every corner. I want to pick up every item. I want to make every weapon. So I don't remember, but I had like 400 or I don't know how many 100 hours on that game. Something stupid. I used to play that shit all day, every day for months, like 6 months. That's all I did, literally, Fallout. That was a different time. I was younger. Things were different. But literally, I have friends that will tell you for like 6 months. And I'm a gamer. Like I play a ton of games. I have a ton of PlayStation trophies. And that game, I was like for 6 months straight, just Fallout. I got massively hooked on that game. Anyways, I think it was 3. I don't know, but it's easy for Cyberpunk to have changed gaming as whole for the better. EA going to sell soon too. Yeah, possibly. By the way, guys, I do have a gaming channel. I have not been able to do much with it lately because I'm just so busy. But for anyone that's interested, Not My Star Wars Gaming, I have a YouTube and I have a Twitch. On Twitch, it's still Not My Star Wars because I didn't think about it when I made the name. As a matter of fact, I think the 2 months or whatever passed so I could change the name, but Not My Star Wars Gaming. If you look in the description of all my videos and live streams, the links are there. If anyone's interested. I'll be playing Star Wars games and Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see. It's easy for Cyberpunk to have changed gaming as a whole for the better. EA going to sell soon, right? Okay. Disney to Omni consumer products from RoboCop. Yes. Disney. Brain thinks she deceived him like the Emperor. Yeah. Yeah, and like 99%, I'll tell you that's what happened. She fucking, like all of Disney, backstabbed George Lucas. I'm not saying she didn't, but it's not impossible. She's a plant, and she's doing this on purpose. Because, I mean, you really got to try to break this shit. And boy, does she really do it. So it makes you wonder, like, is she that stupid? Or maybe she's really smart. I'm not the most economically literate person in the world. But if I heard them speed up a meeting like that, using the terminology they used, I would get very worried. Yep. And again, it doesn't take math. When you see, 50+ billion in debt, 20, 30, 40 million cash loan, and they're now at $600 million. I mean, you don't have to know math or be a genius to understand that there's a lot less zeros here now than there was here. It's just like some numbers missing. A lot of it, like half the numbers are missing. I mean, I don't blame him. I think he must have been pushed. Lucas, you mean selling? I've talked about it. He sold it because he's had a newborn child He was over it. I mean, for like 35 years, this has been his life. He wanted to make his own little films and do other stuff, mostly because of his child and his wife. Also because he is someone that wants to always be involved. And he said, like, I could have someone else run the company, but then I would just be at the studio every day and I'm involved anyway. So that's not really retiring. So that's why he let it go. It wasn't the prequel hate. It wasn't pressure. It wasn't any of the others. He had 3 times the amount of money that what he sold Star Wars for. He didn't need the cash. He didn't do. In fact, the money that he got from selling Lucasfilm, he donated it to education. So he did it because, you know, again, you do something for 35 years where everybody's up your ass for 35 years, where you don't have a day of break, and you want to spend time with your family. I can't blame you. Live service games are the death blow to studios. Yep. KK lied in his face, promising to preserve his character. She sure did. His wife probably convinced him another woman. Yeah, well, women sometimes, you know, they have influence on us. Am I the only one afraid that all these companies selling will be eventually be bought by China? That's definitely not where the fun begins. And that is maybe where the bailout will come from. If not from Biden, then China. China could come in, buy just millions of shares and give Disney the bailout. And now we've got you by the balls, Disney. And now China controls all of your media. And if you think there's woke stuff in it now, put on your seatbelts, kids. Women. Disney is like Sidious. They love to play semantics to screw people over. Yep. CD Projekt Red did not lie. They were surprised when the game loaded on console. So, yeah, it worked better than expected. Good point, Wes. People were purchasing it because it was down. Yeah. You know, and again, I understand, guys. A collector, a gamer, a sci-fi guy, you know, I totally understand the allure of, like, I got the game pre-ordered. Like, there was games in my past that I knew I was going to play, that I loved, and I pre-ordered them and got the special box tin and the poster and the keychain, and, you know, I fully understand. But we're in a different world now, and you have to question everything, and you got to stop. This is the thing. Back then, it was to support the companies. Now they've gotten complacent and used to it, and they know that we can put out any fucking trash, and they're going to buy. They're going to not just buy it, but they're going to pre-order that shit. So they got bold, just like our government has gotten very bold, because they know they can say or do whatever, and there's not a consequence for it. So I'm talking to you guys, have to make consequences for them. Stop pre-ordering shit. Stop supporting them. Stop saying, oh, but they showed us Luke and Star Wars is back. No, guys. How many black eyes do they have to give you? It's time to say no. The stock went down when people woke up to Gina being fired. Yep. China has been killing American intellectual properties for the past 20 years now. It's why Disney looks like this as well. Tencent Games wants to buy Sony and owns TikTok, I think. Yep. Well, that's coming. If we continue on the path that we are on, soon enough, China's going to own all this shit. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not like trying to put fear or campaign. I mean, literally, this is the path we are headed down, including our government. I'm surprised Tencent doesn't own my house at this point. Oh, they do. You just don't know it. Disney watches us. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they love me. Yeah, the last gen console was never going to work. Well, that's for sure. But if you have a stock PS4 still, you ought to know that. Last console I had was PS3. I've been through very difficult economical times the past few years, so the last console I had is PS3. I play on my laptop what I can, and I play Call of Duty mode on my I wish I had a console, but it is what it is right now. Life is life. I do what I can. Also, Biden blocked the sale of TikTok today. Oh, really? I haven't heard that. It might buy Disney, guys. It's not impossible, guys. Brain sync probably. Disney already practically sold out to Epic Games already. Yep. $1,200 stimulus check. Built a PC, missed the PS4. I do have the Xbox One though. I never liked the Xbox, so PC always the way to go, man. PS4 is worthless. Worth it, but 10-cent gun aim by their library for Epic Store reports, allegedly. Disney is a big rat. Yes, sure is. But didn't Horn recently get replaced by Bergman? I saw that earlier. Okay, yes and no. From day one, KK, there's actually in those news, this is where I'm getting this from, is in those same press conferences, those news. And it was just like in December. Here, as a matter of fact, you know, I'd like to show you the actual, so I will go to the actual thing. Just a moment. Whoops. I went to investor news. It was just recent, so it should be fairly easy to find. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Let me share it with you. It's like I always say, guys, I say a lot of things and know that I can back that shit up. December 21st, 2020, Alan Bergman named chairman, Disney Studios Content, Alan Horn to continue as Chief Creative Officer. Burbank, California, December 21st, 2020. Alan Bergman has been named chairman, Disney Studios Content, and Alan Horn will continue to serve as the division's Chief Creative Officer effective January 1st, 2021. As of today, Bob Chapek, Chief Executive Officer of the Walt Disney Company, as announced today by Bob Chapek, Chief Executive Officer, the Walt Disney Company. Both will report to Chapek. Horn and Bergman have jointly led the studios group and co-chairman since May 2019. So Horn has just gotten an extension for the same position of Chief Creative Officer. Bergman has been promoted. Walt Disney Studio achievements under leadership of Horn and Bergman have been nothing short of extraordinary. Blah, 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 blah. Blowing smoke. They're so fucking great. Blah, 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 blah. Here's what matters. As chairman, Bergman will oversee creative production, marketing, and operations for Disney Studios Content, which encompasses the world-renowned production studios Disney, Walt Disney Animation Studios, Pixar Animation Studios, Marvel Studios, Lucasfilm, 20th Century Studios, Searchlight Pictures, and Blue Sky Studios, as well as Disney Theatrical Productions. Blue Sky, they just announced yesterday, they have shut down. Again, Disney is in financial trouble. As creative, yesterday or the day before, I believe it was yesterday, as Chief Creative Officer, Horn will focus on the creative aspects of the studio's content pipeline, working in partnership with Bergman on its creative approach. The leads of each production studio will continue to dual report to Bergman and Horn on creative matters, including blah, 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 20th Century, Blue Sky, which just got shut down. Sorry, Robert Baird. Walt Disney Studio Motion, Peter Doctor Pixar, Feige Marvel, Stephen Gilula Searchlight, Kathleen Kennedy, President Lucasfilm. That's what I wanted to show you. Okay, so Kathleen has always answered to Horn, and they have continued his contract, and she will continue to answer to Horn. She now dual reports because she also will directly answer to Bergman. But as there's a chain of things, Horn is really the one that's the chief creative that's allowing all this bullshit to go on, all this woke nonsense, Okay, she's directly Kathleen's boss, not Iger. Iger's up there. He does have say over all of this shit. But the one that is allowing High Republic and the Mandalorian and that fired Gina and all this stuff, Alan Horn, Kathleen Kennedy is directly reporting to him. So anyways, I won't bore you with this whole thing. It's there if you guys want to look at it. The WaltDisneyCompany.com. Go to news. You can find it. December 21st, 2020. So D, I hope that answers your question. Patrick McNeil, Disney will pay. Bring back Luke Disney. Yeah, well, you're never going to see Luke again. I'm so sorry, guys. You're not going to see him again. And if you do, it's going to be like a little cheap crumb throw-out thing like they did in Mandalorian. They're never going to redeem Luke and do the show and all that. And Jake Skywalker is concrete. That's what KK wanted. Their agenda is the same, guys. I have proven time and again that Favreau admittedly is going to connect the sequel trilogy with everything else. It's not a, there is this no Civil War and multiverse and all. They are connecting it all. Just weeks ago, High Republic put out a new timeline. Sequel trilogy is right there. It's not going anywhere. Not as long as Disney owns it. So pray that they keep bleeding to death over there and that somebody else buys Lucasfilm. That's our only hope, guys. Because as long as Disney has it, Star Wars is over. Mandalorian is not going to do it. I'm sorry to burst your bubbles, whoever thinks it is. Dude, if China takes Star Wars, yeah, well, could happen. KK is left to run rampant because of the agenda to destroy Western culture. The Great Reset is coming. Yeah. Horn is Sidious. KK is Vader. Iger is doing, yeah, well. Alan Lorne has let his apprentice, Darth KKK, run rampant like Vader did. Yes. All of this, guys, it's not Iger. It's Alan Horn is the one directly responsible for allowing KK to do this mess. And again, you know, Iger is above him. Chapek is now the CEO. They could smack down Alan Horn. But when you understand corporate structure, in general, like, they put these people in place so that they don't have to deal with it. You understand? Like, Alan Horn is there to run that thing. Chapek every day doesn't have time to be watching over Alan Horn. He's trusted them to do that, and that's why he's there, to overlook Feige and KK and all these different creatives. That's on Alan Horn. So all this direct nonsense that we've been getting falls on Alan Horn. He's the one that's behind this, that has been directly allowing this. Now, it is Iger and other people's fault too, because they should have stepped in. But understand that he's in that position for a reason, to run and watch over that stuff. So he's the one that is directly allowing KK to do this nonsense. What is that? Sutaru Warusu Ataku of Zekronis? Translate, please. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Yeah. Horn is Sidious, KK is Vader, Iger is Dooku. Damn autocorrect. Either way, they're all Sith. The Great Reset won't happen yet. We still have guns. Yeah, well, that's another thing, you know. If you have a gun, hold on to it. Because that's what they're trying to do, is take them. And I'm not about going out and shooting people, but the Second Amendment exists for a reason, for this very reason, so that tyranny cannot take over. That's Japanese. I'd welcome that. Okay, yeah, I don't speak Japanese, damn it. Bergman replaced Horn 12/21/20. Well, no, I just read it to you. You saw. It's not that he replaced him. It's that Bergman got moved up. Horn is, as you can see, Alan Horn to continue as Chief Creative Officer. He's always been there. Where did that go? It jumped on me. Damn it. Chat totally jumped on me. Shoot. Man, it really jumped on me. Sorry, guys. Wow, you guys are chatting away. We still have guns. Okay. Actually, the chat just refreshed, so you're right at the right point. That's Japanese. Unless George Lucas or Jon Favreau take control of Lucasfilm. Yeah, well. Yeah, something non-canon Japanese anime Star Wars universe would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Well, that's a good move. Not sure which part, but for now, have you seen the impeachment trial in the last 3 days? Controlled opposition. Trump left our necks open to the cabal. Yes. It's a whole freaking mess. And it doesn't matter if you support Trump or not. If you're not seeing what's going on, holy shit, is our country in trouble. The Blind Swordsman was great. Zitoichi, spelling is wrong. Zoitoichi, I think I recognize that name. It's not the 21st yet. Oh yeah, nothing says confidence quite like buying back your own shares in a panic. Well, that's what Disney has been known to do this for a long time. Impeachment, Trump is a private citizen. Yeah, well, you know, the Constitution doesn't exist to these people. Yeah, well, it's happening. The trial started 3 days ago, and KT is completely unconstitutional. Yeah. Well, just got rid of Hulu as well. Yep. You got the knowledge, bro. Thank you, Mojo. And know that it's not just like I know it all. It's because I spend massive amounts of time researching and looking at the official stuff. You know, I don't go by like some news site said. I'm here on Walt Disney's own site showing you the proof. Do you think the Gina cancellation will hurt Disney financially? Yes, absolutely. I have no doubt they lost several million subscribers in the past 24 hours. That was she was a big reason people were holding on to The Mandalorian. Baby Yoda, which now he's gone, right? And Gina. Nobody cares about Din Djarin. Luke Skywalker was just a quick like, oh, look. So Gina, she was the other mainstay. Grief Karga, but he's not as popular. We all know that. Gina was the second most popular actor. I don't know right now, but at least for a good while now, she's been the second most popular actor in Hollywood. Go look on IMDb. That is like impossible to do. And Disney just fired the second most popular actor in Hollywood. Okay? To put things in perspective. Because they know what they're doing over there. I'm sure they're happy with net neutrality. Yeah, well. Or is it all just smoke? Well, I just told you. Brain sync seems like it. Did you watch the video? Which video? I know it's not right, but I'd never give money to these pedos. I pirate everything at this point. Good for you, bro. I wish I knew a good place to go because Steve Jobs was no better than Bill Gates. Yeah. I had a girlfriend in Miami. Her laptop that she paid like $5,000 for or something like that. This is like 2012-ish. Her laptop stopped working. First of all, to be able to use anything like a USB or, you know, an external drive, you got to buy like an adapter from Apple, which costs like $100 just to be able to do normal shit that I can do on my computer. Her stuff stopped working. Took it to the Apple store because that's the only place you can take it. It's sealed. They wanted $3,000 just to open it, not to fix it or guarantee a solution, or they'll do their best. Just to open it and look at it, they wanted $3,000 on top of what she already had paid for that ridiculous Mac piece of trash. Apple and Xbox are both known for doing that crap. You have to buy their proprietary hard drive and the proprietary cables, and they gouge you. PlayStation, I used to have a terabyte regular Seagate hard drive. $60, $80 at Best Buy. Steve Jobs ain't no saint. He got rich like that by suckering you guys. Red-haired, good slogan. Actually, I'm right. Never mind. Yes, you are right. Whoa. Steve Jobs was no saint. He was the CEO when the controversy over the child labor first started. Correct. Just read the old books. Correct. What a crooked world it weaves. Yes, correct. For a tenth of what they paid for PR. Yes. Holy crap, I was saying what he said today. They will sell it off for a lot less money. Yes, that happened. It already has happened. Power Rangers. Disney screwed it up and had to sell it back for half of what they paid for it. And you're new, but I've been saying this for at least 6 months. Pretty much the whole past last year. If you go back and watch my live streams, anyone here will vouch for that. I've been saying they're going to have to sell Lucasfilm. They're going to fight tooth and nail to not do it because it makes them look really stupid. But they're at the point, guys, where they got no choice. For a tenth of what they paid for PR. Okay, now I see what you're saying, Private Eye. Yep. God got Steve Jobs in the end. Sure did. Don't give me hope, dude. I just can't believe Star Wars will be given back to George. If this happens, and you're right, I'll fly over the U.S. to shake your hand. Well, listen, I'm human. I don't have insiders at Lucasfilm. I have made little mistakes. Mostly not, though, because I take the time to research so that I know what I'm talking about. But as I said it before, in the past year of this existence of this channel, I've only really made like 2 major mistakes. One was that Black Widow was supposed to be out in November. It's still not out. The other was that Rise of Skywalker won't make $1 billion. It barely got over $1 billion. So I was pretty much right. And it's a total failure. It's not selling toys. They lost a ton of money in reshoots. Anyway, so really, box office, they made $1 billion, but they didn't make any, like $300 million, what they made off the Rise of Skywalker. So I can tell you that my predictions have all pretty much been dead on. If that gives you any hope. Holy crap. I was saying what he said, right. Also, the season they produced are not all bad. Only one is really bad, and another one is mediocre. Mandalorian? Is that what you mean? That would be insane if it happens. Nobody else would buy it at this point. Yeah, but I think Lucas would, just to wipe all that shit out and be like, okay, now we're going to make real Star Wars. I'm going to make my sequel trilogy, and that shit's going in a vault, and that's it. End the conversation. No more messing around. No more clone cartoons and all this bullshit. Make the movies, official 1 through 9, locked in a vault over my dead body. No one else is touching Star Wars. That's what I think is going to happen. I hope. Because Lucas, if he could get it for anything cheaper than what he sold it for, obviously, and money-wise, it's smart. But also because at this point, of all the destruction of his creation, I think he would do it. But the only way he's going to do it is if he has full control, not other people dibbling and dabbling and making a mess. If he got 100% control back, I think we still have a little gleam of hope, guys. From Disney, it's over. It's been over. Disney's dead, or Star Wars is dead. But there is a gleam of hope. We all need to read Fight Club, yes. Disney Power Rangers was good back in the day. Yeah, well, then they screwed the pooch and had to sell it for half of what they bought it for. They will parlay Lucasfilm for Fox X-Men. Yeah, we'll see. Exactly. Now the Boom Comics is where people are going for Power Rangers content. Star Wars doesn't have that because no one's reading the High Republic. Correct. Who do you figure would buy Lucasfilm from them? There's a lot of people that have big money. Amazon, HBO, Paramount potentially, Netflix, George Lucas. There's a lot of billionaires out here that could buy it. But they would actually want to own it and mess with it. I think there's only two logical, and that's George Lucas or Netflix. I think that Verizon and HBO, and they would, certainly look at it. They'd think about, who wouldn't want to own Lucasfilm, for Christ's sake? But that's going to really deal with it and try to make something of it, Netflix or George Lucas is what I see. And if either one of them got it, preferably George, but if Netflix got it, I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. But again, I think at least most of you saw Cobra Kai. So if Cobra Kai can happen, not to mention Netflix has a ton of, they have their little things, and like Cuties was a mess, but they have a ton of successful shit. They have made a lot of really good shows. So Hazy, Lucas, High Republic is SJWBS. Yes, I strongly agree. West Sea, you didn't read it. High Republic. Warner, yeah. Amazon, I think would definitely put a stake in there. What a mess, and I cannot help but laugh. Yes, well, welcome to Not My Star Wars. Lucas, 10-cent games. A video game company could buy it. There's a lot of people with big money out there. The High Republic has Leo the 10th is gay in it. What are you talking about? Everyone loves the High Republic, and I definitely don't have a gun to my temple. Pat, I read it. Maybe I got it from Pirate Bay. Maybe. Netflix is woke as hell. Yeah, I don't want Netflix as the corporation to have it. But again, when you look at the proof of the product, if Disney would have treated Star Wars like Netflix treated Cobra Kai, it's not that I want Netflix. I'm just trying to be responsible and think, who the best person would be? Obviously George Lucas, or give it to me. I'll make sure all that shit gets fixed up real quick like that. I'll fix all this mess and we will have real Star Wars. But of course, I'm not going to get control of it. But I'll fix it in first week. It will take years to fix the permanent damage, but within the first weekend, first couple of days, I'll make a public announcement and get everything right back on track. We're going to bring back Star Wars, baby. A couple of days, I'd get this train right back where it needs to be. Why, Disney? Why? Yeah, well, pride, politics, agendas. Netflix had nothing to do with the development of Cobra Kai. I'm not saying they did. It was a YouTube thing, but they respected it. They allowed the people that did create it and love it to do it. They didn't get involved. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that final product is on Netflix, and that's what I have to go by. So if they were willing to step out of the way to let Cobra Kai be what it's supposed to be, then theoretically, you would think they would let Star Wars be what it's supposed to be. That's what I'm saying, guys. It's not that I'm a Netflix fan or that's what I want or that I trust them as a corporation. I'm just saying proof is in the pudding, and they have show after show after show that is pretty damn good. They do have their failures. They do have their bullshit. But Cobra Kai, I'll stress again, if Disney would have treated Star Wars the way that Netflix treated Cobra Kai, Lucas could work with Favreau. And that's part of the point. Netflix had nothing to do. They literally got out of the way. And that's what I'm saying. Because that could be just as valuable as them being involved, is sometimes just getting the fuck out of the way and let the people that know and love the property do what they're supposed to do. And Netflix had the intelligence to say, not only are we going to buy this property because we see the value in it, but we're out of the way. And we got a great freaking show that is 100% respectful to the IP. Lucas could work with Favreau. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he would fire Dave Filoni because Dave Filoni has just made a total mess out of George Lucas's vision. Universal Studios, or put him on a real tight leash. Universal, yeah. But they like money, and I'm sure that they know how happy fans are a gold mine. I think you're referring to Netflix. Yeah, you know, they get it. That's the thing. Regardless of what Netflix's agendas or business or corporate, they also understand, like, if we just shut the fuck up and give them what they really want, you know what I mean? Again, Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai. They don't have that pride, that stupidity that Disney has. At least not for everything. They did really, that whole cuties thing was just stupid, but anyways. The internet sucks here. I'm leaving in 10 minutes, so I'll be caught up. Cool, James. Always good to see you, buddy. He literally did that with the prequels. Not sure what you mean. Put it on the USA Network. Anything's better than Disney. Jed is thinking to himself, what have I done right? Or what have I not done? Oh, Jed. You could be sitting on a multi-billion-dollar thing right now. Your father's legacy. I mean, I'm sure George was pretty disappointed with his kids. Even Katie, like, she was involved in Star Wars stuff. What's wrong with these kids? Split it 3 ways, the 3 of you. I mean, damn. I wanted a film sequel, but Ed Norton keeps declining. They have a comic sequel. It's okay, I suppose. Not sure exactly what you're referring to, but why Disney is losing money. Star Wars sells a lot of merchandise each year. No, it doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't. It hasn't been selling shit. Star Wars used to sell millions of action figures every year. Now it doesn't. Go to the toy store. It doesn't sell. I don't know where you live, but I can tell you here in the United States, you go to Walmart, Target, there's just either are no toys or there's all the old toys that just haven't sold. I can't show you right now because it's on my phone, but ironically, I was in Walmart the other day and I took a picture. And when I was growing up, Star Wars used to have a whole row of the store, a whole section, top to bottom, just Star Wars. In Walmart, the section was like this. It was like 5 action figures. There was a Finn. I want to say a few 3POs. There was 1 Baby Yoda, like the bigger Baby Yoda. And there was like 2 or 3 like mini sets of Mando with the swoop bike and a little Baby Yoda. And that was it. It was like this small section, like 10 individual items of Star Wars. There was the Lego is separated, so there are a few Legos. But even then, it was like the Jedi throne room. There was an AT-AT. Like, there's no Rey and, you know, the new Millennium Falcon and Jakku. Like, none of that stuff exists. It doesn't sell. I'll keep George's white sneakers as white as possible for the rest of his life if he takes back control. We can only hope, man. What a day. The internet. You talk about breaking the internet. Holy shit. Media is spinning this as a conservative issue. Yes, they are. Which has nothing to do with anything of that. Disney only gets money from sequel trilogy merch. only merch money goes, original merch, yes, correct. He gets a cut out of all the old properties, and that's a big reason why they don't make, like, for example, instead of doing the Boba Fett movie, they made The Mandalorian because they didn't want to have to pay the royalties of Boba Fett. They wanted to make their own thing so that they could be like, see, we made our own shit and we don't have to pay George. And then they saw that that failed, so what did they have to do? Bring back Boba Fett. You think it's a mistake that Boba Fett is in The Mandalorian? Guys, it's because they know the shit is tanking. On the outside, kids get all excited. Oh my God, Bo-Katan! And they're looking in the inside like, holy shit, we only got 3 million subscribers in the past 3 months. Like, we got to do something. Just put out, okay, try Bo-Katan. Did that work? Try Boba Fett. Did that work? Ahsoka Tano. That'll get them. Did that work? All right, well, I guess we got to go all the way. Put out Luke. And a bunch of you got all excited. And as you can see, they didn't even mention Luke today. You're never going to see Luke Skywalker again. Redhead, you bought his sneakers. True, Lucas owns merch rights. Correct, he does. Why does Disney have to worship Twitter when most of the idiots who complain about how white it is don't watch their stuff? That's something Disney just doesn't understand, that the people that they try to appease don't buy the stuff, don't care. They just want to control the narrative. They just want to be able to say, see, Disney, we got you to do what we want. Disney's behaving how we want because Disney's one of the biggest companies. But at the end of the day, they don't buy the toys. They go on about High Republic, and they're not buying the comics. And Disney just doesn't get it. No, dude, I'll become a sneaker cleaning servant. Cool. But Disney has planned TV shows of Star Wars for the next 5 years and a movie. Half of that is never going to happen, dude. Disney does that to give you the appearance that they are under control, that things are good. None of that stuff is going to happen. Okay, first of all, Rangers of the Republic, New Republic was supposed to be Cara Dune. They just fired Cara Dune. So that show's gone. Mandalorian won't be out till 2023 or 22, sorry. People are already forgetting about Mandalorian. People are already pissed off about Gina Carano. You think they're going to wait a whole other year? Plus, after they see Boba Fett, they're going to care about Din Djarin anymore? Half of those shows aren't going to happen. They're over $50 billion in debt. There is no money to create all those shows and movies. It's a lie. It's them trying to convince you that they're going to do things and are under control. Half of that stuff is never going to happen. They're losing money on the High Republic. I heard Miss Anthropony got banned from Twitter for hating pedophilia. I did not know that. Would not surprise me. Indeed. BrainSync says, what's Star Wars Live? Not sure what you mean, Federalist. Maybe clarify that question. What's Star Wars Live? Twitter defends pedophilia on their platform, yes, and racism and all kinds of stuff. Ew, says Patrick. We love all black people. Really? John, what the hell are you doing here? Get out. We got to appeal to China. Yep. We love women and blacks and Asians and everyone that complains. So we virtue signal to you until it's not convenient. Then we don't love you anymore. We want strong women. Fire Gina Carano. We stand by blacks. Finn, it goes from being the Jedi that's clearly shown on the poster to now a little thing and is a janitor. Of all the jobs, they could have made him a communications officer, a ship mechanic. He's a janitor. Twitter has started editing and publishing. Yeah, well. They talk about behind the scenes in news. We stand with Project Veritas. Yes. Project Mayhem. Yes. Look for Jordan Maxwell. I wonder if the Kenobi series ain't happening because it's actually been canceled. It's quite possible, Horde Nation. The most recent news is that it will be filming in LA. I don't know that it's going to happen. I was done when I saw the trailer for Force Awakens. Yeah. The air of apparency. All of this could have been prevented if big man Taft won the U.S. election. Yeah, well, a lot of things could be different. They may have filmed an episode or two. What, Kenobi? Well, first of all, it's not even supposed to start till March, so, but I don't think it's going to happen anyways. Wes, nice, you said. I'm not sure if you mean for my Disney Star Wars is not canon, or my battery on my phone is almost dead somehow. It's the power of the Force. Unlimited power. I'm sucking the power. Hopefully you guys give me the power. Hopefully the sequels do end up being an alternate timeline. Yeah, we'll see. But as I've said many times, making an alternate timeline is not a solution, because now 5 years later they're going to say, you remember that OT with Luke Skywalker? Well, that's actually just an alternate. Here's what really happened. And then they'll remake the entire Star Wars. So be careful what you ask for. I barely used it today. Twist. Did they mention about Star Wars in the event? No, I don't remember. They, for 2 seconds, they said Boba Fett. They did not mention Luke Skywalker. They barely even spoke about The Mandalorian. And all the projects that they were talking about, by the way, who was it? Roberto Centeno. They didn't mention a single one. It's all lies, dude. They're blowing smoke up your ass. Ain't none of that gonna happen. They literally did not mention Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian. It's Star Wars, but Disney Star Wars, so they decided to make it empty and self-serving. Yes. Clone Wars. 3-minute episodes. The one where Mace Windu punches the crap out of a battalion of battle droids. Yes. Genndy Tartakovsky. I had the entire, it was like 2.5 hours, all the episodes edited into one movie. And it was there forever, and then Disney fucking blocked it. And so I ended up deleting it because I was just pissed off and I didn't want it to mess with my monetization. I kind of regret deleting it. But when the Clone Wars Season 7 came out, boom, that video took off. It got 160,000 views like fast. I got 500 subscribers from that video. And this is back when I was at like 300 subscribers. That thing blew up. But I still have it. You know, in the future, if some people join as channel members, maybe you'll have access to that full film. Just saying. And yes, that was badass. Love that Clone Wars. The real Clone Wars. What did they mention about Star Wars in the investors meeting? Not really anything. They said the great success of The Mandalorian, and it's so great, and the introduction of Boba Fett. They didn't mention Ahsoka. They didn't mention Luke Skywalker, Bo-Katan. They just said Boba Fett. That was it. Literally, they talked about Star Wars for all of 3 seconds. The great success of The Mandalorian and the bringing back of Boba Fett. That's all they said. Nothing about Marvel, nothing about Star Wars. They did say one quick thing later, which I'll have to go back and listen to, but it did sound something like he said that a tie-in with Marvel and Star Wars. I may have misheard it, but it did sound like he said that. So I'll have to go back and check. But that was it. Honestly, they didn't say anything, Finn. Paris has a Disney. Yes. I think I said that. France. I'm just going to leave until I get home. Yeah, don't kill your battery. See you in half an hour. I'll be here. Don't worry, bro. Elon Musk should buy. If you guys know me, whoever, those of you that know me, I'll be here. So I'm just going to leave it until then. See you in half an hour. Elon Musk should buy Disney or Star Wars. It's not out of the question. I just don't think he's interested in getting into all that mess. Elon is somebody that I think likes to be hands-on. So I don't think he likes to buy stuff just to own it. So that's the thing. I don't know that he would. As a business investment, yeah. But then you got to worry who's going to run it, who's going to, turn this thing around. That's the problem. Huh. My neighbor, like across the way, has some cool purple lights in their window. It's something new. That wasn't there before. Anyways, Disney screwed over the people of Hong Kong when they created the other mainland China parks. Hong Kong was promised exclusivity, but I guess Hong Kong is used to getting screwed. Yeah, well. They could have let Lucas write it. Now Lucas should let so. Now Lucas should let so. Not sure what you meant there. But yeah, well, he did. I mean, he gave them story treatments. Hong Kong don't exist anymore, sadly. Oh, okay. The latest Lego Star Wars game had a prequels character pack. ESPN also acts like China isn't committing against human rights. Yeah, well. LeBron James also was in China and didn't want to speak up about the fact that his shoes are made by children slaves in China. But, he's another virtue signaler. Hasbro really took a giant dump on the sequels. They released an actual amazing Jar Jar Binks toy and no sequel toys. Yes. And that's what I was telling you earlier, Roberto, is that there are no sequel toys. They're not making any money. They have to bring back Jar Jar Binks. This is where Star Wars is at. If Disney didn't launch a streaming service, they would be okay. No, they wouldn't, because that's the only revenue they have. The parks aren't making money. So if they actually got lucky that they've released Disney Plus, because right now they would be dead. The crazy reaction to the prequels scared his children from taking over. It's possible, Dak Tunis. But still, you got to look at the big picture, man. And this is like the biggest franchise in the history of the world. Your father's legacy, like the three of those kids should have been like, hey, if nothing else, we need to control the stake and the narrative of Star Wars. Hire other people to do it. You got Dave Filoni, Dave Filoni's not the one, but just saying, you got people there. There's plenty of people back then. Everybody wanted to be involved in Star Wars. Like they would pay you to be in Star Wars. So you would have your pick of the litter, but you control the narrative. Now it's just like, don't tease us about Lucas getting it. Well, guys, I feel very strongly about it. I've been saying it for a while, and I look at the numbers, I analyze the situation, I see what's going on, and I'm telling you, they're gonna have to sell it. They're gonna have to sell it. But they let the writer of Justice League bloat that movie into a mess. Lucas couldn't save, so Disney took their insurance money on that flop. They mentioned Obi-Wan Ghost only to forget about it. Yep. I like your takes too, so I subbed. Oh, thank you so much, Annabelle. Again, I don't pretend to know everything. I'm not saying that I never make mistakes, but you can come here with great confidence that 99% of what I'm telling you is an actual fact, and I can show you where I got it from. And that it comes from George Lucas, not a guy that said that was in an article that, I know so many channels that don't show the link, don't tell you the latest news, the latest rumor. And it's like, where are you seeing this? Where's the article? Where's the link? They're just blah, 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 and have like 50,000 subscribers. And I'm like, how the fuck? Because people just want to hear what they want to hear. Here, I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the facts. I'm going to tell you the truth. Anyways, glad you subbed. That's so true. KK as a producer is one thing, but as creative director person who gives ideas, she doesn't fit. No, that sure doesn't. KK felt her way up the ladder. Spielberg has been quoted in saying she is very bad at taking notes. Yes, he did. I know the exact quote. And very good at interrupting people with their bad ideas. Yes, he did. I know the exact quote. My sequels idea hundreds of years later. Some new type of power endangers the Force as a whole. Since it was brought to balance, this otherworldly power would reanimate Palpatine's body for a strong host. No, Palpatine died, dude. Ian said it. George said it. He died in Jedi. Gotta leave Palpatine alone. Don't hurt Anakin's legacy. Don't hurt Luke's unselfishness, his sacrifice. Gotta leave Palpatine alone. Not to shoot you down, but do something else. Do another villain. Make something new. The story sounds okay, but you gotta leave Palpatine alone. He died in Return of the Jedi. What if KK is from George Lucas' side and everything is proceeding as they have foreseen? Well, that's what I was saying, Roberto. If you didn't hear me earlier, it's possible that Lucas is Sidious and Vader is KK, and I mean, it's not impossible. And the Force ghosts of our beloved characters would choose their knight to save the Force. Could be. Maybe KK was good on her knees. It's not impossible. Although I don't, when she was younger, she wasn't like hideous, but she's not the most attractive girl either. I don't know. I don't think that it was a sex thing. And I mean, let's be honest, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas aren't ugly men, and they have billions of dollars and their reputation precedes them. I don't think that either would have any trouble getting women. And they're not even those type of men. They, had girlfriends, wives. They're not even into that. But if it came down to like they wanted someone to have sex with, KK wouldn't be. Red hair Shanks, and it feels like fan fiction. Yes, it sure is. I wouldn't want her anywhere near my knees. Yes. Yeah, so the multi-million-dollar sequels we got, Roberta, yes. Just unbinged your shorts. Didn't sound right. What do you mean? Which part? And that's cool. You binge my shorts. That sounds funny. You binged my shorts. By the way, guys, if you want to help the channel, obviously liking, commenting, watching videos, but something that you can do that's real easy and fast on your cell phone. Go to your subscriptions. Go to my channel. You're going to see on the top right, view channel. View channel. You're going to see a playlist that only shows up on mobile. It says YouTube Shorts. Not the one that's lower that says Not My Star Wars short videos or short Not My Star Wars videos. The top first playlist, it says YouTube Shorts, I believe it is. Or Shorts. I believe it says YouTube Shorts. Pretty sure it says YouTube Shorts. Okay. Just click on the first one and let them all run through. Now, as of like about a week, you used to play it, and then it would go to the next video, the next video, next video. Now it's like it keeps looping the same video for, I guess they're testing that. So you might have to swipe up. I know it's a hard effort, but you might have to swipe up when each one ends. But if you watch those and like them, those shorts videos get thousands and thousands. I got one with over 2.3 million views. So that helps tremendously. Watching them on the computer helps because it's more traffic to this channel and ads run. There's no ads on the shorts. But the shorts are the ones that blow up and take off and bring tons of subscribers to the channel. Because of that 2.3 million video, I got 7,000 plus subscribers from that video. So something that you all can do, it's literally like 5 minutes of content because they're all short videos, like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Go on your phone, go to the channel, view channel. You'll see the first playlist. It says, I think it's YouTube Shorts. And just go through those. There's like, I don't know, 10 or 15 of them. Just saying, if you want to do something that helps, that helps. Joining the channel as a member, that helps. There's lots of little things you can do, but those shorts have had a huge impact on this channel. Yeah, you said doesn't sound right. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about Gina, or if you elaborate, I can. We need the Not My Star Wars cut of Disney Soy Wars. Yeah, well, like I've said, you give me control of Star Wars, the whole shit is getting redone. Okay? All of it is going to be erased and start from zero. There's only one solution. It ain't a multiverse. It ain't KK. It ain't the Mandalorian. There's one solution.
Wipe them out. All of them.
That's the Not My Star Wars cut. Get rid of all of it. Rebels, Mandalorian, Resistance, Clone War, all of it. Bye. You all break canon. Bye. High Republic, all of it. Bye. Start back from October 30th, 2012. George Lucas Treatments. I'm on the phone with George. Let's bring back Star Wars. I would love to do it. Justice for Gina. Yes, what? What? I think what? Like what, Tambor? What happened during the investors meeting? Not a whole lot, Finn. It was very quick. They got right through it. They had like 3 questions. They really didn't say anything other than they are losing money. And I'm not even like being Nike about it. I mean, it's like literally this. They didn't. That's a lot of cheese. Like they cared about the little guy. Update on Mr. Rinzler. Hope he is doing well. Screech from Save the Bell passed away from cancer last week. Yes. I haven't talked to Jonathan in a little bit. Last I spoke to him, he agreed with me about using the money from the donations to buy more books, and then I'll do some sort of contest raffle. So soon I will do that. I've been kind of waiting to get other stuff done and to actually get the books. But probably what I'll do is like anyone that makes a $20 donation will be in the raffle. The book is like $30 plus shipping. But I figure if like for anyone that does a $20 donation, you'll get a raffle number and a chance to win the book. You win the book, I will ship it to you myself. And you end up getting the book for $20 instead of like 30 something, right? It has to be US though, because overseas it would cost me $40 just to ship the damn book. So sorry, I can't do that. But you could buy it through Amazon, and that you can get it for cheap. But as far as US, that's probably what I'll do. So what happens is I buy a bunch of copies of the book, which helps his numbers. It helps Amazon show it more, right? That's what he wants, is the book to get attention, to get more successful. The way we do that is by people talking about it and people buying it. And that's what he wants. So I'll buy a bunch of the books, do a raffle, get some of them out, and then with some of that money, probably buy a few more books. And I'll be losing money because every time, you know, it's being raffled off for less than what it would cost you. Buy it. But that's okay. I'll do it as much as I can. I don't have personal money that I can put into it, but I will recycle the money as many times as I can to get as many books. So outside of that, I've been very busy. I have not had a direct conversation with him in like 2 weeks, so I can't give you. But if you go to that stream, and the links is the hospital update log site, and you can see directly from them if they've posted anything. I will be contacting him soon, though. We need to talk. So thank you for asking, Wes. Disney going bankrupt would spell instant economic collapse. They're too big. The ripple would be insane. Yeah, it would. And they have a shit ton of employees around the world. But they just sold, if you guys want to do some research, the Sandcrawler building. It's in, I want to say, Taiwan. Just search Sandcrawler building. They just were closing a deal and selling it. 173 million, I think it was. They're selling off properties. They just closed Blue Sky. So while they don't say it publicly, there's stuff going on. They're liquidating assets. They're taking out loans. They're doing all kinds of stuff. So PR. Good. The Pet Rock book that came with it was the best part. Yes. Pet Rock named Rocky Balboa. Yes. I still would like to know how much Rise of Skywalker costs. It may have very well been the biggest budget movie in history. Well, they claim around 300 million. You can almost double that because we know it was just all kinds of reshoots, redone. If you watch the movie, you can see it's like the scrappy put together thing. So you could pretty much double what they spent. So you're at 600 million. Then you must 2.5 for marketing because small films get 0.5 one times marketing. Pretty good size films get 1.5 to 2 times marketing. A major film, Lion King, Star Wars, Iron Man, gets 2.5 times marketing. So even without the reshoots, 300 million, 2.5, you're at 650, 700, 700 million, plus the reshoots, plus extra stuff that people don't consider. Catering, security, licensing, shipping, all these extra costs that are not in the initial budget. So you're talking about that film cost $700-800 million. It made $1.07 billion, guys. That the Rise of Skywalker literally made $200-300 million. Not to mention, they didn't sell one single toy. They didn't even make Rise of Skywalker toys. Okay? So I can't tell you an exact number because Disney conflates things and they hide it and they don't, but what they have publicly admitted, plus what we know about the film, they literally made $200-300 million off that film, which is a loss. And I'm not counting that's off box office. Remember that the theater takes half and they've got other fees and expenses. So what Disney actually brought home, I don't know, $100 million maybe? Out of all that mess they did, all the money and time that they spent, they probably brought $100-200 million home to just piss everybody off. Nice job, Disney. But at least they made something because Solo literally was negative. It cost many people their money when they went to see it. Yeah, that's what it costs. Exactly. With that plot all over the place, it probably had at least 46 writers. Yeah. 275 million for the Rise of Skywalker. Yeah. That's what they say. It was probably... Okay, here's another thing. Last Jedi was 317. Every movie is going to go up in budget. This is also number 9 of Star Wars. They would have thrown extra money at that. So that 275 is a lie, and we all know it. It was probably more like 350, 400 is what that movie cost. Then the reshoots, then the marketing, then the cut from the theater, then taxes and fees and extra costs. Again, they probably brought like $100 million back from that film. They're not going to admit that. They're going to be like, see the box office. We made like $11 billion off of Star Wars. Meanwhile, what they actually made was a couple $100 million. Each Galaxy's Edge cost $1 billion each. So they spent 4.05 to buy Star Wars, plus $2 billion to make Galaxy's Edge. That's 6. Plus all the money they dumped into making these films. They haven't even made half back of what they spent to buy Star Wars. The numbers don't lie. The math does not lie. I personally think the movie, yeah, it probably is around $500 million. You are correct. Yep. And that's before marketing. Just to make the movie in the can, ready to go to the theaters. Yep. You are correct. Star Wars games used to bring in heaps of money for Lucas, so it baffles me beyond words how they've only released about 3 games in the past 10 years. Yeah, well, Disney. That's wow. CW talk plus advertising. That plus advertising probably another 150 million. Yeah, if not more. Again, it's 2.5. So if it was the minimum of 300 million, twice that is 750 plus reshoots. You know, that movie, honestly, guys, I'm not even exaggerating, is about $800 million just to put it in the theaters. And then the theaters take half of that. And then again, you got other like hidden fees and expenses and flights for the actors and all this marketing and all this extra stuff. That movie, they probably literally brought home $100 million. Complete failure. Meanwhile, George Lucas made Star Wars for $20 million and put in his pocket $3 billion. Oh, boy. They did it to themselves. Well, Disney until recently had an exclusivity contract with EA in the Star Wars games, so that explains a lot. Yeah, but still, they should have been pumping games. They should have been doing better. Joel, I Googled it. Doesn't say the advertising amount. Yeah, it never does. But again, first of all, that is what Disney reports. That's not what Disney actually spent. Plus, that's preliminary budget. That's not reshoots and extras. Plus, that's like, it's not stated marketing, but if you understand the film industry and you've looked into it and you know, like, again, blockbusters, Jaws, Star Wars, Lion King, Mulan, those movies get 2.5 marketing. Endgame, you know, those types of movies get 2.5 times marketing. Disney should free Monkey Island and give it back to Ron Gilbert. Hell yeah. I'll go with your 150 million ad budget. Oh, it would have been more than that. I just did the same. I don't think they include advertising in these values, but not yet. No, they don't. When you see the cost, film cost in like the numbers, box office mojo, that is just to produce the film, to put it in the can. That's not the extra. The reshoots, the marketing, any extra fees. No. That final number that you see in the movie websites, now you must add 2.5 times on top of that. Again, I'm talking blockbusters, Avatar, you know, smaller films, it's smaller, you know. But it's still 1 to 2 times for the pretty average film. Blockbusters, 2.5. CGI Luke looked horrible. It was disgusting. And there's guys on YouTube that do it better. You could have paid a guy on YouTube, here's 10 grand, dude. Here's 100 grand. Do the shit right. But again, Luke wasn't for you guys. They didn't make Luke to be accurate and right. They just said, make a quick Luke. We got it. We're desperate. We're bleeding. We're losing. Ahsoka didn't work. Boba didn't work. Bo-Katan didn't work. We got to do something. Well, fuck it. Put out Luke. We got no choice. Put Luke out. So they did it in like 3 days. Just threw him out, and that's what you got. And everybody got all excited over a half-assed Luke, because they saw him swinging around his lightsaber. Don't get me wrong, guys. It was cool to see Luke Skywalker rack shop on those Dark Troopers. I'm not denying that. It was cool. But at the end of the day, it was a half-assed Luke to get you all distracted, to get you all excited. And then they're like, well, oh, see how easy that was? That's all we got to do is throw out a half-assed thing, and they'll get all excited. So next week we'll do Darth Maul, and the following week we'll throw out IG-88 instead of IG-11. We'll just string them along with half-ass shit. He did look disgusting. It was god-awful. It probably would have to be less than TFA. I think TFA was 250 million. No, on the contrary, in a sequel, or in a trilogy, this goes for any trilogy, the budget goes up with every movie, because then each movie needs to be bigger than the previous one. So them reporting 275 for Rise of Skywalker when Jedi was 317, that already tells you they're lying. Rise of Skywalker would have been considerably more, probably 400 million, to be honest with you. And before reshoots and before marketing, just off the bat, every movie is going to increase in budget, just like all the old Star Wars did, and just like any other trilogy. That's just simple marketing economics. It's just the way that it works, is you're going to always try to make the next film bigger than the previous. So their numbers, just to begin with, are lies. Because Rise of Skywalker, just the preliminary planned production was higher than both Force Awakens and Last Jedi. Not together, I'm just saying individually, it's higher. Then you got all the fuck ups and the fire the director and change this and move this scene and do that and the other, and it's always going to go up exponentially. 275 million, the most expensive of the trilogy compared to the frugal 200 million of the Last Jedi. Last Jedi was 317. But the factor in additional costs like prints and advertising, 140, video, 58, residuals, 35 million, and costs. I'm not sure where you're seeing those numbers. Last Jedi was, they wish it was what did you say? 200 million? No, it wasn't 200 million. It was 317. EA had plenty of opportunities to outsource the IP to other game companies. Yeah, absolutely. The Rise of Skywalker cost 627 million to bring to life. I think maybe more than that, but yeah, you're in the ballpark. That sounds about right. Yeah. Lucas gave source. Are you asking me for the Last Jedi? Go to the-numbers.com or Box Office Mojo. Here, I'll show you. Assuming that's what you're asking, you said source. Yeah, I hear it's saying 200, but that's not right. That was dropped. Because I can assure you that Box Office. I do remember that. Like a year ago, they dropped that number. I remember them doing that. Because it's always been 317. And they all lie. Right here, bro. And the reason why this is correct is because even the numbers used to have this number, and then they changed it. Like last year, I physically, because I was doing, if you look at my old videos, I was doing a lot of box office stuff, and I saw them physically change it. Because it was 317. There you go. Right here. Lucas gave us Pixar as well, guys. He created that tech. That thank George for Toy Story. Yeah, Lucas is responsible for every big thing that you guys know and love. Lucasfilm. Insert Lisa's letter for Camp Krusty. Krusty will come back. Krusty will come back. People say that I'm negative at work. No, I live in the real world. Well, there you go. I go through that shit all the time. Let me tell you. You're just a hater. No, I'm just the truth. YouTube likes to suppress channels like this. Yeah, it sure does. So I really appreciate. I mean, it's kind of like a dream that I have 10,000 subscribers right now. It's kind of amazing. And I thank you guys all very much. Okay, I'm catching up here a little bit. Where's your thingy? And I love you guys because I try to always make my streams an open conversation. So we can talk about things, think about things. If you have a doubt on something, you know, don't ever hesitate to be like, hey, wait a minute. Can you show me? Can you explain? Can you? Because that's what I'm here for, guys. I'm not here to like force things on you. I'm here to share information with you and show you. And if you have a doubt, I'll show you. You know, that's one thing you will always know here, the truth. All right, the chat jumped on me again. So again, Brain, now have gotten to your super sticker. It's a pair lifting weights. Keep it up. Thank you so much, bud. There's hardly a game studio out there that wouldn't want to work on Star Wars. Just at the top of my head, I can think of Arcane, Obsidian, and Ubisoft. Anybody would. Damn, it's getting very late for me. I gotta bounce. No worries, Joel Reyes. Thank you so much for being here. Every Friday I do a stream. Tomorrow I will be doing Rogue One. So if you are bored tomorrow night, come on by. Arcane is RIP, bro. What happened with the investors call? Again, a whole lot of nothing. Finn Keenan. That was a great stream. Best of luck. Now my Star Wars. Have a good day, chat. Yeah, you take care, Joel Reyes. Thanks again for coming by. Tomorrow I will be doing another stream. I'm back now. Just saw an ad for Disney Plus. It showed Solo, but not any of the older movies. Yeah, it's funny. Disney Plus advertises on my channel. It's hilarious. PR, yeah, Pet Rock. What happened with the investors call? Again, not really anything. That was an hour ago. Disney execs ran through it fast. Yeah, they really didn't say anything. I heard Disney shut down Blue Sky. Yes, they did. A day or two ago. The Fox Animation Studio. They made Ice Age, the first movie that made me cry. Yep, sure did. Nah, Arcane is supposed to release Dead Loop in a couple of months. While it doesn't look like my kind of thing, games like Prey 2017 proved that they've still got it. I have no idea who Arcane or I've been out of the game. My last console was PlayStation 3, and I've been kind of out of the loop of it because it's just life. So, Trust was the first movie that made me cry for wasting £350 for a ticket. Yeah, well, Darth Jar Jar is real. Hail, Darth Jar Jar. Is Lucasfilm $50 billion in debt? Yes, over $50 billion. Yes. Yes, sir, they are. F? What's the F, right, Jack? F for fail? I showed all my friends at school today that Kylo's mask is a ripoff of Revenant's mask. They all agreed with me. Yeah. Disney has not made one original thing. I don't know, because why would Disney keep KK and defend all of this nonsense? Seems like Disney wanted it this way, even if it bankrupted them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the real story. I don't have an insider. I'm not there, but there's something obviously fishy going on at Disney because, you know, everybody says, and I agree, they're a company. They love money. This is why they do it. But as you can see, guys, they're going to the extreme of saying, fuck it. We don't even care about the money. So there's definitely something going on over there. And I think China is part of it. One of the things I want to see happen is a Star Wars game with the gameplay of Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I don't know that game, but personally I would like an open world, like Fallout. Just a massive world. You can fly to different planets. You can be different classes. You can, you know, or different jobs or whatever. Like you could be a Mandalorian, you could be a Jedi, whatever. You could be just a Tusken Raider. You know, you could, like, you have all these Star Wars environments, real Star Wars, not Disney fan fiction, real Star Wars environments. And you could go to Naboo and you could be a handmaiden to Padme, or you could go to Tatooine and be a Tusken Raider, or you could go to Coruscant and be a senator, or Dex, you know, work in a diner or whatever. Just a huge open world of Star Wars. I would love that. KK fuck up theory wouldn't work. Could you imagine the Twitter woke war that would be waged against the Lucas? Well, but have you not seen the war against the Lucas sequel trilogy? Dude, New Vegas is 120% better than F3. Highly recommend it. Okay. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about New Vegas. It looks awesome. It's just, again, you know, life. I didn't have the opportunity. At some point, I wouldn't mind playing it. I believe there was a Boba Fett skin in that game, correct? Ironically, my boy. Do you think Kenobi series is getting canceled? I made a video like 8 months ago that it got canceled. So until I actually see that show is still indefinitely canceled. I want proof that they've even made the set or started recording. They can talk all they want, but until I see proof that it is even being made, we don't even know if the scripts are made. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, it's been canceled. Me, I don't go with the rumors and like this and we caught. Now, I did make a video just recently, right? Trouble in Obi-Wan Kenobi, because from the information that I had, they were saying it was Obi-Wan. Turns out it's Cassian. That's the Cassian set. It's not Obi-Wan. And I don't want to say too much because I got a video coming up about it. But that's the Cassian set. That's not Obi-Wan. So I still don't have concrete, not a picture, not a script, not a confirmation. Yes, you and McGregor keep saying, oh, yeah, now we're going to do it in March and it's going to be in LA. Okay. Well, for the past 5 years, you all have been bullshitting us about Obi-Wan. 5 years they've been talking about this show. And Ewan literally lying about it. And I'm not attacking him directly and saying he's a liar. I'm saying that because of the film or the show, he had to lie. He's been lying through his teeth about Obi-Wan. So until I see something concrete, it's canceled. Doesn't mean it can't come back. They might make it. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying until I see the goods, that shit's canceled. Do you think Kenobi? So yes, I do think it is canceled. Have true to Caesar. Not sure what you meant there. By the way, Pet Rock, for anyone that's younger doesn't know, it was like in the 70s. This guy, maybe 80s, 70s. This guy was getting rocks out of his yard, cleaning them up, shining them up, put them in a box, and was selling them. And it was like this phenomenon. People all over the fucking place were buying pet rocks. He made millions of dollars selling rocks from his yard just because of the gimmick that it's a pet rock. And that just shows you how susceptible people are to a gimmick, to an idea, to marketing. This guy became a multimillionaire off of selling rocks from his yard. Pet rock. If you're a fan of the Fallout franchise, I'd highly recommend giving Fallout Resurrection or Fallout Nevada a shot. They're both well-made total conversion mods for Fallout 2. Okay, I'll consider it. I don't know that I want to get into such a big thing again, because as much as I loved Fallout, it's like, holy shit, I spent like non-stop. That game is dangerous. So in a way, I like kind of do want to stay away because it's just so much. But I'll definitely look at it. I know Vegas looked pretty cool. I did love the game. But after you spend so many hundreds of hours on it, you're just like, ugh. But, you know, I'll consider it. 20 years ago, I can't wait to go to Disney World. Yeah. These days, I play Fallout 1, Fallout 2 on my Android with mods too. I did play, there was the little Vault game on my phone. I played that for a little while, but then it just kind of gets old. And you have to constantly be on top of it because it's like real time even when you're not playing. And like, but I did play it. I can't remember Vault something. It was called, and it was fun. It was cute. You know, it has nice graphics. But that was at the time the Force Collection, my favorite Star Wars game, was out, and I just like didn't have time for that little Fallout game. But it was cool. Present day, I don't want to go to Disney World. Yeah, it's a shame. The executives were like, nothing to see here. These are not the numbers you were looking for. Yeah, exactly. George was a genuine man. Sure was. Or is. Lucas should just make a small, short, experimental films. Well, he said he was going to. He said nobody would see them, so we don't know if he did or not, but it would be pretty awesome to see. And you know what? I bet you if he put out this little short film, it might be 15, 20 minutes, and he put it out in a theater, that shit would make millions of dollars. Probably more than the sequel trilogy. Maybe not combined, but I'm saying is like Rise of Skywalker. I bet you George Lucas with his little half-an-hour film could destroy the Rise of Skywalker. How much of a dagger would that be to Disney? Oh, and then China collapses as communist countries always do and drag the world economy with them. Yeah. Kathy, we will continue to protect these characters. Luke, I failed to kill my nephew before he turned bad. Time to go into exile for a decade. Yep. Shit, more than a decade. It was 30 years after Jedi. I never pre-order games. Never will. Never have, never will. I always wait a week till I play to hear from reviewers. Yeah, nowadays you just... James, you can't trust reviewers. The Last of Us 2 proved it. Yes, correct. Which I didn't play, but I know all about that mess. I mean, actual gamers who give legitimate reviews, not IGN or GameSpot. You know, both of those sites used to be good. IGN, I remember when IGN first started, it was all about like the babe of the week, and it was about girls and guy stuff, and it was real small and humble, and then they started getting into games and movies, and it was a cool site, and then now it became this big piece of shit. Money. Still, lots of gamers are shills. Yeah. All entertainment. You got to be careful. There's tons of shills. Plus, I never had an interest in Last of Us 2. The second the first trailer came out, I knew it was gonna be bad. Yeah. I'm surprised the Discord server hasn't got more people in it. I'd love to do some Discord party calls with everyone here. In all of my videos, all my live streams, there's a Discord server. I don't really use it because I was never much of a Discord person, and plus nobody seems to go there. If a bunch of you start using it, I'm more than happy to use the Discord and talk to you guys. I'm pretty sure I can use it on my phone. So, you know, I go where the community is, or I don't know if that's really said correctly. I do what I can, the best that I can, and I do pay attention to what you guys react to. So if a bunch of you went to Discord, obviously I'm going to pay it attention. Nobody has been paying it attention, so I don't really pay it attention. But it's there. If you guys are interested, the Discord is there. James, you mean some ordinary gamer, Muda? He's good or different YouTuber, not the stupid woke journos who can't even play games. We will keep 2012. We will keep Star Wars safe. 2013, LucasArts shuts down. EA shuts down and gets the games. 2014, EU is no longer canon. Rebels comes out. 2015, Force Awakens. 2016, nothing bad really happens from what I can remember. So moving on. 2017, Last Jedi ruins the franchise. Well, 2016 was Rogue One. 2018, Solo Bombs and Resistance comes out. That's because it jumped on me. I think I am getting towards the end of your guys' stuff. Maybe, hopefully. Trying to catch up. Yeah, I am getting close. Okay. Maybe I can switch over here. Let's see. New Vegas. Shills. Yes. Okay. Discord. Yeah, again, if you guys use a Discord, hey, I'll use it. We will keep Star Wars safe, yeah. Fucking mess. Solo Bombs and Resistance comes out. That's because Veronica in New Vegas had more to her character and never explicitly talked about it. Merely alluded to it here and there. The same goes for Arcade Given. Rise of Skywalker breaks Star Wars. Well, I would say that Last Jedi is what really broke Star Wars, but Rise of Skywalker certainly didn't help. Only problem is that China doesn't care about Star Wars. They do like Marvel, and what is odd, they really like Captain America. Yeah, but it's not about them liking it. It's about them controlling it. They don't care about liking it. The Last of Us was stunning and brave, so I hear. 2020, the cold that must not be named. Yeah. Sutaro Waruso is what Star Wars will be called when it's bought by China. Okay. Gotcha. James the Sweet and Sour Sniffles. The High Republic comes out and races are supported. Yes. Don't forget Gina Carano, the most beloved thing Star Wars has right now, gets canned. I was in China with some Chinese college students and was surprised by the roar of approval when the speaker quoted Captain America and flashed an image of Evans as the character. Huh, interesting. China would change Star Wars because of the illusions of rebels fighting the fascist empire, aka the CCP. Yeah. Instead, the rebels will be friends with the empire. Yeah, absolutely. Nah, the only thing China could change is make the empire more akin to the USA or Japan. I think anything's possible. Dead Girls. Hi, and what made you fed up with Disney as a company? I understand the corruption of Disney as a company, but you personally, what did it? I'm almost caught up here. I only have a few, and I will get into detail with that. So hang on there, Dead Girls. I'll be more than happy to tell you guys the story, as some of you are new. So I'll tell you exactly how Not My Star Wars started and all that. So hang on, I'll come back to it. And very nice to see you as always. They'll make the Empire Taiwan, yes. Hey, Dead Girls, good to see you. Yeah. Man, it's crazy how politics has become so involved with the entertainment industry. They used to be so separate, and now it's all coming together into the perfect storm, dragging us down to the abyss. Yeah. Din Djarin, I exist for the show. Grogu, I exist for merch. Cara Dune, I got fired. Luke Skywalker, I exist so people can cry. Who? I can show you how to pirate anything on Discord, but I don't know how through the US is when it comes to pirating. I wouldn't want to get you in trouble. The Discord is there, brother. Anytime you want to leave me a message. Take your Apple shit to Louis Rossman in the NYC. He will fix it. Yeah. Well, it wasn't mine. I can't stand Apple. Like iPhone, I don't get it. You guys want to pay $1,000 for an inferior phone? Really? Listen, 2006, my daughter was born. I wanted a video camera. I didn't want to spend thousands of dollars on a video camera. I wanted a phone with a camera so I could capture from her first moments. iPhone didn't even have a camera. Nokia 6682. iPhone didn't even have a camera for like 2-3 years after they came out. Androids did, and they have been inferior since day one. I know some of you like Macs and iPhones. I don't get it. You like being limited. You like not being able to do what we can do. You can't have Linux. You can't. Yeah, they're secure because you can't do anything. You think you're doing something with Final Cut? How about you get some real editing software and make real videos? I don't know. I'm not trying to trash Apple, but why do you want inferior products for twice the price? I don't get it. I use DuckDuckGo and look up movies and series for free. I almost always find what I look for. Well, that's good to know because I've used them in the past, but for LinkedIn, I didn't realize. I know that they've recently, in the past year or two, like expanded and did a bunch of extra stuff. I haven't really gone back and looked, but I'll keep that in mind. I don't think George Lucas will buy Lucasfilm. He now has other priorities in life. A museum, a daughter. I think he wants to leave his last years with some peace. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. But it's not impossible that he gains control. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe he can, at this point, because he's been so separate, say, okay, I don't have to be involved in all of it. But let's bring back Star Wars because my name is on that crap. And now they've made such a mess of it that it's just depressing. So he could get it back, erase all the bullshit, and get someone to do the sequel trilogy as it's supposed to be done. He just wouldn't be involved every day. Because I agree, I don't think that he wants to sit there and make 3 more movies. All I'm saying is he could potentially be the controlling property. That's what matters. The controlling interest. I use popcorn. I don't know if it's famous in the US. I think I've heard of it, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Yi-Fi? I don't know. Pirate Bay? We all have heard of Pirate Bay. As Cecil says, we should invest in Pirate Bay and bury Disney Plus. Not a bad idea. They better sell Lucasfilm to a competent studio if there's any left. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Red Hair Shanks, that's thanks, nice to see you. 123 Movies and Kim Cartoon. Let me write some of those down. What was the other one? Pirate Bay, popcorn. What was the other one? DuckDuckGo. Okie dokie, I'll look at that stuff. Yes, they pretty much are these days, unfortunately. All studios are woke pedophile messes. Yeah. There's always hope. Yeah. Technically, yes. What if Disney sells 51% control? No, he won't do it. He's going to want full control. He's not going to play around with Disney, especially not after everything they've done. Even majority, he's not going to want anyone to have anything to say. And when you have 51, yes, you have a majority rule and blah, 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 but he's not. He's going to want full control. Can you link the net gains and losses charts from the Disney report? Is that what you mean? Assuming that's what you mean. If that is indeed what you meant. There you go. It's pretty late here. It's always great to see you. I'll be back tomorrow stream whenever I can. Stay safe, y'all. Yeah, you take care. Shanks, glad to see you. The American entertainment industry has always been heavily left-leaning. I'd recommend looking up a book called Hollywood Party. Explains how the Soviets puppeted LA. Okay, very interesting. Haven't heard of that. It was also Operation Paperclip and all the Nazis that created the CIA and turned Hollywood and entertainment into a machine to subvert American conservative values. Yes, I know very much about Operation paperclip, which your boy Walt Disney was involved with, and NASA. The High Republic shit. It is the worst thing we've got from Disney Star Wars since The Last Jedi. The characters are awful, and why is there a red dot on my head? I don't know, though, bro. You better duck. Resistance was pretty bad too. Every time I walk at Fred Meyer, I see a shit ton of Baby Yoda merch. Most of it's still there. Yeah. When Toys R Us was going out of business, they sold what was left in the store except for the stupid trilogy. I can see Luke Skywalker whenever I want. Blu-ray episode 1 through 6 set. Nice. Man, I wish I still had that original 1 through 6 Blu-ray set. I could probably, I guess, maybe find it on eBay or something. Disney's trying to turn Star Wars into Marvel. The Mandalorian is just an ad for the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just glad they stopped torturing Revan after the awful book and MMO. Yeah. Dead Girls, I haven't forgot. We'll get back to it. I'm almost done. I can imagine opening crawl for season 3 of The Mandalorian. Yeah, there's been a bunch of parody crawls on Twitter, and they're all like dissing Gina, like season 3 Mandalorian, Cara Dune died, you know, stuff like that. I can imagine opening crawl for season 3. Yeah. What is going on with Vader today? I keep tuning in to videos. Yo, dudes, the Empire is pretty chill. Yeah, there is a lot of that kind of stuff going on, Caleb. I've been seeing that too. It's kind of weird. Like, well, it's, you know, Disney again. They've totally cucked, you know, the most iconic villain of all time. And that's saying a lot, because remember that movies have been around a long time, and you had stuff like Frankenstein and Dracula and other great, you know, villains and characters, and, you know, Darth Vader came in and like wiped all that shit out. You know, it was like for 30 years, Darth Vader is like the icon of villain. Now he's a fucking joke at Disney fucking doing the Running Man. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's absurd. Mandalorian season 3. Luke Skywalker will still become a loser, and Cara Dune crashed an X-Wing and died. Yep. The remains of the sequel trilogy toys was gathered in a warehouse to be disposed. World Class Bullshitter made a video about it. Yeah. I have a clip of them destroying a bunch of Star Wars toys and Marvel toys. Hey, Star Talks, good to see you, bro. Just another, you know, Star Wars stream. I don't know if you saw that they fired Gina Carano from The Mandalorian, so that was part of the stream. Mostly, you know, Disney's financial report came out today, so I was going over that. Good to see you, brother. That's the video. I was thinking today, what video, Return of the King. God, the miniseries was awesome. Give me 1 second, guys. I meant to do something earlier. Now I remember what it was. So give me just a moment. See if I can do this in real time. I believe that. It's too big. Damn you. Maybe this will work. God, the miniseries was awesome. Is the miniseries it was called God, or are you referring to Return of the King? Not sure what you meant there. I remember when we had to wait 2 to 3 years for the new Star Wars story. It was special. Now that everything's coming out every few months, we're gonna get sick of it. All Star Wars movies was 3 years, all of them, 1 through 6, and I think that every year is pushing it. But even if, like, let's say George got it, like if he got to make Underworld, and we had an episode every week, nobody would have been set. We all would have been like, fuck yeah. So it's a matter of doing it correctly and doing it respectfully, because, you know, I think, yes, if you do too many movies, one every year, it gets a little crazy. But, you know, if we would have had Mandalorian like what it was supposed to be, I don't think anybody would get sick of it. Oversaturation. Yeah, it's just because they're doing it wrong, not because Mandalorian, our most successful show, the show that gave us Boba Fett, and that's it. Yeah, that's what they said. Most of the stuff that was announced won't even happen. Yeah. What will the future be for Cara Dune? I don't know. I think they'll just walk over her, just not even mention her. Like, she's just gone. Same thing with Luke. Like, everybody's like, oh, Luke Skywalker show. You're never going to see Luke again. Grogu's gone. He took Grogu and moving on. Black Series for Cara Dune. I'm not sure, but if you're a collector, it probably would be a good idea. We love Cara Dune, yeah. I think she's pretty awesome. I'm not in a financial situation nor in that crazy of a collector mode to be worried about a Cara Dune. I wouldn't mind having one, but she wouldn't be my personal priority. A Luke, a Boba, a Jyn Erso. But yeah, I think it would be smart if you're a collector to pick up a Cara Dune Black Series. Just saying. Have you seen any of the videos today with Vader saying, yo, dudes, the Empire's pretty chill? I don't know if today, but I have been seeing recently a lot of that type of thing. So I don't know if there's something specific today. I can look later. Actually, how are they going to kill off Cara Dune, an actor? I don't think they're going to. She just won't be. She'll just be gone. Just forgotten. They won't even mention her. Like they didn't mention her today in the call. By the way, Star Talks, if you're still around tomorrow, I'll be doing Rogue One, if that interests you, just so you know. The only stuff that sounds interesting now is the Book of Boba Fett and the Bad Batch. I wanted to like Rangers of the New Republic, but now Gina Carano's gone. I don't think I'll like it. Yeah, I don't think that show's going to happen because that was the point of that show. I don't even know what Visions is going to be about. It's Japanese art, Japanese-inspired Star Wars art. I think that actually might be cool because if they just let them create over there, then it's potential for some really nice stuff. And I don't think it's like an anime show. I think it's just going to be like Star Wars images, paintings, scenes, but by Japanese artists. The picture of KK next to young Spielberg, she was a solid 7 to me. Yeah, I'm not saying if she was the last woman on Earth back then, I mean, she wasn't terrible, ugly. But, you know, we're also talking about, what, 30, 40 years ago? And again, you know, the point that I made is that Spielberg and Lucas, between their fame and money, I don't think they would have too much problem. If that was their MO, just to get some hot women, I don't think they'd have too much difficulty. Just saying. We're not going to reference the holiday special like what George wanted, references Life Day. Yeah. I don't mind the holiday special, honestly. I'm not saying it's anything special, but there's stuff there. I don't mind it. I don't have a problem with it. I'd rather that than when anything Disney's done. We're not going to bring back Palpatine like George wanted. Dead speak. Yeah. They're asking to go bankrupt. Yeah, they sure are. Cancel Disney Plus, boycott Disney. You got it, Bone. You're new. Who's that little kitty cat you got there? He's cool. Welcome, Bone. So Rise of Skywalker may have costed almost $1 billion. Upwards, it was getting there. I don't think $1 billion, but it was up there. Yeah, they literally, in my estimation, they made between $100 and $300 million from that film. By the end of the day, when you take all, the theater cut, the reshoots, the marketing, the extra fees, taxes, at the end of the day, what they brought home, between $100 and $300 million. Not even worth the time to make the film. Plus the loss of not selling posters and mugs and hats and t-shirts and toys and Lucas never spent much money on producing movies. Lucas would do everything in-house to save money. How could KK, the producer, allow that to happen? What a fail. Yeah. On the original trilogy, I'd have to look at the exact numbers, but I think he spent less than $100 million for the entire original trilogy. Right around there, $100 million. So there you go. And he made, just off of the first Star Wars, $3 billion with today's inflation. So you figure, I did recent stream, I did the numbers. It was like 6 billion DOT in today's numbers, 6-7 billion. And he spent roughly 100 million. Let's say he spent 200 million, but it brought 6 billion. The first Star Wars made more than Force Awakens. People that say, but Disney made all this money and they're better. The first Star Wars in 1977 made more money than The Force Awakens. Suck it, Disney. Hey, they can go disarm old landmines like the oil workers, right? Yeah. The Rise of Skywalker had huge reshoots. Yes, it sure did. And changed director. Yes. Can we call The Force Awakens episode 1D, The Last Jedi 2D, and The Rise of Skywalker 3D instead of 7, 8, 9? Call it whatever you want. It's fan fiction, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Man, you guys are chatting away today. So, first, we're going to take a very quick commercial break.
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
There you go, the original Clippy. $3, $7 with shipping. Change your life. I will put the link in the description if anyone's interested. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mark this so I keep my place. I've been on for almost 5 hours. So I'm going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. I need to get some liquid. I want to stretch. And then I will come back. I will first tell Dead Girls and the rest of you the story of Not My Star Wars. And then I'll continue on with the chat and we can keep talking about whatever you guys like. So give me 5-10 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom, get a drink, stretch my legs, and we can continue on. I thought that this was going to be a shorter stream, but that's okay. As long as you guys are here and you want to talk, we've got 12 hours. So as much as you want to go, I'm here to hang out with you guys. You guys are chatting away, so no problem. I'm more than happy. So I'll put on a video for you guys. I'll take a, here, let me see here. That's a moment. Okay, first things first, this is the link for the Clippy that I just showed you. Super simple, super cool. It's $7 with shipping. Here's the thing. You can order up to 10 of them for the one-time shipping. They're $3 a piece, but it's $4 to ship it. But if you wanted to get like 5 or 10, you can order for one-time $4 shipping up to 10 of them, and I can put them in a package for the one-time $4 shipping. I hope that makes sense. Up to 10, you can order for one-time shipping. So it's actually in your benefit to get 2 or 3 if you do that. I will show you the Clippy very quickly, and then I'm going to take a break. So the Clippy, as you can see, it's a very small, clips into the air vents, right, of your car. It's just that simple. It swivels. It comes in black or gray. It's the easiest little thing, super strong. If you break one, you send it back to me, I'll send you a free one back. Guaranteed for life. You won't break it, by the way, unless you like try to with like a hammer or something, but you're not going to break it. It's strong. Gray. You can put your logo on the back. That obviously costs more, but you can. Anyways, I'm not here to sell you stuff. It's just there. It's a super great and awesome little product. Most people would say get 2, 1 for each side of the car. Great gifts. You can put it in a letter. You can put it in a stocking. Anyways, anybody would love to have one, or be thankful if you hand them one. It's a simple little thing, and you always know where your glasses and sunglasses are. And you can clip it all over in different places, lampshades or closets or whatever. Anyways, I'll put a little video for you guys. I will also put that link into the description at the end. As a matter of fact, I probably could do it right now. Just get it out of the way. So just putting it out there. If you guys are interested, it's there. It's a really cool product. Super simple to use. You literally just in 1 second install it. And you know, I use it. I'm the marketer for it. My good buddy invented it. And I only show it to you because it's something that I genuinely use and believe in. I'm not just trying to sell you something. I like literally have these in my car, and I feel like every car should have one. It can save you a ticket. It can save you an accident. Anyways, it's at the bottom of the link, or bottom of the description of this video. There's a bunch of links there, and you will see the original Clippy. If anyone's interested, there you go. If you're not, that's okay too. Just a cool, simple thing. Oh, nice. I'm over 9,400 subscribers. Awesome. I got about 30 subscribers in the stream, so that's very cool. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, I'll put on a video. I'll take a quick break, and we will continue on. And I will, like I said, when I come back, I'll first tell you the Not My Star Wars story, since Dead Girls asked, and she's one of my favorite people right now. So I will be happy to tell you guys Not My Star Wars story. Here, I'll put on Video Man because I thought that was just a really cool little video. So you guys can enjoy Video Man. I know probably some of you have seen it at this point, but it's fun. So just a moment. I think it's pretty cool. You might see an ad in the middle. I'll try to skip it. Hopefully it won't be too long anyways. But okay, so I have the, I'm going to leave this here. I know it's a little bit annoying, but that's why I keep my place in the chat. All right, so when I come back, it'll be, I can find you back quick. I'll leave you with Video Man for the next 5-10 minutes. And I'll come back and we'll keep going. So hang in there, enjoy Video Man, and I will see you guys in just a few minutes. I'll put it full screen and see you shortly. Thanks again for being here. Enjoy Video Man.
Whoa! That's the highest score I've ever seen. He's terrific at that game.
I'm gonna beat this game all the way.
Don't take advantage of people that are already struggling. I mean, everyone's struggling. I struggle as a small business owner.
Jeopardy wants to be your Valentine with Lance, Alejandra, John, and Ken.
One of you is going to spend this Valentine's Day weekend as a reigning Jeopardy champion.
Isn't it romantic? On Jeopardy!
Jeopardy, tomorrow at 7, followed by Wheel of Fortune.
Anything you wanted, I got it. Watch me pull it out of my pocket. Turn up on the beat and I drop it. Wait for it. Voila.
I Want You, the new fragrance by Jimmy Choo at Macy's, the fragrance destination.
I beat Video Man again. I scored 100 points. You said you'd help me cram for the quiz tomorrow.
That was before you started going steady with Video Man. It's too late now.
Closing in 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes? That gives me just enough time to beat Video Man again.
Arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
Don't forget about helping me with my quiz. Maybe Video Man can help you. Hey, stay out of this, Drake.
All right. Let's go to the library for a few minutes.
Tonight, I will let loose upon the world my greatest creation. Video Man, the creature from the game. Video Man, strike!
I got a great idea. Let's go back and play one more Video Man game.
You're a total creep. I'm going home.
I'll just plug it in and give old Video Man another...
No! Video Man?
Help! Help! Let me out! Help!
You monster! Unreal!
Oh, you're good. You're really good. And how are you doing, punk? Video Man, once again I set you free. Strike.
Maker of Video Man game. Location unknown.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
The Groove mattress in a box delivers refreshing and revitalizing sleep right to your door. Groove features pressure point relief, a cooling cover, and an infusion of charcoal and green tea extracts. It's CertiPure US certified, and right now, you can get your Groove mattress at an incredibly low, dreamy price. Buy online or try it out today at your local Ashley Home store. Then simply unroll and enjoy. Groove, simply wonderful sleep for a happier you. Only at Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Turn your great escape into the safe escape. Wear a mask. It protects you and others. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. Avoid large groups or crowds. Keep your distance. And if you have any COVID-19 symptoms, stay home, get tested, and make your great escape later. Let's keep PA safe.
I can wipe you out of existence. Like this. Now I have everything I need. What is it?
No! That's impossible! Video Man!
If Video Man grows more powerful, no one will be able to stop him.
Right now, in a lonely part of town, somebody is about to stop him. He's a genius, a mad, evil, maniacal genius. And he's experimenting with his most dangerous, his most fantastic invention.
That's more than 200,000 people assembling, all under my control.
Look at them, thousands of hypnotized teenagers.
All right, there's 3 minutes left, so I'll let it finish while I munch on my sandwich real quick. But I'm here.
I'll test my mind-controlling video pulsator.
By the way, I'm seeing some of your comments on my phone. For some reason, it said stream unavailable. It looks like it's back. Hopefully, you guys are still here. If someone wants to confirm. But it did look like the stream went away for a minute there. I don't know what happened.
Incredible. I must get that video creature to work for me. So she's the key to the video creature, eh?
Now what? Whoa!
I saw the video creature save you, my dear.
He's not a creature. He's a man. He's Video Man.
Whatever.
zooming at the lightning speed of computer blips.
Video man, we're here now. You be in real trouble.
But he isn't. Almost at the speed of light, Video Man streaks through the maze of wires, following the powerful pulses right back to their source. In microseconds.
He was sure you'd come after me. I'm sorry.
What the? Let's make a bet. You cover the wiring system, as you just did. But this time, you go directly into Satellite Communication Center. You will link the World Communications Satellite into my transmission unit. 1 hour, and the final game is mine! What's that?
Hey, come back here! Come on the air! I thought they pulled a plug on you! Where am I? What's happening to me? You can't do this to me!
Jimmy's John's is a sandwich place, and now these Weisenheimers are trying to be chipmen too. Ridiculous. Pick a lane, Jimmy John's.
This one's the perfect gift for the friend who's been getting a little too comfortable during quarantine. Maybe your son.
Whoa! Video man, are you some kisser?
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys are here because for some reason I've never had that happen before. I don't know what's going on. Let me know if you guys see me. Looks like it's back again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I've never had that happen before, so I don't know what the hell is going on. Okay. Twice. I don't know. So let me go back to where we were. And all right. So first things first, Dead Girls asked, I don't remember specifically what you said. Let me see if maybe I can find it real quick. No, I won't go back that far. But basically you asked, what did Disney do? Why is Not My Star Wars here? Okay. I need to give you a little history. I was in the first Star Wars in 1977. Sometimes I say I was let me switch my glasses. I was May 25th, 1977. I was 3 years old. I probably wasn't there May 25th, to be honest with you. But I do know for a fact in the first week or two of Star Wars coming out, I was there. That's due to my father. My father, he's not a huge space guy, sci-fi guy, but he likes like action and stuff, like James Bond. I very much was into James Bond because of my father. And ironically, many things later in my life was because of my father. Not to say nothing in my younger life, but a lot of my professional stuff later was because of influences from my father. Anyways, so I saw Star Wars when it came out. Been a fan since '77. Saw all the movies, read most of the books, played with most of the toys. Always talked about it. It's one of the very few things that's always been consistent in my life, Star Wars. Played most of the games. Love Star Wars. Love the prequels. Not as much as the OT. The OT is the crown jewel, but always love Star Wars. Okay, yeah, the mouse maybe. I think it was just a connection or just YouTube being dumb. Who knows? So, Force Awakens came out. Or was coming out. And I saw the trailers and I just wasn't that impressed. I didn't see anything really. And the main thing I knew was already wrong was where's Luke? Where's the crew together? What's going on? And it was all this Kylo, Finn, Rey nonsense. And anyways, I didn't see Force Awakens when it first came out. I probably didn't see it till like month, 2 months, 3 months till after it came out. And I remember I was working at a grocery store as a cashier, and this guy talked to me about it. He's like, "Oh man, if you love Star Wars, you'll love it. It's so true, and it's amazing." And this, and I was like, I don't know. So finally, I saw The Force Awakens. First half hour, I was like, okay, we'll see what's going on, whatever. And then, like after the first half hour, I kept saying to myself, "Where's Luke? Where's Luke? Where's Luke?" And I knew something was wrong, because that's where they needed to pick up, was directly with Luke. And from there, you establish what's going on, and then you bring in the new characters and you properly pass the torch. But no Luke. And the movie kept going, and I'm like, where the fuck is Luke? Where's Luke? And you didn't see him. And then you see him for like the last 10 seconds, whatever, 30 seconds. And I was like, oh no. And I walked out and I was like, I just saw A New Hope again. They didn't build the characters at all. Rey, who doesn't know anything, just beat a guy that's the Jedi killer. And I was like, this is a mess. And I remember walking out and out loud saying it. Star Wars is done. Star Wars is gone. The Star Wars that we knew and loved is done. It's a new Disney space thing. I felt hollow, and I literally said it to my friends. I thought it, and I said it out loud at the theater. Star Wars is gone. So ironically, when I saw The Last Jedi, I wasn't super bent up about it when I first saw it, because it's like, I went in it like, this isn't Star Wars. This is just Disney space thing. So I just watched it and enjoyed it for its face value. Like, I don't give a shit. So canon's already broken. It already is dumb. They decanonized the EU. So not that it was true canon, but they decanonized the EU. And I didn't really care. I wasn't invested in Star Wars anymore, at least not the new Star Wars. So Last Jedi, while I saw the mistake, I saw the problems right from the beginning. It's not that I didn't, but I was kind of almost liked it, because I was like, fuck it. It don't matter anymore. Star Wars is done, so I'm just going to enjoy Disney's fan fiction. It was ridiculous, Leia and the Holdo maneuver and all that shit was, I saw it from the beginning. I was already out at Force Awakens, but that's why Last Jedi in the beginning, I was just like, whatever. But then after a few days, first week, I was like, oh, fuck. They really went overboard with Last Jedi. They really killed it. Anyway, so I was already pretty much like, well, fuck Star Wars, it's done. Not fuck Star Wars, but fuck Disney's fan fiction. So I saw Rogue One in the theater. That was fun. It felt like Star Wars. It wasn't quite up to par, but I was like, all right, well, at least that was cool. So then I was already pretty sour on Disney stuff. And then they had Solo, and by the way, I had a family member that worked at a Cinemark theater, so I could see all these movies for free. So I saw Solo, and I saw all of them for free. Because if it was a matter of not Force Awakens, that was Maryland, that was different. But Rogue, right, 2016 on, I saw them for free. So anyways, I was like, well, Star Wars is done, so what does it matter? Then Disney Plus came, and I was like, all right, I'm going to give them a chance, see what The Mandalorian is like, although it's supposed to be Boba Fett, and they already screwed up from the beginning, but I'll watch Mandalorian and see what it's like. November 12th, 2019. I already had like a pent-up thing on Facebook and like amongst friends. I've said, you know, Star Wars is dead, this shit is dumb, blah, blah, blah. But I never really like on the internet got too vocal about it. So Disney Plus comes out. I watched The Mandalorian first episode. And I didn't hate the show, but I was like, this is what they're going to give us. This is what the hype was about. This is what Star Wars is going to be. And I was like, oh, shit. So I kind of lost my shit that day. And I was like, screw that. Now, leading up to that, I was doing other stuff, digital marketing with my company and doing other stuff. But I started getting into YouTube. And for whatever reason, it didn't really occur to me in 2015 to check YouTube to see what people were saying. I just was other life stuff going on. Which I did. By the way, I've been on YouTube since 2012. I have other channels. But as far as like looking at Star Wars on YouTube, I just kind of like, I saw Force Awakens, I was like, whatever. Which I kind of regret, because had I jumped on the Force Awakens right from the beginning, holy shit, this channel would be large. But anyways, it is what it is. So I just kind of like was whatever. I saw The Mandalorian, and that kind of broke me. I was like, that's it. You know, I'm not going to sit back and not say anything. And leading up to that, 3 months or so before that, I was really looking at what other people were talking about Star Wars. And I saw, wow, there's like a lot of YouTubers talking about this, and there's people that are actually interested. And a lot of people were destroying The Last Jedi. And I was like, okay, well, maybe there is people that are interested in hearing the truth and knowing about real Star Wars. So saw Mandalorian, kind of lost my shit, and I made a long rant video. It was about 4.5 hours long. I didn't edit it, nothing. I just hit record and went off, and I found all kinds of problems on the Disney Plus site. I talked about that. I talked about how Mandalorian was supposed to be Boba Fett, and I showed all these similarities and where his rifle comes from the holiday special and all this stuff. Day one, Mandalorian, I was like, oh, you're busted. I see what you did here, and this is nonsense. So I went on for 4.5 hours, just did a rant, and I uploaded it on my digital marketing channel. Nothing to do with Star Wars. I said, let me see what happens. Let me see if people actually want to talk about this shit, if they're still interested in it. And I'm doing it on a non-Star Wars channel. I'm just going to put it out there and see if there's anybody that even listens to what I have to say. So I put it up, and that video got like 100 views pretty quickly. 4.5 hour rant. It got a lot of dislikes, but it was pretty even, 50-50 like to dislike. So I was like, okay, so people do still care about this and want to hear about it. And that video to this day has like 3,000 something views. Maybe it's getting close to 4,000. It didn't like knock it out of the park, but it's a non-edited 4.5 hour rant on a non-Star Wars channel, just randomly put up. And I saw that it did pretty good. So I was like, okay, one, I can do this. Two, people actually want to hear it. So I was like, all right, I'm going to make a channel because I got plenty to say about Star Wars. It's something that I know very, very well. So then I created Not My Star Wars. I believe that was like November 12th. November 12th is when The Mandalorian and Disney Plus premiered. I made Not My Star Wars channel, I want to say it was November 18th. So I started making a video, and November 20, I started thinking, okay, what video am I going to make? What am I going to do? November 25th, it was a Monday. I think it was a Monday. Pretty sure. Yeah. Good Morning America, I think it was. J.J. Abrams is on for the morning segment, Monday morning segment, talking about the Rise of Skywalker. And he says in that interview, they ask him, so the movie, is it done? What happened? And JJ says, yesterday. They finished The Rise of Skywalker officially on November 24th. Or at least that's what JJ said. It was November 25th, 2019. The movie was coming out in the theater December 18th. Less than 3 weeks away, The Rise of Skywalker was being finished. Find out months later that like 3 days before the film came out, they had Adam Driver in a closet recording lines where he's saying, I know who you are. You're a Palpatine, when they're in the hangar in The Rise of Skywalker. And I have a video about that. Adam Driver's closet. It shows you literally the recording and all that. That is also the video where they talk about Ben Burtt works in another part of Lucasfilm and doesn't work on the Star Wars films anymore. And it's just the whole... That video is called Obi-Wan Kenobi Show Canceled in Adam Driver's Closet. Something like that. You guys can find it. Disney Star Wars gives me birthday presents. You can find that video. So I heard that and was like, all right, that's the video I'm making. They just finished The Rise of Skywalker. Okay. So that was not my first video. I've been doing stuff since 2012. I had 2 other channels. But those channels were a lot of like educational and informational. So it was like just me talking or some speeches or different stuff that I've done. Very impromptu and very lightly edited stuff. When I started The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday, which is my first video, I wanted to really like go all out. So I started researching. I found all these links and connections to what was going on, and I found out it was a lot worse. And right around that time, like shortly after KK's interview with Rolling Stone came out, we don't have any source material. We don't have 100 years of, or we don't have novels and 100-page books and all this mess. So I was like, oh, really? So then I started digging around, and I found all these pages, you know, like just massive lists of Star Wars games and Star Wars books and just comics. I mean, it's just insane. So I found all these little interviews, things, you know, John Boyega lost the script. It was like this whole thing with The Rise of Skywalker. So that was my first video that I really did heavy editing in, and I wanted it to be really cool. And so it took me a while, like a good 3 weeks to make that damn video. Part of it was because of all the stuff that I gathered, but also the editing. That was the first video that I really heavily edited. To this day, I think it's still one of my best videos. I have gotten much better at what I do now after a year, but that video like really establishes who I am, what the channel's about, why I'm doing this, and I totally shred Disney. In particular, the whole thing about how The Rise of Skywalker came to be. So that came out like December. I forget exactly when it came out. I want to say like it definitely would have came out, I think like December 12th. It was like right before The Rise of Skywalker came out. I remember it was like important that I get it done before the movie comes out, because I also released a thing with leaks from Burger King that was all like literally 100% accurate as to what was coming out in The Rise of Skywalker. I knew several things about The Rise of Skywalker before it came out. Anyways, so there you go. Disney Plus, The Mandalorian is what really sparked me to say, screw that, I'm making videos, and I went all in. I created NotMyStarWars, made that first video. It took me about 3 weeks, and it came out. I don't remember the exact date, but if you go and look, you'll see. So that's it in a nutshell. And then from there, it's just been, you know, nonstop. Disney just doing stupidity. So it's like I don't have to look for stuff because they just keep handing it to me on a silver platter. Every day, every week, just something. They contradicted canon, they decanonized this, and they say that this is how Palpatine came, but then a week later, this is how Palpatine came. You know, there was the whole Reylo kiss, but then Ray Carson brings out a book and says, no, there was no love there. It was a kiss of appreciation. Like all these things started coming out, and it was just like a domino, like constant stuff. The Obi-Wan show, just, you know, the box office numbers, just constant disaster from Disney. And there you go. Here we are a year later, a little over a year. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's what happened. It's kind of hard to say my anniversary because really, since Force Awakens, I was like, this shit is done. when I actually made the channel, I don't remember the exact date. You could look at it like that. But really what sparked it all was November 12th, The Mandalorian. And I made that first video. As far as Not My Star Wars, I think it was like November 16th, 18th, like something like that, where I started the channel. But then the first upload was until, I think, December 12th, something right around there. So I don't know the exact anniversary because it depends on where you look at it. But November, December 2019 is when, and it was all because of The Mandalorian and Disney Plus. So there you go. That's why we're here. That's why I do it, because I know the truth. I know Star Wars very well. I know the canon. And sometimes, especially in live streams, you forget because there's so much you're thinking about and you guys are asking me questions, and it's hard to sometimes remember every little trivial thing. But what's important is understanding the canon and the story and the whole point of the freaking Star Wars saga to begin with. Usually I do remember the ship name or the character name, but you know, sometimes, especially in live streams. But when I make videos, I spend a massive amount of time researching to make sure all the details are correct. I'm going to spend a massive amount of editing, and I rewatch that video so many times. So it's very rare, if ever, you're going to see mistakes in my produced videos, because I take the time to make sure that I'm putting out the correct information. Unlike some people that make videos and just talk complete nonsense. Some things change. Some things, you know, I have information now, 2 months later, other information comes out. So that, you know, but as far as what I put out that day, I can guarantee you 99.999% of the time, it's absolutely the fact of what it is. Live streams are different. You're thinking about a lot of stuff. You're looking at stuff. You guys are asking me questions. So my mind is going bing, 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 bing. And I'm not complaining. I love talking to you guys. Just saying that it's a lot to run a stream, make sure everything's running. You know, you don't look like a total jackass answering all these questions. So anyways, that's it in a nutshell. That's where Not My Star Wars came from. And here we are. And Disney does not fail to give me stuff to talk about. So hopefully that answers your question. If you have any other question like that or need any more elaboration or something specific, by all means. But that's basically it. Okay. I put the source of the numbers in a previous comment, but you can't link websites on YouTube. Yeah, sometimes they're a pain in the ass. And I don't have links blocked, by the way. We have an option to block links. I don't have it blocked. But as I said, and just to make sure that you heard me, I was doing a lot with, you'll see my earlier videos, was the box office. And I can guarantee you, as a matter of fact, if you look at my old videos, you should see it there, that it was at 317. Now, sometimes that's an estimate, so then later they get a different number. Sometimes Disney lies about a lot of that stuff anyways, so we never know the exact budget. But one, I promise you that the numbers used to say 317. Now they've reduced it down. Two, it's like I said, all trilogies, doesn't matter what it is, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, whatever. Every movie is increasing in budget because you need to outdo the last film. Budget for marketing and budget for production. So if Last Jedi's 317, Rise of Skywalker was definitely more, probably closer to 400. Right? That's like, you can't even deny that. It is what it is. It's what they do. They're always going to increase the budget. The numbers now has reduced it down, but as I showed you on Box Office Mojo, which kept the original number, it was 317 for The Last Jedi. So you can put links if you're a wrench. Yes, a wench. Lucas has done half and Spielberg did the other half. Not sure which part you're talking about, but yes. Will the fans get respect from not under Disney? No, absolutely not. They've more than clearly proven that to us. Dark Messiah, Martin Magic was the closest thing we got to a spiritual successor to the Arcs, Fatalis, or Ultima Underworld. I don't know much about Might and Magic or Magic the Gathering or that kind of stuff. So, which are probably two totally different things, but I just don't know about them to comment. Fallout 1 and 2 are isometric top-down. 3 New Vegas, 4 and 76 are 3D. Yeah. I don't know how much I would like 1 and 2. 3 on, yeah. 76, I remember hearing there was problems with it, it was really short, or there was something. I remember there was something there. Fallout Shelter was the mobile game, yes. I played quite a bit of that little guy. True to Caesar is greeting for a faction in New Vegas. Okay, they are slavers and general bad guys. Yeah, usually slavers. New Vegas is great. Yeah, I heard a lot of cool things about it. It looks cool. Fair warning, Fallout 1 and 2 and New Vegas aren't as focused on exploration as Fallout 3, but instead on dialogue and writing by having deep, nuanced characters and factions while conflicting worldviews and goals. Okay. The toaster in New Vegas has more dialogue than anyone in Fallout 4. Okay, wow. A toaster is just a death ray with a smaller power supply. There you go. If you dig deep enough, you'll find that there aren't really any good or evil factions in New Vegas. Even the great Khans, a tribe of raiders, can come across as very sympathetic. Lol, Annabelle, I love that toaster. He will hook shit up. Friends are evil as fuck. Fiends are evil as fuck. Good faction followers of the apocalypse. First time today. I saw your videos and damn, really like it, man. Oh, thank you so much. Micah 540. I'm glad you do. I don't claim to be the best, but probably the realest. Take it for what you like. Only the gangs that attack you on sight, like the fiends and jackals, are an exception to this rule. But you can peacefully interact with friends in their vault. They are technically a faction. Yeah. The player, did you download the Spanish Inquisition mod? Nobody ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. By the way, I'm Spaniard. That's cool. I did not expect that. The Inquisition, or that he is Spaniard? Missed the good old days before Disney when Star Wars was magical and wonderful. Yeah, me too, Micah. I'm assuming it's Micah. Maybe it's Mika. Let me know. Maybe it's Mika 45. Not sure. Cool avatar, though. Nah, the Fiends don't even have a reputation meter like all the other factions. You can only interact with them to be an extent if you're looking for the great cons or fool them into thinking you are. Sounds interesting. I killed Cook. Fuck him. He actually wrote them down. No shame. I love it. Me, when I wrote down the stuff, yeah. The mods for New Vegas I typically download are those that fix bugs, improve gameplay, and add quests, like the New Vegas Boundaries trilogy. You know, another one that I liked, which is not quite as expansive, but Borderlands. I played a little bit of 2, and I know that's like on 3 or 4 now, but the first Borderlands, I liked that game. It was fun. It was kind of the same vein. Just joined your Discord. Okay, cool. Like I said, if you guys start using it, I'll jump in there. I just, nobody's really been paying attention, so. You want a spoiler for the third one? Bounties? I don't mind. Don't bring your companion to the boss fight, okay? Did you play the Frontier? Clap some Death Claw cheeks. Glory to the Sneedclave. I remember Death Claws from Fallout 3. Those bastards were a pain in the ass. How to save Star Wars. Give it to me and or George Lucas. Very simple solution. Get it out of Disney's hands. That is the main thing. Could not get it to work. Corrupt files. Then the pedo stuff came out, and I'm not going to retry it. Mitten Squad did a playthrough. Interesting. I don't know what else people need to see to realize Disney is broke and they don't care about you. Yeah. At this point, I mean, you're just in complete denial. I went into the Discord just after the 4chan raid. It was a mess, full of furries. The devs were blaming TK's Mantis for everything, not the creepy pedo guy for the Frontier failure. Star Wars stream, 3 of us in the chat are talking about Fallout Vegas. Only did item icons and armor models. They also knew of his pedo drugs and did not care. Frontier mod was such a mess. I saw videos of one of the side quests on YouTube years ago by the name of Unsafe Harbor, and after learning that it was cut, I decided against installing it. It's crazy that there are still people who support Disney. The magical company that made amazing quality films is gone. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to let things go, but you know, I've always learned in life you gotta be realistic. People change, things change, and if you're just with someone or something just because you're comfortable, you're miserable. It's sad. And I'm not saying you should just jump ship, but I mean, Force Awakens was enough. Then the 2014 canon or EU gone. Rogue One was like, okay, well, maybe. But then Last Jedi, it's like, I mean, if seeing Luke like that is okay with you, then you truly never understood and or loved Star Wars to begin with. I mean, it's just insanity. It's insanity. They'll mention the stupid trilogy, but not Cara Dune. Yep. I've been getting a lot of comments lately, like on the George Lucas, why some fans hate the prequel trilogy. And I've been seeing comments lately like, that's what everybody said about the prequels. Watch, in 10 years, everybody's going to love the sequels. And I'm just like, Disney doesn't even talk about the sequels. And you think that we're all going to be like, all of a sudden, have this awakening like, oh, you know what? Jake was pretty cool. Yeah, that's good. That's Star Wars. I mean, so desperate. So desperate. They'll be long forgotten by then. The Frontier is a COD clone, COD clone, that wastes 7 years in production. The vehicles are cool, I think. Interesting. They cut Unsafe Harbor, but that was great. So they kept the Deathclaw bestiality, but cut the good side quest in favor of crap, like Solid Snake being in it and asking if you want to see his Liquid Snake. Huh, interesting. I love the Metal Gear series, by the way. I played all the old ones up until like 4, the PS3 one. That shit was amazing. I never played, I think the game was like Raiden Lightning or something like that. I didn't play that one, but that's where I got up to. I've interacted with Zolandro a couple of times. He made the cars to the Frontier. He's weird. It would be cool if he made this vehicle stand alone so I can DI it. I stand by that comment. KK wasn't looking bad. Hate the game, not the player. I mean, I have seen some pictures where I'm like, okay, it's not terrible. Again, I'm not saying she was hideous. A lot of how we know her now, she's much older. But we'll repeat the point. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, if they really were just looking for some, have enough name and fame, you know, they could do better than that. There would be no need. You understand or not? They wouldn't have to be desperate men. By the way, I don't know if you saw Marsha Lucas. She was a hottie. That was a very attractive woman. So look back, try to find pictures of Marsha Lucas with George Lucas. That was a babe. Star Wars, I think she was maybe a model too. Star Wars Visions, as you describe it, sounds like something that George Lucas would have come up with. He was always interested in Japanese animation and wanted to make a Star Wars anime. Yeah, and that's probably where they got it from, to be honest with you. Because nothing Disney has made is original. It's all from all George Lucas's notes. They just twist it and turn it to make it like, oh, look what we came up with. Lucas had 2 heart attacks, making the first one. I've never heard of that. I can't say that it's not true, but I've never heard of him having a heart attack. Poor drunk 3PO, people blaming him for the fire. Really? It's not his fault. Airheads are probably saying, you know, they were mad because that video got a lot of attention. I just saw like it in my suggested yesterday. It has like 222,000 views. They're just mad because she doesn't want to talk to crazy people. She wants to talk to a YouTuber that a lot of people say we're crazy. I'm not Phantom Menace, but you know, that type of perception of Phantom Menace, they're all assholes. No, actually, we're the only freaking reasonable ones that are telling the truth. People are always going to find something, you know. It's not his fault. It's not Gina's fault. It's Mickey Mouseketeer's fault. They cut Unsafe Harbor from the Frontier because it's allegedly had too many bugs to fix the release. It's going to take forever for the hype to come back. Yeah. Well, not if you have the right people running it. I promise you guys, you give me the keys to Star Wars within the first weekend, I got all of you back. Because I'm going to erase all that shit and promise you real Star Wars again. And I would apologize for Disney's stupidity. That's the first thing I would do, is say, I'm so sorry what happened. But George Lucas Star Wars is back. And all of you would freaking jump through the screen, up and down. It's not that hard. But you have to make a commitment, and you have to acknowledge which, you know, the mess that's been made. What was the deal with Red Arm for C-3PO? That was a side comic Disney fan fiction bullshit. I don't remember the story, it's been a while, but he's with a bunch of droids that get crash landed on some planet. They all start like having hallucinations and start killing each other. 3PO ends up like saving some important droid, and he loses an arm, but then he gets the spare part from another 3PO unit that's red, and that's why he has it. But, you know, like Disney, everything they do, they don't explain anything. He's just in the movie with a red arm, and they're like, what the hell is going on? And JJ thinks he's slick, like, oh, there's a whole backstory to it. Like, they're so clueless at Disney and what you're supposed to do with Star Wars. They think they're supposed to, like, make all these mysteries so you're asking questions. That's not what Star Wars was, guys. They don't get it. But that's where it comes from. Some silly little fan fiction comic they made. 3PO was raising money for, drunk 3PO, for child trafficking, and Disney sabotaged them. That tells you all you need to know about those Freemasonic bastards. Yeah, I was watching. I was jumping between two streams, so I was actually bounding into comics when it happened. But yeah, I know. And I'm sure Jay felt terrible, but it's not his fault. And I can promise you Gina would never blame him for that. Not at all. Clippy hype, yeah. It's with a K, but yes. Glad you like it. Thank you for subscribing, Sakoyama. Seikoyama, I think it is. Thank you. Joel Reyes. He was cool. Trajano da Silveira Jr. Interesting name. I wonder where that's from. Ryan Lawson. Thank you for subscribing. By the way, it gives me those notifications like way later, so sorry that it's come so late. If it's at least 25% different, money goes to Disney, not Lucas, for merch. Yes. It was there to show that time passed. I didn't mind it. But then they gave 3PO his golden arm back at the end of the movie for no reason. Yeah. They're all confused. When will Gina Carano say anything about her firing? I don't know. I don't know that she will. As you can see, Disney didn't even mention it today. I think they're just going to keep going and pretend it never happened. What's Gina going to gain out of it? I don't know. Some interview will come up eventually. I'm sure there'll be some mention of it, but I don't think she's going to go out of her way on Twitter or whatever to. Plus, she's probably pretty upset about it. really, it's a blessing because she got away from this nonsense that is Disney. It's more of a blessing than she realizes. But, I'm sure right now she was pretty upset about it. For several reasons. One, because she loved her character. Two, because she's been getting a massive amount of love from fans. And three, she probably thought a lot of these people were her friends on the set, and it turns out Pedro's a lunatic. That dude, I don't know what the hell he should be fired. Carl Weathers, apparently she loves him very much, so I don't know. They've probably talked. And John and Dave Filoni, well, apparently they're cowards, or they're part of why she got fired, because they ain't speaking up. They should have, if nothing else, John should have got on Twitter and been like, hey, this is fucked up. I didn't know, or whatever. But he's not going to address it. He should have been the first one. That's his show. That's his girl. He should have, everybody's like, he's got full control of the show, and KK's not on the set. And okay, sure, keep believing that, guys. She's the president of Lucasfilm, an executive producer of all the Mandalorian shows, but she can't even walk on the set. Right. Jon Favreau's not going to say anything because he knows could get fired. Because if he wasn't truly in control, he would have A, not gotten rid of her, and or B, said something. And you notice Jon Favreau ain't. And in fact, I tweeted and tagged him and Dave Filoni and called them out. And they don't got nothing to say. I don't remember why. Well, yeah, like I just said. You could find it if you really wanted to. It's some silly little side story thing they did. And yes, it was that ridiculous that the droids were stranded and we're having like psychedelic visions and like we're tripping and attacking each other. It was this whole thing, and it was just stupid. What's the point of giving him a new arm if you're going to take it away at the end? Just keep the red arm or don't. Exactly. Well, but that's everything that Disney does. Why kill Chewie when 5 minutes later, oh, yeah, he's there. It's all good. I'm going to hit the hay. It's late over here. Okay, Annabelle, good to see you. Thanks for coming and subscribing. And I'll be doing Rogue One tomorrow. And every Friday I do a stream. And, of course, I put out videos whenever I can. So I hope you enjoy. Night. If I got a call from Disney saying I'm the new CEO of Star Wars, I would remove everything but the OG 6 movies, the Clone Wars and Rogue One. Clone Wars and Rogue One would be going if I was there, but we'll have to edit Rogue One just a little bit. Yeah, there's some things you would have to fix. And Clone Wars, my God, you'd have to fix a bunch of shit. That's why I wouldn't even want to. It's not that I don't like any of it or wouldn't want to save any of it, but you have to fix so much that it's like, guys, you just wipe it out, start from zero, fresh, clean slate, and do it right this time. Because the amount of headache you're going to go through to explain and change and fix, and it's not worth it. Kenobi Show would be a 3-part miniseries about him versus Maul. Yeah. I'm over Maul. He died in Phantom Menace personally for me. Video Man better show up in the MCU. Same with Magneto and Felicity Jones's Black Cat. That would be awesome. I don't know why haven't thought of Video Man. He would be amazing. With the CGI they have today, they could probably do a fantastic Video Man. Him and going out of electrical plugs and across lines, and they could do some shit with Video Man. Glad I stopped paying for Disney Plus a long time ago. Yeah. What the hell? That was probably when the stream. Yeah. I'm back. Policy violations. So people are allowed to post joking tutorials on YouTube, but this isn't allowed. Which reminds me, let me see something. I don't know why it would have any kind of. I think that was an error. Let me see. I can tell you for sure if there was something. Looks all good here. It's public. It's monetized. Oh, no, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, live now. It's monetized. 500 views. Yeah, it's fine. I think it was just a YouTube error, network thing. On my end, it looks okay. We'll see at the end of the stream, but it's back now. Yeah, still here. Yeah. It happened again, yes. Okay, I'm catching up here. You are back. Yes, I'm here. Susan and Kathy are the same people. I didn't know what you meant by that. Susan. Oh, Susan Wojcicki or whatever from YouTube and KK trying to shut me down. I think that's what you meant. Yes. I think I got you there. We see you. Good. The fuck happened? I don't know. You change your avatar? Yeah, I don't know. On my end, it seems no. That's my video. It's monetized, so I don't know what happened. Must have heard you. Yeah. Good. I hope Disney hears me. If Disney, you want to make it out of this mess, you better start listening to me of all fucking people, not my Star Wars. You better listen, because let me tell you something. In like a weekend, I could fix this for you. It's going to be a commitment of the next 5 years of you all on your knees begging and doing exactly what I tell you to get the shit correct and back on track. But in the first weekend, I can get you everybody back. Your choice, Disney. Even the old guys like Lethal Lightning, it's like, I threw all my shit away. I don't want Star Wars anymore. Right. Promise you, when I say, hey, George Lucas is back, Star Wars is back, we're going to do it right, and I'm eliminating all this Disney bullshit, watch, I get everybody back. And I know a lot of people be wary and like, oh shit, you know, can we trust them? But when I make a public statement saying I'm sorry for Disney fucking it up and we're going to do it right this time, bet you I get everybody back. Bet you. And I start firing people left and right, bet you everybody starts coming back. And for the right reason. We're going to get Luke correct. Sequel trilogy. Bet you everybody starts coming back. The Mouse Strikes, yes. Force Awakens, new crew, same story. No, not same story. Control V. Control C, Control V, New Hope. Yeah, not the same story. It has to be, listen, it's very simple. You start off Luke Skywalker, whether he's in the middle of a battle or just doing whatever. You establish for the first hour minimum what the hell's going on with Luke. Then you bring in Leia, Han, the gang. You get them back together. Then we establish where everybody's at, what's going on in the galaxy, what happened with the Empire, what happened with the Rebels, what's going on. Get everybody up to speed. What has happened since the past 30 years? I wouldn't make it 30 years ahead, but get everybody back up to speed. The first whole movie really would be about the old gang. Then at the very end of the first movie or beginning of the second movie, you bring in Rey or Finn or whoever you're going to do. Bring Kira, like it's supposed to be Kira. Introduce now the conflict. There's a Sith, there's whatever. I'm not saying that the first one has to be all happy and perfect, but for the most part, it's re-establishing where we're at. Then you start to bring in major conflict in the second one. Not so different from the first three movies. The second one, very dark. Shit starts falling apart. Everything, not copying Empire, but same kind of tone. And we really start to embrace and build, character build, some planet building too, but character building heavily. Rey or Kira or Finn or whatever we're going to do. Make people fall in love with them, care about them. They're total noobs, totally untrained, and need Luke's help. Luke spends a good amount of time training them, but Han, Chewie, Leia, all of them train Kira or whatever the character. That's why she becomes a badass, because now she's got all the OGs teaching her. It can be a girl. She can be as bad as she wants to be. But she's got to respect, she's got to learn, she's got to train. And we'll give her the best teachers. Luke, Han, Chewie, Leia, 3PO. R2, Lando, all of them giving her knowledge. You see her training with Chewie, running, swinging from trees and shooting and stuff. You see her with Luke, levitating things and using lightsabers. You see her with Leia doing diplomacy and learning languages and, hand-to-hand combat. You see her with R2 learning how to decipher codes and do things. 3PO's teaching her how to speak 8 different languages. Now you got a badass. Now it's legitimate. Now there's a reason she's earned it. Because all the OGs imparted what they did. Lando shows her how to be smooth and how to be a smuggler and how to think outside of the box. Okay, so all the OGs give her this stuff. Then, third film is where the big conflict goes down. Now she's ready. And in the second film, she'll have a failure. Something will happen, whatever. And then the third film, she's ready. Now she's going to go take on Talon or whatever it is we're going to do. The torch is properly passed. The characters are properly respected. And the protagonist has proper training. From there, she can be as bad as she wants to be. She can end up being the greatest Jedi ever because she now has the wisdom and training from the greatest of all the Jedi, Luke Skywalker. Not to mention Anakin's Force Ghost, Mace's Force Ghost, Yoda's Force Ghost, Obi-Wan's Force Ghost. Now you've got like 10 masters, OGs, because they know how important this girl is. You get to the third film, she has to go through a whole big thing, whatever we come up with, and there you go. And she wins properly, respectfully. And not bringing back Palpatine. You make a real villain, whether it be Snoke or whatever. Plagueis, no. I don't know why people are stuck on Plagueis. Plagueis got killed. By the way, I have a video coming out. Lucas confirms that Plagueis got killed by Palpatine. There's not any question of it. He was killed by Palpatine. It is true. He killed him in his sleep. I have the proof. Video. So there is no Plagueis. Snoke or whatever you want to do. It's not that difficult. And that's just me making shit up off the fly. If I had George's treatments, that's what I would do. Is his treatments. I would never question the maker. So if it's totally different from what I just said, okay. As long as it's what George Lucas says, okay. It's not that difficult. I feel you so much. Well, I'm glad you do. Star Wars was gone. I felt that too after I saw The Force Awakens. Yeah. I made myself like it because I love Star Wars, but it did not feel like Star Wars anymore. Yep. Sure didn't. I'm so glad you joined later. 11-year-old me would have destroyed you. I didn't have my account at that time, but the me from 5 years ago would be pissed. But you would have learned. You would have figured it out. Glad I found this channel. Me too. I'm glad you found it. Very nice stories. Thank you. My pleasure, Dead Girls. Always good to see you. Nice story. I remember after The Force Awakens comes out, I found a Looper video said Star Wars was becoming cinematic. What? Yeah. Well. I wonder how Spielberg would do a Star Wars movie. You know, he's been presented with it many times. He's like, no, I can't. I can't even pretend to do what George did. I am too scared to screw it up. So for Spielberg to have that humility goes to show you. What's the point for the Rangers of New Republic? Well, that show is gone. That they won't make that show. Like I said, half their shows aren't going to happen anyways. They kicked themselves in the ass on that one. But they're standing behind their racist hybrid republic, aren't they? Are they really relying on Twitter that they have to fire the reason why Rangers of the New Republic was announced? Yeah, that show's not going to happen. Micah. Okay. I did. I don't own a lot of that stuff because I lost a lot of my personal possessions years ago, but I did read a good, probably 80% of it, 90% of it. I don't have them anymore. I can't reference them. I've forgotten a lot. A lot of it's mixed up, but I did read quite a bit of them. Yeah. Some of them, it's been, like 20 years, like Splinter of the Mind's Eye. It's been over 20 years since I read that book, but I read it. I found a tier list of 4 Rogue One characters. Cassian is the lowest, and yet he's the one getting a show. Give me, K2 or Jin or Chirrut. Those would be the 3 logical. They could have done a whole thing with Jin. I mean, I know she's not everybody's favorite, but I don't think there's a man on earth that hurts their eyes looking at that. We all have different tastes, but I mean, she's definitely not hard on the eyes. The Chirrut show could have had tons of potential. I mean, they could have done a whole backstory of Jin's father, how did he get tied up with the Empire, how he designed the Death Star. I mean, they could have done a whole. I thought Bodhi Rook was pretty weak. Saw Gerrera, I'm not a big fan. I don't hate them, but Jin, K2, and Chirrut, any one of those they could have done. Why Cassian? Nobody cares about that. I don't even know why they're bothered. Cowboy Bebop probably got inspiration from Star Wars. Yeah. I've said this in the past, but for anyone new or younger, not so long ago, the highest honor you could have as a director, actor, cameraman, gaffer, caterer was to be involved in Star Wars. People used to beg George Lucas to be in Star Wars. That was like the highest of the high. Like, you could have had awards and done all kinds of things, but to say, I was in Star Wars was the greatest honor, even farther and bigger than Lord of the Rings. And Lord of the Rings is amazing. But to say that you were a part of Star Wars was the greatest honor, even if you were some random character in the background. One line or whatever. There was nothing higher, nothing greater than being part of Star Wars. So part of what I'm saying is that all these directors and people that you know, and even though like Rian Johnson never got it, and obviously he's totally confused, pretty much everyone you know in film was influenced by Star Wars. Half of them got into film, wanted to start working in film, whether as a cameraman, lineman, director, actor, because of Star Wars. So many films and TV shows and comics and toys and things were made because of Star Wars. Directly influenced by Star Wars. And not just directly influenced, but had the ability to be made because of what George Lucas created. Software, THX sound, digital film, all these things that the practical models. There was no practical models, guys, when Star Wars came out. There was no like model shop that could make that stuff. He created that. So, as I've said many times, every big film that you guys like and can think of, Harry Potter, Avatar, Abyss, Predator, I mean, anything, name it, Jurassic Park, Harry Potter, I don't remember if I already said, but Lord of the Rings, all of that is because of Star Wars. It's not even exaggerated, like literally, because of Lucasfilm, you have all these films. So yes, Cowboy Bebop and pretty much everything in the past 40 years is because of Star Wars. Because of who? George Lucas. Marshall Lucas was a director too. Yes, had a very good editor and a babe and the wife of George Lucas. And I've mentioned it before, but for those of you who may not have heard or don't know, at the end of A New Hope, there was a lot of changes. Luke did 2 trench runs. It became 1 because the other one is Garvin Drace with the Y-Wings. He has the final trench run. Luke actually first does a run, misses, and then later does another run. But one of the key important parts of the entire Star Wars thing is at the end, that big red cone that's on the radar, and it says the Death Star will be in range in 15 minutes, and it's like showing, and every few minutes they show the cone is like moved over and the timer's going, and you're like freaking out, like holy shit, we're running out of time, and and at the last moment, the Death Star is in range, and you're like ah, and then the missiles go down, and just when they're about to fire, and boom, Marshall Lucas. She added that the cone with the timer and all that. So it's an important part. Obviously, it added a huge part to Star Wars. But sometimes also people say, well, George Lucas, he didn't do shit. It was all Marshall Lucas. She made the whole film. That's not true. We all know that. And she's even said that. She was important. She did some awesome stuff. But for people to be like, George Lucas was a hack and stupid and it was all Marshall Lucas. Shut the fuck up. Editor. Yes, editor. She did the main edit of A New Hope. And she was the one that added like I said, that ending, Marshall Lucas. George Lucas never claimed to do the shit by himself. He had a lot of people involved, but he's the one that came up with it and coordinated it and funded it and made it happen. Director, I don't think she ever directed anything, but she did do quite a bit of editing, yes. And yes, I get that you meant editor. I always, since a kid, wanted to make Star Wars movies or shows, so let's team up and make something amazing. If I had the money and knew people that actually would want to do it, I'd be all for making a fan film. I'm sorry, I guess. I'm going to make Star Trek 4 now. Yeah. Well, again, if you watch my first video, The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday, I talk about how he didn't even want to do Star Trek. And he didn't even want to do Star Wars. And he ended up doing them, and he fucked them both up. I talk all about that. Ryan, I'm not sorry. Yeah. Imagine being the most popular thing in Star Wars and then getting fired because of 4 blue-haired freaks on Twitter. Well, that's where we are, 2021. Don't worry, Disney's going to feel that. They're going to definitely feel that one. How can droids get high? What is this, Family Guy? Yeah. They were like out in the heat and like lost, and they start to have like this euphoric thing where they have visions, and it's like this whole thing. I know what you're talking about, the 3PO thing. Again, Disney is clueless. Disney doesn't care about profit. All they care about is pushing a political agenda. Yep. I would remove arcs of the Clone Wars that made no sense and edit the Siege of Mandalore arc where Ahsoka doesn't talk to the Jedi and dies. Yeah, I was looking at a lot of that. Ahsoka has to die much earlier than Order 66, actually. I was looking into a lot of it. She causes a lot of problems. So she wouldn't even be around for Order 66. Now, her first few seasons and all that, fine. I like Ahsoka, no problem. But there comes a point where she has to die because then she starts causing all kinds of problems for canon. And it would have actually been more impactful because then Anakin would have to deal with that failure. He would be heartbroken. He would be upset. It would be part of his darkness. He lost Shmi. Now he lost Ahsoka. I mean, Dave, out of his freaking greed, ruined Ahsoka because she really would have had a much bigger impact. Soy Wars in the Disney vault and never let out. Well, I would burn it. I wouldn't even vault it. I would destroy it so that it can never be found. It would be wiped from history. George said she wanted her gone before A New Hope. I would be doing him a huge favor. Yep. I agree with that. Not sure which part, but good. Are you going to do indie movies after doing Star Wars movies for the Friday live stream? I don't know. We'll see. I love Tron very much, so I'm thinking I'll do Tron 1 and 2. I might do Black Hole, and then that's the last of the Disney movies I'll do because, you know, I love like Bambi and stuff like that, but I have no interest in, like, I'm good on all that. But I was thinking maybe Black Hole. That's a fun one I liked. It's not a great film, but I just have a lot of childhood memories, Maximilian the Droid and stuff like that. But I was thinking Tron 1 and 2, maybe the TV show, and Black Hole. And then, I don't know, because the Friday night stream wasn't originally intended to do the movies. It was just one day I was talking in a stream, and we were just talking, and I mentioned that I don't have anybody to really talk with or to watch the films with, because I would do a marathon with you guys any day. If I had a friend around, you know, I'd watch the movies any day. So then that's where the idea came up. I was like, well, you know, I could do Friday streams where we cover the movies. So that's where that came from, because the intention wasn't really to do Friday streams or movie streams. It was, you know, whatever. It wasn't even to do every Friday. It was whenever I had like a really good topic to talk about and I had days to like research it and get some stuff to show you guys and make it interesting, then I would do a stream. It might be 3 days later, it might be a month later. I would just do a stream when I had something really juicy. But then I noticed more and more you started showing up, and like 10 hours are going by and you're still hanging around. So I'm like, okay, well, you guys are liking my streams. So then I'm like, well, I did a poll and I was like, well, do you guys, you know, would you like me to do more consistent streams? Because you seem to be liking it. And then everybody was like, yes. So then I was like, what day? And everybody said Friday, and here we are. And then that's where the doing the movies came from, because it wasn't originally my idea to do a stream every Friday, but so many of you seem to like it and you're showing up. So here we are. If you guys want to spend these Fridays with me, then I'll do it. So it's a little bit of a long-winded answer, but I don't know for sure. You guys are always welcome to give me ideas. What do you want to see? What's interesting? I don't want to go too far away from Star Wars, though. That's the thing. And we only have so many movies. So what does that leave me? Clone Wars cartoon? No, not really that interested. Mandalorian, I'm doing videos on it. So I don't know. I mean, we could do oddball stuff like the holiday special one day. But the thing is, I want this to be a Star Wars channel. I don't mind talking about other stuff and having fun, but I don't want to necessarily become like a pop culture, like this week we're going to do, you know, Predator 3 or whatever. You know, I don't want to go too far, because I get frustrated when I see other channels that are Star Wars and they're doing like He-Man and this and the other, and I love that stuff, but you're then not really a Star Wars channel, are you? And there's nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, that's the better strategy on YouTube, is to do a bunch of stuff, because not everybody wants Star Wars all the time. But Star Wars is what I know. Star Wars is what I'm an expert in. Star Wars is what I really love. So, and I'm called Not My Star Wars. So to me, this is a Star Wars channel. So I don't know. You guys are always welcome to give me suggestions, but I just feel like the smart thing is to keep it Star Wars. And if it really becomes like you all want me to like give my opinion on other films, well, I don't know, maybe I'll make another channel, or I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll see. I just really feel like my gut feeling is keep Not My Star Wars as possible. Tron is like the exception because I love that movie so damn much. So, but for now, we've got Rogue, we've got 4, 5, and 6. So there's 4 weeks there. We got another month. then I don't know. Should I do the sequel trilogy in Solo? I don't know. I'll do a poll. I don't know. I know a lot of you would love to see me shred it, and that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to be nice. So then if theoretically, if I do those 4 movies, that's another month. So we'll see. Why are there people making theories on Anakin's, who Anakin's father is? He has the father. I tell people from my school that Anakin only had a mother, and they never believe me. Well, because they don't take the time to research or check. I've shown you the proof. I've shown you literally George Lucas saying that he was created by the Force. And to be fair, for many years, we didn't know. Like, I knew, I always said, like, he was Immaculate Conception, but did I have, like, concrete proof George Lucas saying? No, I didn't. But months ago, I finally found the quote. Finally, he says it, and I showed it to you guys. And he literally confirms. Just in the past few months, I've confirmed 2 big things. 1, Anakin was without a doubt made by the Force. And 2, Sidious killed Plagueis. He wasn't talking shit. He literally killed him in his sleep. That story was true. So, do you think there will be a Mandalorian season 3? I kind of doubt it, guys. First, I think Lucasfilm's going to get sold. Second, by the time you go through all this, more than a year waiting for Mandalorian season 3, plus you're going to have Boba Fett. Once everybody sees Boba Fett, if it goes through, they're going to forget about Din Djarin real quick. So, I don't think anybody's going to be even asking for the Mandalorian. They're going to be wanting to see all these other shows. They're going to be wanting to see Obi-Wan and Boba Fett, and I just don't think. Not to mention Mandalorian directly is going to connect to the sequel trilogy. So the more it sinks in with people, plus Gina getting fired, I don't think this is going to happen, honestly. If I had to bet, you're never going to see Mandalorian season 3, and you're never going to see Luke Skywalker again. Not under Disney. Maybe 5 years from now, there's like some appearance by Luke, but a Luke show and all that. I highly doubt Mandalorian season 3 is going to happen, honestly. And know that this Gina Carano backlash thing is far from over. Like, it's still got to sink in with people. Not everybody knows yet, because not everybody's on Twitter. There's a lot of casual Star Wars fans or old Star Wars fans that aren't paying attention, or, you know, eventually people are going to find out and be like, oh, shit. So I don't really see it happening. But not to mention, where are they going to get the money for this? I want to make a Vader anthology series and Star Killer movie, and I would make sure it makes sense and doesn't break canon. I mean, that would be awesome, and I'm not telling you not to do it, and I think I've told you this before. The problem is that Disney's not going to let you, you know, so you'd have to make, like, either understand that you're never going to make a dime off of it, or that you would have to kind of rename everything and restructure it. Anakin even training an apprentice contradicts the movies. Yeah, it does, but that was, Lucas said that, so that's why I'm okay with it, because he wanted Anakin to learn some responsibility. That's why I even mention it, is because that I know for a fact. He created Ashla. It was for his daughters. She was 13 years old. He wanted them to have a girl Jedi they can relate to, and he wanted Anakin to have responsibility, to understand, you know, you've always been the pain in the ass for the council, and especially Obi-Wan. Now you're going to have the little snippy apprentice and start to learn. And although it doesn't fall under the normal, you're a knight and then you have an apprentice and blah, 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 he's the chosen one. So Lucas, you know, gave him some free leeway, and he wanted him to have that responsibility so that he understands caring and responsibility and all that. So I'm okay. Again, Star Wars is not mine, and it's not yours. It's George Lucas's. So if the maker says, well, this is because, and it should be this way, then I am the last person that will ever argue with George Lucas. If he says it, and no matter how crazy or you think it doesn't make sense, I'm like, yes, George, you got it. Because at the end of the day, you're going to see that it makes sense, that he knows what he's talking about, that there's a reason for it. Because while we've all been thinking about Star Wars, he created it more than 40 years ago, and he knew what he was doing. So that's why I even mentioned him having an apprentice because Lucas said that. She could be around for just a year and then get killed, and Anakin lives with that failure, and that's all fine. That wasn't the problem. The problem was Filoni wanted to keep going and went too far. But as far as him having a Padawan, it's not a problem. Because he's the chosen one. Again, if it was some random Jedi, now we're changing the roles and now they got apprentices, that's different. But she kind of takes up all the character development he could have had instead of gradually transitioning from AOTC persona to his Rots one. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would have rather focused on Anakin anyways. But if Lucas wanted to bring in Ahsoka and do that, it can work. You just got to do it right. Filoni chose to go off and do this nonsense. Through the course of the war, we see him be pushed aside and take on a fatherly role to Ahsoka. Yeah. I would also make Plagueis movie and a series about the Sith, how the Siths went extinct for a millennium. Sure. That would be cool. I think the original Clone Wars multimedia project, specifically the Dark Horse Republic comics, captured the war and Anakin so much better than the Clone Wars. Yeah, I think the Genndy Tartakovsky was much better. Grievous the badass, Mace the badass. The clones weren't all like, I'm Rex, I'm Steve, I'm Mary, I'm Jane. They're clones, as they're supposed to. Expendable soldiers, Not all feelies and emotions and personalities. They're clones. Shh. Go in, hand signals, whoop that ass. Get shit done. That's how they're supposed to be. I'm a fan of TCW, and that's fine. I'm not. I don't hate it, but it's got so many problems that I need to go. It's really late in Norway. Oh, cool, Norway. And I might do a stream with my partner from my company and start your cast about Star Wars and stuff. And keep it up, man. It would be nice to talk one day with you. Sure, absolutely. I'm always here. You're always welcome to reach out to me. If you ever want to send me something or ask me something, notmystarwars1977@gmail.com. You can also DM me on Twitter. Thanks for coming by. Did you check out Movie Flame yet? If not, I recommend his Count Dooku video. He mentions the stupid trilogy, but he hates it too. No, I don't remember you mentioning it. I will look. Movie Flame. I'll be back to your streams and vids, man. Damn good stuff. Oh, thanks again so much. Every Friday. And then sometimes in between. I have a ceramics class. My teacher suggested making a Din Djarin helmet. I made Boba Fett. Good. Very good. Is it just me, or is it coincidence that Ahsoka and Starkiller both held their lightsabers the same way? Probably not. And again, that's probably maybe a Lucas thing. What do you think of General Krell? Pong Krell. I think he's pretty cool. Give me 1 second. I got to run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back in 1 minute, and we will talk about Movie Flames, the Harry Potter guy I mentioned a while ago. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know that you told me actually Movie Flame. That's what I was saying. But all right, yeah, I'll check him out. General Krell. I'm assuming you mean Pong Krell. Now, why I say that is, from what I understand, he was in the Clone Wars. I haven't seen the entire Clone Wars, most of it, but not all of it. So that's an arc I particularly don't know. I know Pong Krell from the Force. Shoot, now I'm forgetting the name of the damn game. Oh my God, how am I forgetting the name of my favorite Star Wars game? Force Collection. Force Collection, like I've mentioned before, had player like cards, like baseball cards. So you would have the character, and then on the back it had a description. And through different things, you would find out a little bit more about the characters. So, I knew little about Pong Krell, but he was a very cool card, very cool character. I liked his design and what he looked like. And he had a little story. And if I'm not mistaken, he leaves the council and like goes rogue, or I don't think he went to the dark side, or did he? Did he switch sides? There was something to his story. I believe he just goes off and becomes neutral or something. So I don't know a whole lot about him. But I thought he was cool. I like the concept of the forearms, and he could use 4 lightsabers. He was a neat card. He had good power. I don't remember what his specific attribute was, but he had like a good attribute in the game. And he was neat. I liked him. But I don't know a whole lot about him. So that's about all I can say about him. But I thought he was cool. His Count Dooku video is one of my favorite videos he's made. Okay. Now, yeah, Force Collection is the game. Force Unleashed was awesome too, but Force Collection. Man, I love that game. That was a thinker's game because you had to, you know, as I've mentioned, you had to set up your formation with your cards, and each card had different attributes. So you would have to not only power up in each individual card, but it was like where you would position them, they would affect each other. And you could mix light and dark side cards if you wanted. I had several accounts, like 6 accounts, because I just got crazy with that game, so that I could pull more cards and trade with each other and gift cards to my other accounts. But I had one very strong main light side account and a dark side account, because I'm not much for mixing them. So I would, like, you know, amongst all the accounts, pull cards and upgrade them and everything, and then trade them and gift them over, so that ultimately my dark side and my light side accounts would be super strong. So yeah, that was a thinker's game because it was a little bit like chess in that sense. I don't know why they got rid of that game. I loved it. That's where Galaxies comes from. Star Wars Galaxies. It was like a ripoff, but the difference was the Galaxies is far more complicated, like all this stuff, buffers and all this extra shit that they did. But also it was like the card, the characters jumped off the card, and now you got the 3D characters. But the essential idea of like how you would build up your characters and set them in formations and stuff like that, that comes from Force Collection. Force Collection was a bit different. It was more like a checkerboard, right? That had boxes and you could fit cards. And it was something like 6 across and I think 4 or 5 rows back. So it was different, but clearly that's where Star Wars Galaxies came from. Anyways, I really wish that game was still around. I love that game. My heart was so broken. I played it for like 4 or 5 years, and then I remember one day I was at work, and I would play a little bit at work, and they announced like, we're deprecating the game and blah blah. And I was like, nah. I was so sad. Oh well. Dooku video makes me wonder why Disney didn't make spin-offs on characters we already know instead of characters no one knows about. Who the fuck wants Andor? Well, but again, it goes back to This is the reason. One, because they don't want to pay George. And two, because they want you to believe that they created Star Wars. If they bring back Boba Fett and Dooku and all these people, then all they're doing is continuing George's Star Wars. Disney doesn't want to make George's Star Wars. Disney wants you to think of the mouse when you think of Star Wars. And they know that me and a lot of you are going to be like, yeah, right, Disney. But it's like I say many times, it's not about us. It's about our kids, our grandkids. It's about 20, 30 years from now, kids growing up and thinking that Rey, she's the truth. So that when you see Rey first, and that's what you're exposed to, I mean, it failed because nobody gives a damn about Rey. But the idea was if you make Rey so special and so great and everybody loves Rey, then 20 years from now, every kid is like, Rey. So then they go back and they're like, oh, is there more? And they're like, yeah, well, there's the old movies. And then the kids would go back and see Luke and Anakin and be like, who are these chumps? That's not Star Wars. Star Wars is you can fly and you can float and you can lift up mountains of rocks, and those guys are pussies. That's not Star Wars. George Lucas didn't know what he was doing. That's the fake stuff. This is real Star Wars. That's why. Because they want to separate you from what is Star Wars. They want you to think what they're creating is Star Wars. So therefore, Andor, even though it's actually a Lucas creation, and I have the proof, Cassian Andor, but people didn't know about him because he was in the background for Underworld. So now they bring him out and look what we came up with. I mean, George Lucas, look what we came up with. That's why, dude. Literally why they do that. I like the clones having their own personality, but Dave took the idea too far. If only the high-ranked clones who talk to the Jedi form their own personality. That I could live with. You know, like I always liked Cody a lot. Gree is my favorite clone, although he doesn't really do or say anything. But as far as like, you know, Fives, Rex, Echo, you know, these guys, they're just soldiers. They were supposed to be the human equivalent of the battle droids, both expendable, just a distraction for each other, just something for them to fight. Remember, Sidious ultimately created the clones. It wasn't about them being stronger or better or individual. They were just chess pieces, just so they could fight each other, create the red flag, create the conflict, so that now the Senate could come in and be the resolution. That's what it was all about. It was about creating the problem so everybody freaked out and gave him power. That's literally what it was all about. The clones weren't supposed to be that special. He did want them to be highly skilled and put up a good fight and make it look good. That's why he got Jango Fett, or he got Dooku to find someone, and he found Jango Fett. It wasn't that they were meant to be just total scrubs, but at the end of the day, they were just, you know, these green army soldiers versus red ones, and just because what mattered was the big picture, not the Clone Wars itself. The Clone Wars was just for the positioning in the Senate. That's all that was. So that's why, to me, like when they started getting all these personalities and doing all this extra, it's like, you're just there to fight and shut up. Not to mention, how badass were they in the Gandhi Clone Wars? Doing the hand signals and, you know, stealthing around and being badasses and blowing up and not all, buddy. You know, they didn't play around. Love those guys. Name a video game series that should never be made into a movie. Mine's Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. Grand Theft Auto would be a pretty wicked movie. It would have to be like rated RRR, but this should never be. Oh, man. I mean, there's many that like Barbie, but there are Barbie movies. You know, there's a lot of stuff that at the end of the day, I don't think there is anything that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be made if it's not going to be made correctly. You can make a My Little Pony movie as long as you stick to the canon and what they really are and do it correctly. Strawberry Shortcake, Bright Light, whatever. You can make a movie about anything as long as you're respectful to it and put your love into it. That's what matters. And if you put your love into it, then you're going to have proper writing and character development and proper respect. And it could be, anything could be good. Not that I would really be interested in seeing a Strawberry Shortcake movie, but just saying, if it was well made and my daughter wanted to see it, sure. Look at the Lego movie. Theoretically, like a Lego movie, that's ridiculous. The first Lego movie, everything is awesome. Freaking awesome movie. So I don't know that there's anything that shouldn't be made. It just shouldn't be made if it's not going to be done correctly. Because you could make a movie about paper clips. If it's done right, it could be really freaking intriguing and awesome. Three GTA movies: Scarface, Goodfellas, and Boys in the Hood. Well, you got a point there. Speaking of which, the Scarface game was cool. Although that was much way ahead of, or the movie was much way ahead of the game. But, and the girl in that is Vida Guerra, my favorite woman on the earth. Just saying. She did the voice in the girl was based on her. I don't remember the girl in the game, but in the Scarface game. Vida Guerra. Honestly, they could have just adapted the EU into movies. Yeah. TV shows and decanonized, edited a lot of the stupid stuff from the Bantha era. Yeah. Sigh, what could have been? Yeah. What could have been? I mean, that's the saddest part. Is Disney didn't have to guess at anything. They had 35 years of material. They had George Lucas right there on speed dial, who was willing to consult. There's no excuse. Like I said, Force Awakens should have made $5 billion. If they would have listened, kept their heads down, and done Lucas Star Wars, they would have made $5 billion. Disney chose this. Lucas selling it was even worth it, was even willing to help. Hopefully it never comes back to that. Disney will probably sell before people can form an attachment to their version. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's on us to tell our kids and tell our friends and tell our families, hey, that's not Star Wars. And there are airheads out here. There are people that love the mouse so much that they'll be in denial. But most people with half a brain can watch 1 through 9 and be like, okay, 1 through 6, I got it. Story. 7, 8, 9. What was that? I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. They don't even mesh with each other. Never mind the 6, the overall 9. So at least we got that going for us. I mean, literally, there's a lot of people who are like, I like Jake Skywalker. And I promise you, it's because they haven't watched the old Star Wars in 20 years. That's why, because they're just going off of like a memory and thinking, oh, this is modern day and it's artistic but if you locked them in a room and made them watch 1 through 9, like within like a weekend period, a week tops, and everything's fresh and they see the story and they're going to be like, holy shit, what is this? This is not Star Wars. This is like some other complete movie series. It doesn't even make sense. A lot of the people that say they love it too, it's like they saw Force Awakens like once or 5 times. Then time goes by, they see The Last Jedi, they saw it a couple times, and then time goes by. They haven't even watched those 3 movies like in a weekend. When's the last time you heard someone saying, I'm doing a Star Wars marathon of the sequel trilogy? I've never heard anybody ever say that. I'm sure somebody's done it, but I've never heard anybody say that. Why? Because if you sit down and you watch the 3, you're going to be like, this doesn't connect. It doesn't fit. Or my favorite, 7 and 8 were great, but 9 sucked. Well, first of all, 8 is the one that's the huge problem. Last Jedi was the one that broke everything. But regardless, you can't like pick and choose that one is okay and the others aren't, or the most of them are okay and one's not. No. It's all Disney sequel trilogy. So if you're having a problem with one, that right there should tell you that this shit is not fitting, that it's not correct. Because if you go back and watch 1 through 6, whether you love the prequels or not is not the conversation. The conversation is that it's a story and it's coherent and it has continuity. And at the end of it, you make sense. You come out of it like, oh, I could write a paper and explain Star Wars. You watch 7, 8, and 9, you're like, I don't even know how to describe it because it's all over the place. Next time someone's talking shit, it's very simple to diffuse them. Please explain the Star Wars sequel trilogy to me. And of course, they're going to take the defensive. You're just stupid. You didn't get it. See, that's why you don't like them, because you're too dumb to understand them. That's what you're going to get. But insist and be like, okay, explain to me in one paragraph what the sequel trilogy, what is the story? And you're going to see they can't do it. You can't, because there is no story. There was no plan. There is no continuity. Now, I can bet well, maybe not all of you, but a large percentage of Not My Star Wars subscribers, all of almost 10,000 of you, if I said, write me a paragraph that describes Star Wars, there's going to be little differences and little perceptions, but you're all going to pretty much be able to write a paragraph that tells me what Star Wars is, what the general gist of the story is. So that in itself tells you what is Star Wars and what is not. I showed my ranking on all the Star Wars. I saw that. I don't agree with it, but I saw it. I didn't give TFA, TLJ, and TROS Roman numerals. I just gave them regular numbers. Yeah, well, first of all, and when I say I saw it on a comment on video. First of all, 7, 8, 9 wouldn't even be in the conversation for me. It's only 1 through 6. And then, like I've said many times, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for me. But this is different for everybody. Most people, Empire. Empire's number 1. Who do you think would play Darth Plagueis? I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I don't even know what he would look like. I know there's a Plagueis novel and what everybody thinks he would look like, but what would Lucas make him? I don't know. That's the question. It depends what he looked like, how he would act. I have a feeling that Lucas would have adopted quite a bit of Thrawn from Zahn's books. I'm guessing, maybe not. But from what I understand, he did like that stuff. And I have a feeling he would take some of that, like his cunning and strategic and stuff like that, his wisdom. So it really depends on what the character is, Then from there, I could say who I'd want to cast in it. So that's a tough question. I would have to really know who Plagueis was. Seen Strawberry Shortcake toy in store in years. Yeah, it's funny that for some reason, that came to my mind. Strawberry Shortcake. It's funny. There are some hardcore My Little Pony. Yeah, there's I forget what they're called. They have a name. Like there's a whole hardcore cult for My Little Ponies that talk like we do about canon and universe rules. Everything can be made correct. Yeah, no, there is. I know about them, and I can't remember their name, but there is indeed nuts for the little ponies, and they are the same way. And that's not a Star Wars thing. Star Trek fans, Doctor Who, He-Man, Thundercats, all these properties, we care. Always have. We didn't fall in love with those things because this episode, Tigra is doing his flips, and then the next episode she's flying. It's because we understood their characteristics and their personalities. After a while, you knew what Tigra or Lion-O or what was it, Panther, you knew what they were going to snarf. You knew what they were going to say or how they were going to behave because you knew the character. There wasn't a whole lot of surprises. Yeah, out of here and there, they would do something to keep it interesting. But for the most part, you already knew, like, oh, okay, things are looking bad. But in the end, Lion-O's going to come and he's going to get his sword back, and that the ass whooping's coming. You knew. You didn't have to guess because we understood these characters. They had continuity. They were true to themselves. The creators kept them true. And that goes for My Little Pony and a lot of other stuff too. She-Ra, you know, all these shows respected themselves and respected the fans. And most of the fans were kids. Us, little kids. And they weren't trying to trick us or change it up on us. They knew that we were watching and understanding and falling in love with these characters. Transformers, all these characters. You knew how Optimus, his nobility, you knew from the first time you saw him, and then you saw him like 3 seasons later, and you knew how Optimus was going to react, what he's going to say, how he's going to approach a situation. You didn't know, you know, step by step, every little thing, but you knew at the end of the day that like this is how Optimus is going to resolve this and how he would react. Because you know Optimus Prime. You knew that he would jump in front of Megatron's laser to save the kid. I forget his name. You didn't have a question that, well, he's going to try to kill Megatron or do some other shit. You knew that by his character, he's going to jump in front of the laser to save him and get all fucked up and like, oh no, Optimus is dying. You know, you knew. Doug Walker, nostalgia critic, said the prequel trilogy was inconsistent, but the stupid trilogy wasn't. Star Wars fan or not, if you can watch those movies and say that they're consistent, then you're just an idiot. I mean, literally, you're an airhead. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not even like me being mean or not liking your opinion. I mean, it's just you're just plain dumb, because anybody can look from the outside and be like, dude, that doesn't make any sense. Thanks for subscribing, Brain Sync. Thanks for subscribing, Spartan Slayer, which I don't remember you leaving a comment, but I see you subscribe, so thank you. Thanks for subscribing, Cristo Mark, or Cristo Mark 1. Thanks for subscribing, Tyler Ladd. Why does that name sound familiar? Was that a character in a movie or something? Tyler Ladd, a book? Sounds familiar. Maybe it's just you, Tyler Ladd. I don't know. It sounds kind of familiar. Thanks for subscribing. He said that the prequel trilogy sucking was real. He thought there were rules. There are rules, and Disney broke them. Yeah, there's no rules in Disney. I mean, they're breaking their own rules every freaking thing they come out with. If Jedi could lift mountains of rocks like that, think of all the stuff and heal and do all, I mean, all the movies would have been completely different. And you could say, well, but not all Jedi could do that. Okay, but Grandmaster Yoda in Attack of the Clones, after he made Dooku run off, would immediately gone and force healed Anakin and Obi-Wan. Now, granted, Anakin, his arm is gone. It's off. So fine. Maybe you can't like stick it and like re-cauterize it back on. Fine. But Obi-Wan, remember, he just got poked. Right then and there. Yoda would have force healed him. Obi-Wan would have stood back up and be like, oh, okay, cool, I'm back. Anakin, okay, they got to take him and get him a robot arm and all that. Fine. But he would have healed Obi-Wan right then and there. Duh. So therefore, you're changing the entire story. And if you don't see that basic level shit, then you never loved and you never understood Star Wars. That, or you do get it, and you just want to insist that Rey is better because for whatever reason you just like her, and you're trying to convince everyone, including yourself, that no, but it's just because she's just better. And then that's just being an asshole and ignorant. Because it's okay if Rey is not the best Jedi. It's fine. Really, it's okay. It's okay if she's a Palpatine. It's okay. On the contrary, maybe people would have actually liked her. Imagine that. When everyone thought Snoke was going to be Plagueis, we were all off. Yeah, I never thought that. I know a lot of people were like, he's Plagueis. It doesn't even make sense, guys. He died. I mean, he died over 30 years before. So to me, it was like, But yeah, I know everybody was like, he's Plagueis. One of the simple messages of Star Wars is do not be a jerk. Yes. People who insult and just say someone else is stupid don't follow Star Wars because of Lucas's advice. They just think it's cool. Yeah. And it's like I said, you don't have to love what Lucas did. If at the end of the day, what Lucas created is not for you, you don't love Star Wars, you don't like Star Wars, you thought it was dumb, that's okay. Star Wars is not for everyone, Disney. That's one of your biggest mistakes. You're trying so desperate to make it for everyone, and that's why you've destroyed it. Lamborghinis are not for everyone. They're for certain people, regardless of how much they are. Some people like them, some people don't. I personally love Lamborghinis. I've always wanted one. I doubt I'll ever have one, but I always dreamt of owning a Lamborghini. Not because of the getting girls or people thinking they're cool. I personally love and appreciate those machines. I have since I was a little boy. Plus, I love the story of how they came about and all that. But if you don't like Star Wars, it's okay. You don't have to. But you trying to insist that what you wanted is Star Wars, then you just look stupid. Because Star Wars is what George Lucas says, period. Not anybody else, regardless of who owns it. I need to get back into Doctor Who. I stopped watching before he became a woman. I just need to find the original series from '63. I'm lucky everything Star Trek is free. Yeah, the old original Doctor Who's were fantastic. I used to watch them as a kid. They were great. They were awesome. I used to love them. Back then, TV didn't have as much programming. Plus, that's from the BBC. It was rare for me to catch it. But whenever I could catch it on TV, I loved Doctor Who. It was just tricky back then, and we didn't have DVDs and all that stuff. You know, before there was even videotapes, I was watching Doctor Who, so it was hard. I couldn't always catch it. It would be on weird times, different days, and it's just like. But yeah, I very much like the old Doctor Who. Palpatine is supposed to be dead after ROTJ, and there are no Jedi in the original trilogy other than Yoda and Obi-Wan. Yep. In that same movie, Yoda, who has trained for hundreds of years, struggled to lift those rocks, while Rey, with 0 years of training, can lift a mountain. Yes. Yoda at that point would have been about 900 years old. So, Grandmaster Yoda, one of the most powerful of all the Jedi in history, with 900 years of experience. Rey is better than Anakin. Yeah, well, Disney wants you to believe that. Doug called Sailor Moon jailbait and wasn't joking either. If he doesn't understand Sailor Moon was for kids, then he doesn't understand Star Wars is Anakin's story. Yeah, I know Sailor Moon, but I never really watched much of it, so I don't really know the story or the premise or the characters or stuff like that. But I can picture what Sailor Moon looks like. I do remember it. I just never got into it, so I really can't say much about it. But any franchise, guys, Pound Puppies, Cabbage Patch Kids, whatever. They all had a story, a continuity. This is the thing. Back then, regardless of what you were creating, Garbage Pail Kids, you had people in a room that would sit down and be like, okay, let's flesh this out. Let's write, what are we making here? So then you would have the premise, and then you would build on that, and then you would start to, before you started even creating characters and names, and you would come up with a solid premise, an outline. Sometimes it was one person, often it was 2-3 people, a small group, and you would brainstorm and you'd come up with this premise, and then you start building, and then you say, okay, well, this is the premise, that these are trading cards with crazy names and crazy characters that are parody of Cabbage Patch Kids, but also parody of pop culture. So now we're going to hire artists to make nice, funky pictures but well done pictures. Actually, the art was pretty good on those cards, and we're going to come up with crazy names and have a lot of fun. Okay, now we understand the premise. What is this supposed to be? So then now we start creating stories, and then you got, okay, so who's popular? Madonna. Okay, Mad Donna. And then you build this little character around Mad Donna. And it was simple because you had a premise, you had thought it through, and you had a guideline of what all these cards are going to be like. Each card was different, had its own little story and its own little character, but you had a baseline of what this thing is. Garbage Pail Kids. You weren't guessing. You weren't making it all up as you go along. And that went for everything. My Little Pony, Thundercats, whatever. Pound Puppies. I mean, whatever you can think of. That's how they used to do things. But then over time, it got to where, well, we don't want to try anything new. Just remake the shit that's already out. Everything. The same things. Star Wars, Thundercats, it's all, don't do anything new. It's just remake the shit that's already out. Ghostbusters. Wonder Woman. Lately, I've been seeing Linda Carter stuff, and it's like, man, what a difference. She was so awesome. God, that woman is gorgeous. I met her in real life, by the way, Linda Carter. If you thought she was pretty on TV, let me tell you something, guys. She's like 10 times that. I've literally stood right in front of her, looked in her eyes. Absolute goddess, stunning woman. Holy but Jesus, Linda Carter. Wow. Head to toe, just wow. But anyways, the show, so cool. And it was a little bit cheesy if you look back on it, but it was, you know, it had a story. It made sense. It was, she did a great job, you know. And now it's just some woke nonsense. Lassoing and swinging on lightning bolts. And I mean, just, it's funny. Like, I was looking at some old interviews, and when she first started, she was making $90 a week. And they were talking about, like, how did you do the deflecting the bullets with your wrist place, right? The golden bracelets. And what it was, she was saying that she had like a wire with a little button in her palm. So she would actually be like, because they're like, how would you time the bullets? Like, how did you guys do that? And she was like, I had little buttons. So there was wires with little buttons in my palms, and I would, you know, pretend like I was blocking it. And when you hit the button, it would do like a, you know, like a flash or a spark or something to simulate. And she would just, you know, acting like I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time. I don't know how well it would look now, but I know when I was a kid, I was like, well, yo, goddamn, she's blacking bullets. That shit looks real, you know? So that's how they did it. Pretty neat. In a sick way, if the dollar does collapse soon and Disney crumbles, I will be happy. Yeah. You know, and as a kid, I would have never thought, you know, I want Disney to fall. But now it's just like, man, I hope they burn. And I don't want anybody to die. I don't want the park to physically be on fire. I don't want people to lose their jobs. But it's like when you just don't give a fuck, you're not respecting your own legacy, you're destroying franchises, and then just to like cherry on top, make worse of all of this, you're like shitting on your own fans and representing and standing behind racist, hateful people. Fuck Disney. They deserve everything that comes to them. Anakin spends 10 years training. Luke spends 4 years training. Rey spends less than a year. She spends like a week, dude, like days. Because remember, the whole premise is that when Kylo reads her mind, which you can't do, but okay, Disney, she downloads. That was their explanation, that she downloads his experience and his knowledge of the Force and fighting. That's how she beats him, is because when he did his mind meld bullshit, she downloaded his It's so sometimes I like hear myself talking about Disney stuff, and it's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Can you? I mean, if it was that simple, Yoda. I mean, all these people would have just like gone around mind melding with people and downloading their shit. If you could force Skype, I mean, imagine Jedi would have been. Why would you need radios? Why would you be doing all? You would just be force Skyping each other all over the galaxy. But Disney doesn't think. They just think they're clever. Like, oh, we'll do this. But, you know, we won't think of the ramifications that it creates. I downloaded your force powers, dude. Sailor Moon isn't fast servers. Jeez, Doug is weird. It's like calling Call of Duty an ABC learning game. Yeah. They could probably make a badass Call of Duty game show. Use the force. Misanthrope Pony said the reason why she got power was because she touched people who had the force. I loved his rage. Well, Disney, I can tell you, one of Disney's many explanations of our nonsense was that she downloaded Kylo's shit. Looks like I missed a couple here. Sometimes the chat jumps on you. Plo Koon is not more powerful than Yoda. Yeah, no. No one was for the most part at that time. Do you have any thoughts about Pedro Pascal and Joel? Okay, I have a few thoughts on that. First of all, it's funny because he announced it and they announced it, and then they announced Gina got fired and his whole steam just got, like, that old thing got lost all attention. It just got completely foreshadowed by Gina, which, good. Oh, the irony, and that's what you get, Pedro. Because Pedro, who claims to be her friend and all this, should have been one of the first persons like, hey, you know, don't do that. She shouldn't have gotten fired. Or even if, whatever reason, he should have said, hey, guys, be nice. She's a good person. Nobody deserves to lose their job. You know, where's Pedro? He's not sticking up. It just goes to show that none of them really cared about Gina. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, she's probably a little bit upset because she's a sweetheart. And, you know, she's seeing now that none of them really gave a goddamn about her. Because a lot of them should have, you know, and maybe some phone calls came in. I have a feeling Carl Weathers would have called her. But you got to stand up. You got to put your neck out and get on social media and be like, hey, you all are wrong. We love her. This is a travesty. Nobody should lose their job. Blah, 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 blah. Even if you support Disney's decision, Jon Favreau should have came on Twitter and said, hey, you know, I'm really sorry about this. This sucks. You know. But he didn't. And it goes to show you. Now, did Jon Favreau personally call her and say something? I don't know. So, maybe. But I just feel that if she's really that important to you, that you would have gone out there on social media and been like, hey. You know? So, first of all, good for him. His whole steam got taken away because everybody was worried about Gina and not his little bullshit announcement. Second of all, how appropriate that he plays Joel, the cucked little bitch that gets fucking his head stomped by a goddamn golf club in the game. So good for you, Pedro. I hope you enjoy getting your skull bashed in, asshole. And no, I don't mean that in real life. I'm talking about as Joel. And I never had anything against Pedro Pascal. I liked him in Game of Thrones. I thought, okay, well, he's not my favorite person, but okay, fine. He'll be the Mandalorian, fine. But when you're putting up tweets saying, you know, that 76,000 plus Americans are Nazis, so the reason why she got power was because she touched people who had the Force. I love this age. Okay, yeah. Pedro being a dick gets a higher career. Yeah. So, you know, as far as that, I haven't played The Last of Us 2. I don't give a shit about it. I do know all about the, you know, that Joel gets fucking cucked and gets his head bashed in, and it's this horrible story, and that what's her name is a lesbian and gets rammed in some violent sex scene. I don't know. The whole thing is just, I forget her name, but yeah, the whole thing is just. And again, you got the sickos out here that are like, that game was amazing. And it's like, my God, what is wrong? What is in your brain? How can you see that and think that that's good? And that more than anything, that Joel getting, stomped like that's good. I just. How Fallout and Halo would do if they were shows. I never liked Halo. In fact, to me and most of my friends, it was always Galo. To be frank with you. I know a lot of people like it. I know that it was very successful. Just me, I always looked at it like, ugh, cringe. It's ugly, it's clunky, But anyways, so I wouldn't care about a Halo show. That's just my personal taste. Fallout, that could be a very interesting show. I believe there was a Halo cartoon, wasn't there? Comic book, cartoon, something? Gina being nice gets fired. Yeah, unfortunately, there's an old saying, the good ones always have to die. And yes, in general, the nice people, tend to get shunned and abused and ignored or even killed. Look at Martin Luther King. He had a lot of followers and a lot of support, but for the most part, people thought it was not good. And it's not until many years later that people, not everybody, but that a lot of people realize, oh, wow, he actually knew what he was talking about. Many geniuses, when they're around, people think they're just nutballs. And it takes people years to catch up to them and be like, oh, look at Tesla. Very recluse and weird guy. One of the greatest inventors of all history. If it was up to him right now, we would have wireless electricity and all kinds of stuff. But sadly, people don't get it. Or at least not till later. People don't appreciate things that they have. In 5-10 years from now, Gina will still be around and she'll still be loved and she'll do some other show or something and this will pass, but sadly she had to go through this and she doesn't deserve it. I say let them go all in and start firing people left and right. Let them continue to fail and make bad decisions because eventually they will collapse. It's only a matter of time if you aren't awake now. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Don't give me the keys. I'm firing everybody over there, let me tell you. Not everybody. Ben Burt, guys like that, of course. But, good boy, would heads be rolling. Do you watch Mannix? He's really funny, and reason I say Republic. I know the name. No, I don't, because right now if I have to think about it, but I do know the name. Rings a bell. I get Republic from that Star Wars girl. Because even way before the High Republic, she would always do how people get crazy with so that's how I kind of think of honestly, from years ago when I was in Seattle, I've been all over the US. I was around some kids and they would say Reek all the time. So really from like, when was Seattle? (2016-ish). But as far as like nerd culture and modern day, Anna, that Star Wars girl, because she's always like, Ree! she puts a little more emphasis into it, but yeah. Abby, yes. It's really disgusting they tried making women look like men, yeah. Abby, correct. Yeah, you know, and it's so weird. It's like such this weird dynamic, like feminism, girl power, and then companies virtue signal like, yeah, go girl. And then they make these characters that are like totally unfeminine, totally not what a woman would want to be. Like, even if you're like a butch girl, like you wouldn't want to be Abby. Like, I just, what baffles me is not that the companies do it, is that these freaks like are into it and follow it and defend it. Like, this is what you've been fighting for? To look like a man and bash people with golf clubs? That's what you're aspiring for. This is what your feminism and fighting and arguing and canceling people and all this message you're creating. That's what this is, your end goal is to be that. That's what you're aspiring to be. How sad. How sad. It's like Congress right now. Please go for broke. Please go for the guns. Please crash it all, because out of the chaos will come order. Disney, major companies, banks, governments. The king has no clothes, by the way. Yep. Well said. Tesla is legit. Literally putting rocket ship parts to cars. Yeah, Tesla was an important guy, and sadly, nobody wanted to listen to him. You know, but radios, electricity, Wi-Fi, all this stuff, it's Tesla. It could have been so much more. Batteries, I mean, there's so many things that he... I've never played Halo either. I only got an Xbox 360 because it came with a lot of games that I never played. Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, Assassin's Creed, and a few more. Yeah. I liked Assassins, like the premise of it, but man, what a clunky game. Just the way he moves, and like he's so stiff, and like the way you would like move on buildings and stuff, like it was very, it's one of those games that's like, you know, the D-pad, like only 4 directions, you know, like there's no real nuance to them, and it's like, I just never, a friend of mine loved that game, but I think he loved it more so because of the idea of it, because the game itself just, the premise is cool, you know, the what was it, the animus and the generations and the going through and seeing like the different versions of yourself and all that mess. I thought that was cool. It's just the gameplay itself was. Red Dead, I did play a little bit of, but I'm not really much into like westerns. And I just Halo is so cringe to me. I know a lot of people loved it, but so cringe to me. I was playing SOCOM. Before there was Call of Duty, it was a real shooter, SOCOM, Special Operations Command. It was like, for real, SEAL team. And you would have, it was the first online game for PlayStation, PS2. You had 4 SEALs, you were the leader, and you could give commands to your SEALs. So you would say like Overwatch at this position, and you would send, your guys would go off and Overwatch at this position, and you could set it up because you would like observe the enemy, and he would, like the security patrol, he would go through this, you know, ridge. So then you would set up your guys to Overwatch or to kill or do whatever, so they could do stuff for you or call out enemies or do all kinds of, like, you did real SEAL tactic shit. It was awesome. And you, of course, would go through and kill people and do stuff. And you had all these missions, and you would do different stuff like rescue hostages and blow up things and, you know, do demolitions and all kinds of stuff. And then it had online. Oh my God, SOCOM 2, one of the greatest shooters of all time. And most people don't even know about it, but it was amazing. Fast and smooth and bad fucking ass. Well before there was Call of Duty. Call of Duty was a step back It was inferior. Still is. SOCOM was amazing. Oh well. It just never got that popularity like Call of Duty became. It was a third-person shooter, and Call of Duty was a first-person shooter, and it got all that hype and marketing, and it just became much more popular than SOCOM. Like gameplay, quality, story, everything. Call of Duty to this day is a little puppy next to SOCOM. SOCOM had training, it had the campaign, and it had the online. And you had the mics. It was the first one with mics. And you could use the mic as a single player, you know, commanding your SEALs, and they would talk to you. Or online, you would talk to your teammates. SOCOM was amazing. Elon Musk should make a Star Destroyer. Well, might happen. Who knows? Oh, that's so funny. I've only got an OG Xbox because I bought a Simpsons game. I thought I was able to play OG games on 360, so I got an OG Xbox to play it. Yeah, that was another thing. Like, you couldn't play the old games on that. There's so many things about Xbox that just like, ugh, cringe. Whereas PlayStation, like, you could always play your old games, and you could put your own hard drive, and you could just do all this other stuff. Hey, Revan, good to see you. So KK will be fired, right? Well, if Disney keeps on and continues to hold on to Lucasfilm, no, I don't see her going anywhere. Not. And when I say that, I mean, she's getting old, so she's not going to do this forever, but another 5-10 years, we're going to be stuck with Kathleen Kennedy. If they sell Lucasfilm, which they're probably going to have to, yeah, I'm pretty sure whoever buys it is going to be like, KK, you cost Disney billions of dollars. You're out of there. Hopefully whoever buys it has that common sense. So, but if we stay on this current path, you just saw Gina Carano got fired. And everybody claims Star Wars is saved, Jon Favreau's in control. Well, obviously, no, he's not. KK ain't going nowhere. I hope so. She stole your mask and gave it to Caliban. Good one. I like tomboys. Abby's not a tomboy. She's a man. Yeah, no, that's just this whole different level of. Surprised Disney hasn't put a femboy or some gay bar shit in Star Wars yet. It was coming. Jinx now, you know, it's coming. Believe me, they'll do it. If they put a lesbian kiss in one of the main episodes of the Skywalker saga, anything is possible, guys. And so anybody listening out there, it's not that it's a problem that there's a lesbian kiss or any kiss. It's about, number one, it was just put there just to be put there, not because it was part of the story or made any sense. It was just there to virtue signal to you that, see, we care about you. No, they don't, because they cut it out of China. If it was so important to them, why did they cut it out of the China version? Oh, because it was convenient, because it was a virtue signal. So that in itself should be insulting to lesbians. Bisexuals, LGBTQ, you all should have gotten outraged about that. Instead, you want to celebrate it. When in reality, they were just using you. Don't you get it? Wake the fuck up. It was there for no other reason but to use you. Now, if over the 3 films, one of the characters we really fell in love with and it was a great character, and then at the end of the day she ends up that she likes a woman instead, and they have a little relationship and they build it and they kiss, we all would have been like, cool, yeah, Susie got her girl, and she, because we all love our characters to have a happy ending and they fall in love and they're together and they're safe and they save the galaxy, we all would have been okay with it. But when you just put it in there just to put it in there, then you just look stupid. The older games were pretty good. The new games are really glitchy. My grandma can make a better game. Well, damn, video games come down that far. Honestly, I haven't played really a modern game in a while because just financial, I can't do it. Life, other stuff. I haven't played a modern game. The most modern game I played is Call of Duty Mobile, which I play pretty much every day, like at least for an hour. I'll get in some matches, kill some people. I'm really good at it. I pwn the shit out of people, honestly. I've always been really good at shooters. But outside of that, I haven't really played any modern games. And in fact, the only other game I played was The Old Republic recently. And I got to go back and finish that up, and so I can start playing KOTOR because I've been wanting to play KOTOR. But yeah, the most modern game I've played in years, Force Collection, which was a few years ago. And then, I played a couple little silly mobile games, but just real casual and nothing, But Call of Duty Mobile, that's a pretty elaborate game. It's like Call of Duty, just shrunk. And it's fun. It's cool. And, they're constantly updating. It's very up to the day. Nico might be my favorite GTA protagonist. I remember him. Romanian, I believe, right? They were from Romania. Him and his brother, I think, right, came. I did play with Nico. I do remember him. It's just been a while. Pretty sure he was Romanian. He had his little girlfriend. I think she was a blonde. And he always had the choice, like, be nice to her or say some rude-ass shit to her. Yeah, I remember. Never really thought of Gina's character as interesting or at least enjoyable compared to other characters and performances, but this is just total BS. Yeah, first of all, I love your avatar, Master Keanu Mundi. I very much like the Lego stuff. I've been critical of Cara Dune. She's a little bit overpowered. I'm not like a huge Cara Dune fan, so it's not me fanboying. And I think Gina's a cutie, but she's not particularly my type of woman. I think she's an absolute sweetheart. She's a nice person. She seems at least pretty smart. But to me, more than anything, what's right is right. What's fair is fair. It's not like I'm some big Gina, like I got her poster and I'm like, oh, Gina. No. I just think she's a nice person. She's an awesome person. She's not the world's greatest actress either, but she did fine. She did good. She's cool. I think most people like her because she's a badass and she's got that cute-ass smile. And, nothing against her, just saying, being real, the idea that she could whoop your ass, But to me, and that's everything I say and do on this channel, guys, I can't stress it enough. I'm not here for opinions. I'm not here for feelings. I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not emotional and broken up, so I hate Disney. No. I know Star Wars. I love Star Wars. And I'm here to share facts. It's just that simple. I'm very fair and I'm very researched. And what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And firing Gina was not only wrong, it was just plain fucking stupid. Disney's going to feel it. She was by no means my favorite character. She was by no means perfect. That whole show is a mess, to be honest with you. But she was she was a fan favorite. That's why a lot of people watch the show. Because it ain't for Din Djarin. So most, it was Baby Yoda and Cara Dune. I did get more games for OG Xbox, Indiana Jones, Emperor's Tomb, nice. GTA 3, San Andreas, Simpsons Hit and Run, Spider-Man 1 and 2, Spider-Man 1 is so hard. San Andreas, I remember everybody making such a big fucking patooey over that damn game. And it sold 1 billion copies, and it was like, oh my God. And I mean, it was cool. It was a little bit cleaned up and smoother, but it was just Grand Theft Auto. I remember playing it and like, this is the same game, everybody. Hello. It's like everybody was making this big deal, and it's like, it's just new paint, guys. Yeah, they added some stuff. I remember, like, I think that's where they brought in helicopters, and there was some stuff, but it wasn't like, oh my god, groundbreaking. It was, I remember it was like such a big deal everybody made over that game, and I'm like, I've been playing this for like the past 5 years, guys. It's not that big of a deal. But, okay. I know they sold the shit out of that game, though. Which ship of Star Wars would you like to pilot or explore in real life? Mine would be the Red Jedi ship of SWTOR. It even has a private room and conference room. I love all the Star Wars ships, to be honest with you, but far and away, like not even thinking about it, Slave One. I wouldn't even have to think about it for a split second or second guess. Slave One. Oh, and speaking of Cardoon, and again, I don't like to talk about other channels. I'm not here to trash people, but we have, I know that some of you are going to remember, we have briefly spoken about Star Wars Explained. Well, today I saw a tweet from them like, thank God Gina got fired. She was just spreading all this terrible hate and all this and that. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys have all, yep, sure enough, you guys would tweet that. Oh, Lord. And what's sad is part of that is like they truly are that whacked. But the other part of that is they are the biggest shills, man. And boy, are they shilling. So pitiful. So freaking pitiful. There's so many cool ships in Star Wars. I love them. I want them all. Slave One for me. I don't have any issues with homosexuals in Star Wars. I just hate how in America it's in your face and in China it's not existent. Yeah. And again, if it makes sense, okay. But just putting it there just to put it there, it's femboy binks. Well, you might get it. Careful what you ask for. Assassin's Creed games was what I was talking about with the newer games being glitchy. A lot of modern games are amazing. Yeah. Yeah, but Assassins, it was, I mean, I suppose it had glitches, but it wasn't so much glitches that mattered, that bothered me. It's the controls. He was stiff. He was so linear, like the way he would move. And like for you to jump from one thing to another, like you'd have to be in the right position and spot. And like, whereas like other games, like some Spider-Man games, you could just like bounce around and jump from any angle and position and like very loose and free and open. Whereas Assassins, it was like always like, you know, you'd have to line it up and you could only jump like this straight way. And it's just a little bit annoying. I don't remember it so much being a problem as far as glitchy, but .360 games, I got Batman, Arkham. Yeah, Arkham was pretty awesome. I played Arkham Asylum, maybe a little bit of City, but Asylum, yeah. Lego Star Wars, Simpsons, Force Unleashed, Family Guy. Yeah, I'm not a huge Family Guy fan, but I do like it. And I've told the story before. Like at first, for the first few seasons, I've never really just like, what is that butt face guy? What is everybody? And then one day after work, I was at a friend's house and we were hanging out, and there was an episode, and he was going on about his Boba Fett, my Boba Fett action figure. Where's my Boba Fett, Lois? And he was like this whole thing about where he couldn't find his Boba Fett. And I was like, oh, okay. And then from there, I started paying a little more attention. And then, of course, Blue Harvest. And so I appreciated it more because of the Star Wars connection. But overall, I mean, I don't dislike it, but I wasn't like, well, huge Family Guy. But there's some funny stuff. I do like it. Nico Russian. Okay. It wasn't his brother, Kane. It was his cousin, Roman. There you go. Yes. I don't feel bad for not having Cara Dune, but I feel bad for Gina because she seemed like a good person. She supported loyal fans. Yeah, And that's part of why they got rid of her too. That's what scared them, is that she, more than any other Star Wars character, had a connection with the fans. Now, Luke, Mark Hamill, and David Prowse, and Jeremy Bullock, all these guys had a tremendous connection with the fans, but that was at celebrations, at comic conventions. I'm talking about modern day online communication relationship with fans. Gina, not even close. And that scared Disney. I also think, well, okay, she could have died, or she could have gone off somewhere else, or, you know, I was impressed for her to have her own show. I wasn't against it, but to me, like, whatever, you know, what is she going to do? A whole Alderaan thing? I don't know. I just never, it wasn't that big of a deal to me. But at least show some respect for the character. I mean, you make this big deal bringing her in and making her badass, and so many people liked her. Well, they could have killed her, or something happened. She stays on Tatooine, whatever. But at least show her, explain it, and done. But now it's just like, you know, she was on the ship with Din Djarin, and now how are they going to explain that? Oh, well, she just went off, and then, you know, Din Djarin, I guess, goes to Mandalore. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, but even if we didn't know she got fired, right? We just, like, season 3 comes and then you don't see her. She's just missing. We all would have been like, what the fuck, right? Like, this doesn't make sense. What happened to... Not that you would even care. Like, you could go through the whole season, and then the finale, you'd be like, where's Cara Dune? Like, she's known enough to where you would ask the question, right? And that's what I'm talking about. Whether she was your favorite or not, whether you care really or not, you still would have been like, well, wait a minute. What happened to Cara Dune? Because of the way they left it and how much they involved her and made her a big deal. So now, again, forgetting that you know what happened in real life, you would just be like, what the hell? Then you compound that by, oh, they fired her on some dumb shit? Well, then, you know, it all really looks pretty bad. Looks like you the same thing. Okay. GTA San Andreas might be one of my favorite GTA games. They took some stuff from it out of GTA 5. Yeah, I know people love that one. And I played some of it, you know. I played a bit of it. Samuel Jackson. Yeah, that's right. San Andreas was the best selling. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I know they sold a shit out of that game. Call of Duty, one of the first Call of Duties, also sold a shit ton. I don't know if you guys do this anymore. Back then we used to stand in line, midnight release, like SOCOM 3. I remember I got midnight release. Metal Gear 4, I got midnight release. Resident Evil 4, I got midnight release. I mean, there was quite a few games. All right, standing in the line at GameStop. There was a level in the game where you had to assassinate Mayor McCheese. Nice. Now the Rangers isn't happening. Boba Fett and Bad Batch are the only shows I'm interested in. I'll still check the other stuff out if it comes out, but only if it's good or not. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Boba Fett might be a bomb. I don't expect much from Bad Batch, honestly. I'm not too... I'll check it out, but I really could care less, to be honest with you. But, hey, teach his own. I'm not telling you guys not to watch it. And I will watch it for the channel. Just, if it doesn't come out, I could really care less. Boba Fett and Bad Batch have a chance. I hope Cad Bane shows up. Yeah, it's not impossible. GameStop was an amazing place to go. Getting games both old and new. Now it's a joke. Yeah, I mean, the premise of GameStop is awesome, but it also pisses you off. You, like, bring a game in, they're like, $1. And yet you see it on the shelf and it's like $30. And you're like, what the fuck? See, to me, if GameStop would have done the smart thing and whatever they're selling it for, they give you half. And I know they wouldn't have made these massive profit margins and had over 5,000 stores. But if you would have respected your customers and they know that they come in and a game costs 30 and that they're going to get 15, everybody would have felt much better about it. And then more people would have came in and done it and really loved that store and backed it. But instead, after years of you're spending $60 on a game and then you go to trade it in and they're like $3. You're like, but the shit is just collecting dust on my shelf, especially like EA sports games. Every year they'd come out with a new one. So like 2005 NBA now is worthless because 2006 is out. So now you're stuck with this game that's worth $1.99 that you paid $60 for, like 6 months ago. So, GameStop abused that shit and kind of fucked themselves, because if they would have been a little more respectful, regardless of what the book said or what the value of it, if they would have just said, and furthermore, don't jack up the price. If the book says it's worth $10, well then you sell it for 10 and you give 5 instead of selling it for 30 and giving $1. See what I mean? And they would have grown slower. They wouldn't have had as many stores, but as big, but they would have had hardcore, loyal, appreciative fans. And that's what's most important. And if this channel never gets to 1 million subscribers, which I would doubt that it ever would, but it had 100,000 hardcore people that really loved my shit, I'm good. Zero that sells old games. They're fair. I love that store. That's where I got my Xbox. Yeah. All businesses are in business to make money. And I'm all for capitalism. But when you're really like pushing it, like, we'll give you $1 for a game we're selling for $30. It's like a real slap in the face, man. It's not cool. When you maybe are selling a game because you're hungry, because you need some gas, and you can't even get $5 out of this $80 game that you bought 6 months ago to go buy some McDonald's or put $5 of gas in your car, it's a real slap in the face. And I know because I've been there. And a lot of my friends have been there. Now I don't, but back then I used to have a ton of gamer friends. I even had a friend that worked at GameStop. Stop making excuses. No, you don't. If you even have one set, build it on your channel. You can make modifications. Make other things out of it. But even if you had just one set, Jabba's Palace, whatever, build that shit. Do it on camera. People love that shit. Shit, don't... like the other day, I told you, I saw the throne room and an ad. They were expensive, like $150, $90. I think the throne room was. Shit, if I had $90 laying around, I would have bought that damn throne room. Let me tell you, it came with a little Emperor, Vader, and Luke, and 2 Emperor Royal Guards. And I was like, oh man! And they had the lightsabers and they had the little lightning for Palpatine's hands. I was like, fuck! It was awesome. It was awesome, and it was like a big set. It had the stairs and the elevator, and the 2 little guards could stand by that. It was awesome. So even if you have one set, build it. If it takes you 2-3 streams to do it, okay. Or build it in one stream, doesn't matter. But from what I understand, you have a few Lego sets, so stop making excuses. Do that shit. Let me tell you, if I had that damn throne room set, I'd be sitting right here, like, hey guys, we're gonna build the Return of the Jedi throne room today, and I'd be having a blast the whole time. I'd even show you guys a little lightsaber battle. I'd go all out with it. I would love that. Man, if I had the money, I would have like a whole room that would be a Lego like setup. And I'd have the throne room set up so you could see behind the window. I'd have ships like on fishing wire hanging, so you'd have ships in the distance in the background. Oh man. Don't get me on that shit. I've been there. That little throne room is badass. I loved it. It had little lightning for the Emperor. It was so cool. The Vader series will be made one day. Well, hey, only thing that's stopping you is you. Remember that. People always make excuses. I don't have the money. I don't have this. I don't have that. At the end of the day, 99% of the time, the reason things don't get done is because you don't make them happen. If your biggest problem in life is I don't have the money to do it, then you're in really good shape. Everybody gets so hung up on I don't have the money. Now, some things is reality. Like right now, I don't have a PS4 or 5 because I don't have the cash. There's limitations in life. I get it. But I know a lot of you PC nerds have got a freaking bin full of parts. Stop making excuses. Build a freaking custom computer. Make a video about it. Teach people how to do it. Make a gaming system. Just build it all, set it all up, show how to upload the software and build the drive and all that crap and install the fan and then play games on it. You don't have an excuse. If money is your biggest problem, you're in a great place. It's much harder to come up with a concept and create the story and make all the elaborate building, the story building, the character building, the planet building, the world building. That is what takes brains. Money, you could find money, you could play a scratch off and make a few $1,000s. Somebody could give you a loan, you could go to the bank, you could save up. You know, people complain like, I'm so poor, I'm stuck. If you really wanted to, you could work at McDonald's for the next 6 months, save every last penny so that you could save for a bus ticket and get the fuck out of Wyoming or Kansas or wherever you're at. Stop bitching. If you really wanted to get to New York or LA or Maryland or wherever it is you want to be in life, you can do it. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's fun. But if money is your biggest problem, then you're in great shape because you have the heart and you have the brain to make things happen. That's what matters. Money, there's so many people with money that don't know how to tie their own fucking shoes. They don't know how to fry an egg. They don't know how to do their own laundry. And if you can't survive for one day outside in the woods, then I feel very sorry for you. Because that's what matters. You have all the money in the world, but you have no idea how to say hello to a girl. So what does your money do for you? Oh, girls will come to me. Okay, well, some might. And then in a day, they're just going to walk away because all they wanted you for was money in the first place, and you don't know how to talk to them, so you're not going to get anywhere anyways. If money's your biggest problem, you're in good shape because you have your health, you have your mind, you have your creativity, you're a good person, you have a good heart. Usually helping other people is what's going to make you happiest anyways. So having 3 yachts ain't going to make you happy. Believe me. Anyways, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm just saying, like, stop making excuses. Do it. I don't have a bunch of resources. I don't have a bunch of things. I have my laptop. For the love of God, I have this laptop that I worked my ass off. I built a big website for a client, did a bunch of stuff, and I finally treated myself. I bought a really nice $1,000 laptop. It's the nicest computer I've ever had, and I made it so that I could have something really good for videos because I felt it in my gut. I knew that this was coming, and I was getting into a lot of heavy video editing and stuff. And so I treated myself and bought this machine, and thank God, because it's been a blessing. Because my other laptop, that thing is years old, and it's slow and clunky and smaller. And but I had to work my ass off. I've lost out on many things and don't have many things and didn't go out and do other things because I had to make that happen. But at the end of the day, usually what holds you back is yourself, believe me. Because people always find excuses. I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have... No, bullshit. If you really want something, I bet if you saw a hot girl and she winked at you and you liked her, you would find the time and you would find the money and you would find a way to chase her around and be with her and spend time. Like you would ride 3 buses to go get to her house and hang out with her. So I don't want to hear the excuses. I know because I've been there. I would do streams. For some reason, they decided you need to get to 1,000 to do streams. Why? Because of mobile. I know there is some weird rule like that where you need to, on mobile, have so many subscribers or hours or some dumb shit. Yes, I know. But is it that much? 1,000? I don't know. Is it really that much? I know there is some silly thing there. Bro, you do realize for like $200 you can get a laptop? See, that's the other thing. People think, well, okay, but I need a really good laptop and I need really good camera and I need really... you guys see me. I don't even have a camera. I'm using the laptop camera. Now, I'm not saying it's the best, and if you were going to build a Lego, maybe you would want something a little bit better. But, you know, if I were to do this and, like, had them on the desk, I think you would get the idea, right? You would be able to see it. Stop worrying about it being all professional and perfect. You could see me build the damn throne room, and you all would be like, salivating, like, oh, the Emperor put his lightning on his hands. That's all that matters, you know? So don't worry about it. You could get a little cheapy laptop. You could buy a cheapy camera for $40. I know you're a kid, and I know, but dude, if you really, you know, well, you live in Alaska. I was going to say mow some lawns, but I don't know, shovel something, drill some fishing holes. I don't know, find something, dude. There's got to be a way. Do chores for your mom. Do something. I don't know. There's always a way. Now, to have the equipment that you want, that you need, no, of course, you're already setting limitations. But for you to be able to build a Lego set, you can work, get a little cheapy laptop, be able to get online, do your little videos, and for all you know, it blows up. Next thing you know, you got 300,000 subscribers. People are giving you donations. You're making money off of ads. 6 months later, you're buying a $3,000 computer. You do know there's little kids making millions of dollars opening toys. You do know this. I'm sure you all are aware of this. There's little ass kids that's what they do. They get tons of toys sent to them for free. Never mind that their parents buy them, all of them. They get toys from the toy manufacturer sent to them all the time, just so that they'll open it up and play with it and get the reaction. They're sponsored by the toy company, giving them cash. Plus, they get all the toys for free. Plus, they get ad revenue. Plus, they get, well, now YouTube recently changed where kid stuff doesn't get ads, but Patreon and all, I mean, there's little ass kids making at least $1 million a year for opening and playing with freaking toys. You know, sometimes I want to kick your guys' asses because technology, and I'm not saying I'm all high and mighty and know everything, but let me tell you something. Technology had to catch up, because if I would have had the stuff that you guys had today, back when I was a kid, holy shit, would I be a multimillionaire, if not billionaire? Because I always had tons of ideas and things I wanted to do, but I had no tools to do it. And now, not only do you have all the tools, but with just your cell phone, you can make videos. Plus, you don't have to do a live stream. Record yourself, buy a little. This thing cost me, I think, $3, $5. I might have even got it at the dollar store. Okay. Bungee legs, you can wrap it around a pole and put it in any position. You mount your phone, put it right here on my desk. It's hanging with my cell phone, and you build the Lego set. There's even editing software for your cell phone. Do some minor edits, clean it up, even if your mic isn't great, as long as people can clearly see you building Jabba's palace or whatever, you're in there. Well, you know that video gets 30,000 views, 50,000 views. Maybe it gets 10, but you don't know until you try. So, no, I know a lot of people like freaking Legos. This little thing didn't cost me anything, a few bucks. It's all bendy and posable. I loved it because you could put it like around a stop sign or anything, right? It's got the, so you can mount this fricker anywhere. It's only a couple bucks, wasn't anything. So at the end of the day, for like $100, $200-300, if you really want it, you can do it. Most cell phones have a better camera than I do in this laptop. You can set your phone up against boxes or whatever. I mean, you can do it, dude. There's no reason not to. And maybe you can't do it live, but you can certainly do little videos. Do 15-30 minutes at a time. Do it in parts. Stage 1, upper level of the Death Star, whatever. I'm just saying. If I was a 16-year-old in 2021, with all the toys and gadgets and technology that you have, holy shit, watch out, world. I am more the idea of that instead of making a fan story, you better make your own story, maybe with similar themes. At the end, everything evolves and becomes more personal, writing a samurai story. One, yes, you're going to see that it's going to become your story more than, and two, you know, I know we all love Star Wars, and I would love to make a fan film directly 100% accurate to Star Wars. But then at the end of the day, Disney's just going to copyright strike it or want to get money from it, or you're never going to be able to monetize it. So you're going to put all this time and money and love and work into making this perfect Star Wars thing that you can never make a red cent off of. So you've spent 3 years of your life, $20,000, and now, if it's truly what you want to do and you truly love, and maybe it gets 1 million views and that's what makes you happy, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, realistically, you're going to go through all that for then Disney to maybe take your video down or you never make anything from it. So think about that. If you're that passionate, then build off of Star Wars and make your own thing. It's a good point. Do or do not. There is no try. Yes. Philosophy of doing, putting your all into something instead of just trying, is a philosophy that goes through all of my movies, says Lucas. Yes. I have an old saying that I've been saying since I was like 8 years old. I made up myself. Some things in life are harder to achieve. Nothing is impossible if you believe. In my entire life, I've heard one other person say something similar to that. But I made that up when I was about 8 years old. Remember that. Some things in life are harder to achieve. Nothing is impossible if you believe. And sure, granted, you can't fly in space. Okay, Mary Poppins, that's impossible. But 99% of things that you think, but how? But I can't, oh, yes, you can. And sometimes it's easier than you thought. Sometimes if you just ask for help, you'd be surprised at people that'll help you. Sometimes that girl that you have an insane crush on, you're like, my God, I could never talk to her. The whole time she's thinking, why doesn't he talk to me? And if you just went over and talked to her, for all you know, she might be all on your junk. So don't assume. Don't take yourself out of the game. Wayne Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots that you never take. Michael Jordan, I missed thousands of shots. I failed over and over and over. And that is why I succeed. Some little words of wisdom for you guys. It's something I encountered first when I was in college, where a lot of the students would give up. For me, it was all about making movies, even if it was something that was completely impossible. And again, nothing's really that impossible. Sure, there are limitations, humanity, breathing, life, height, I get it. But there's been basketball players that were 5 feet tall and could dunk the shit out of that basketball. So if you're just going to go that I'm too short, well, sure, you don't have the advantage. But to say that you can't play professional basketball or dunk, well, you're wrong, because you can. Barging show. So I wonder what you were trying to say. I bargain shop. I look for surveys to get free food and stuff, etc. So there are ways to get nice stuff without spending the money. Yes, there are. Let me tell you something. I became a little bit of a coupon expert. For $1 to $2 every Sunday, you buy the paper, you get the coupon section. There was times I would go to CVS with $100, $200 bill, and I would walk out of there for free. I'm not kidding, guys. Or I would spend $20 on like $200 of stuff. Okay, so there's ways to do things. If you understand the coupons, the way they work, and the way you get the bucks, and buy two and you get the third one, and you figure all this stuff out. I used to walk out of CVS all the time for like $20, $10, free, with a shopping cart of shit. So if you're really hungry, if you really need some stuff, now you're never going to become a millionaire that way. I'm not saying that. But when you really say, like, I don't have the money for a $200 laptop, or I don't have a way to eat today, stop trying to go to a restaurant and blow $10 on junk, because you could go to the grocery store and for like $4 you can get an entire meal where your belly's so full that you would have leftovers. And is it always ideal? Is it always the best, the most pleasant? No. But if you really want to make shit happen, you can. Lucas said this on Rinzler book episode 5. Nice. Shop, I got you. I also write a lot. I'm always coming up with new ideas. Well, good. Always do. Star Wars theory. My Vader fan fiction is something that I've spent all my time and money on. I can't wait to see how well it does. Disney, gimme. Yeah, listen, it's not that I don't want him to do well, or that he would have, it would have been nice for him to be able to run ads, but on the same token, it's like, is he that naive or that arrogant that he thought he was just going to literally make a Star Wars fan film that has Vader and Mace and is super accurate, and Disney's just going to be like, okay, kid, yeah, you can just monetize the shit out of it. I mean, is he dumb? Is he arrogant? I don't know what it is, but honestly, you thought you were just going to make that shit. Now, don't get me wrong. You can make that shit and put out the video. But that whole, they took out my video and I can't monetize it. And I get it. You spent $100,000. I get it, dude. But if you went into it really thinking that you were going to be able to monetize that video, I don't know, man. That kid says and does stuff sometimes, and I'm like, and I don't hate him. I don't want anything bad to happen to him. But you do not deserve to be almost at 3 million subscribers, bro. Seriously. You do not have the Star Wars knowledge. You're just anyways, I'm not here to badmouth people. I'm not jealous. I'm not hating. Does he deserve to have a following? Yeah, he's worked his ass off. He's got a ton of videos. He's got a budget so he can do cool intros and editing, and he's got better software than I do and all that stuff. No, I'm not mad at him. But you deserve 3 million subscribers? No, dude. Sorry. No, you don't. I'm currently writing a war comedy. I already came up with what the narrator's voice would sound like. Lol. Upload a video showing what the voice will sound like. Well, here's another thing. Like, sometimes you think you know what people want to see, but no, you don't. Me personally, I thought, okay, I have the knowledge. I know some people are going to appreciate it, but do they want to see my face? Or are they going to sit with me for 12 hours in a live stream? I would have never imagined that. But that didn't happen like me thinking about or planning it. I just got on here, started talking about Star Wars. Then you guys kept popping in and asking me questions and talking with me. And the next thing I know, we're just going and going. And I look and it's like 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. I'm like, okay, well, I guess they're having fun with me. So we'll keep going. Because I never in a million years imagined that I would be doing these 10-hour, 12-hour live streams. That's you guys. I would have never thought that, guessed that, nothing. I figured, okay, I could get an hour or two, talk some shit. Some people would enjoy it, but that I've become a part of some of your lives, and I know this because of some of you who have told me this, that you look forward to the Friday stream, that you spend 10 hours with me, and that you love that you have that. Well, I would have never thought that, but you find that out by trying and talking. You know? So don't assume, because you find your voice after a while. You find out what you're good at and what people enjoy. A lot of my videos, I'm like, this one's going to make it. They're going to go crazy. And it's like, that's less than 500 views. And then some stuff you guys really react to. So you just don't know. You figure it out as you go. Eventually you start to see what people care about, what they like about you, what they are interested in. And, you know, I'm one of those few creators like Mahler, the long game, right? The long man, because there's not many of us that can do it, that have something intelligible to talk about, and that have fans like that. But apparently a lot of you have gravitated to me like Mahler, and you will spend 10 hours with me. Awesome. But I never in a million years would have thought that. And you figure that out over time. So don't assume. Try things. See what, you know, and eventually. Star Wars Theory, do it. But his films feel like fan fiction. Yeah. I don't hate his little movie. I think it's decent. But so many people are like, it's so good. It's so amazing. I'm like, there's a lot of other really that destroy that. It's not that great. It's better than a lot. It's higher tier, but it's not that. He got ripped off for $100,000. That's all I got to say. $5,000, I could have made that. And I'm not even talking shit. Like, there's a lot of people for $2,000, $5,000 that have made some amazing with CGI and all kinds of shit. Fan films. So he really $100,000 spent on that. Ooh. Anyways, are we talking about Doomcock? Sorry, just tuned in. No, I wasn't talking about Doomcock, but Doomcock's cool. You know, I watch his stuff. He's in one of my projects coming up soon. I have a lot of love and respect for Doomcock. I don't agree 100% with all the stuff he says, but for the most part, you know, I like him very much. And while he does a lot of rumor stuff, he's usually right. So I don't doubt what he says. He believes at least what he's being told. I know that he's not just making shit up and, you know. But yeah. But no, I wasn't talking about Doomcock. I'll ask what they think of the voice. I just like to have fun making movies. Yeah. I mean, even if you do silent stuff, building something Lego or drawing something or whatever. Read one of your scripts or story outlines. You want feedback? Read. You know, this is my outline for the Black Knight 3. You know, whatever. Just read it. You've seen me do videos like that, like the story treatment for episode 8. I got other ones coming too. Doesn't have to be overly special. You just read out the script. I put a little background music behind it. Now, granted, I edited it and added pictures and made it a little bit spicier, but at the end of the day, you can get free feedback, and you might never know. Maybe 1 million people love that shit, and you get monetized, and you're getting views, and a lot of people love that. And then, you know, some director, story, company, books, company, whatever, is like, hey, you know, this thing's awesome. It's got 3 million views. We want to buy the rights to make a film out of it, or we want to, you know, put it in a paperback. You never know, dude, what could happen. But you miss 100% of the shots that you never take. His Vader fan film was fine. I just wouldn't consider it. Well, no, it's absolutely not canon. And that's the thing. It's good, but it's not great. And it's certainly not $100,000 great. I literally have a whole list of fan films that are just cost a few $1,000s, $2,000, $5,000, and are much better than his. And I'm truly not being a hater or trying to diminish what he did. It's cool. It's decent. But so many people are like, oh my God, it's amazing. And I'm like, you know, people's measure sometimes. It's like, you know, you see this fan film and then you're like praising it. But then did you take 5 minutes on YouTube to look up Star Wars fan film? Like maybe you'll see 20 others and be like, oh, well, that was cool, but I like these 5 others much better. Because let me tell you, there's some awesome, awesome Star Wars fan films. Never mind other fan films, but Star Wars fan films, whether it's be the dialogue, the premise, the effects. I mean, there's a short one, Boba Fett escapes the Sarlacc pit, where he's like walking in the desert and he punches on his thing. Slave 1 comes up. I mean, it's like much more elaborate than what Star Wars Theory did. It cost him a few $1,000s. I mean, it wasn't like, and that looks, I mean, it looks like real freaking Star Wars. Considering it can't be canon because first of all, it's not even made by Lucasfilm. Second of all, it has nothing to do with George Lucas. I mean, Airheads, it couldn't even be canon. Not to mention, like, the story he tells. I remember, like, it's been a while. I don't remember the details, but I was like, this is just not at all canon. It's nowhere near canon. But again, sometimes people want something to be something so bad that they just convince themselves that it is, instead of being, like, logical and thinking, okay, does this actually fit? Does this, like, make sense? Anyways, I'm not trying to down the kid. I mean, it's a cool little thing, but not the level of people make it out to be. There's several others that are much, much better. I like what he did with Mace, but all those people who say it should be canon, it can't be Mace. Yeah, well, that's another thing. Mace just died. And that whole thing of, like, the way Vader was talking to the Emperor, and it's just like this whole thing, and it's like, Vader never showed any of those attributes, never any of that. That's Theory's, like, perception of what Vader would have been like. That, and or I suspect, you know, because he calls, like, the Star Wars comics canon. He has a whole thing, like, the complete Vader canon, Vader comics series canon, and it's like, that's not canon, dude. But because Disney calls it canon, you're calling it canon. So now 3 million people that don't really know Star Wars are like, oh, it's canon. And now everybody's confused and like, but he made that's the real Vader story. Didn't you see Star Wars Theory? He did this video. That's the problem. Instead of him saying, hey, this is not canon, this is just, I like this story and I wanted to make a movie out of it. Okay, great, cool. But when you start claiming canon, you just look like a jackass, dude. Because it ain't canon. And then you got people saying that they think it's canon, and it just turns into this whole freaking mess. Anyways. And again, I'm not, a hater. I don't like want him to fail or not. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve anything. He's worked hard. He's been around. Just know that the reason his channel is so big is two reasons. One, because he got in the game early. If I was doing videos as long as he was, this channel would be freaking huge. That's one mistake I made, is I didn't, right when I saw Force Awakens, be like, oh, fuck that, I'm going on YouTube. That's the one thing in hindsight. Had I even thought about it, holy shit, this channel would be over 1 million subs. But also because he plays it safe. He very much rides the fence. And he can say what he wants, and anybody can say what they want. But he, out of his mouth, said he liked Solo. He liked The Rise of Skywalker. He's at Celebration like, oh my God, Palpatine. Knowing, or at least you should have known, that Palpatine died in Jedi, dude. You look pretty stupid. It doesn't make you a real Star Wars fan because you're crying because you saw Palpatine or Luke Skywalker. That doesn't make you real. It makes you a sucker. Because the first thing that everybody at that celebration, it's not just him, but everybody there should have said, Lucasfilm, he died in Return of the Jedi. And they all should have booed and immediately told Lucasfilm, uh-oh, we need to scrap that idea. And I'm not saying that you can't genuinely be moved by Star Wars or cry for it. Don't misunderstand. All I'm saying is just because you cried doesn't mean that you're genuine or a bigger fan than the next person. You ride the fence to the point where he's almost kind of shilling because he's getting free shit from all these people. And I'm not saying that he like purposely is going out of his way to shill. I'm just saying that he's maybe not even realizing it, but he is pretty much shilling. And again, it's not jealousy. It's just, I'm going to always call, I'm always going to speak the truth. And if I see Tross and it's a mess, I'm going to come home and tell you the shit's a mess. I'm not going to try to justify and convince myself and convince my viewers that, I liked it. It was okay. And then 6 months later, be like, they lied to us. Really? No kidding. Really? Anyways, I'm not here to trash him or anybody else. I'm just saying. Seems like a nice guy. Sucks the Pablo something mocked him. Yeah. And again, he didn't deserve that. I'm not saying that that was right or that he was being disingenuous or that, he does seem like a nice kid. If I saw him at Celebration or at the store and he came up to me, he's like, hey, dude, you're not my Star Wars, aren't you? And then he wanted to shake my hand. I'd be like, yeah, sure, good to meet you. And, I don't like shun the kid or hate the kid or none of that. Just saying. 3 million subscribers, you better know your shit, dude. But I think he's a good kid. I think he's, he does obviously love Star Wars. He's a little bit confused, but he loves it. And, him crying for Luke, I think was totally genuine. I'm not saying that he was faking it. But just remember, just because you cry for Luke doesn't mean you're a hardcore or more of a fan. It just means that you cried for Luke. That's all. Because I didn't cry for Luke, but I was a Luke Skywalker fan before he was born. So he doesn't even have a stake in the game. As were millions of us. Worst thing you can do for your fans, is mock them. Yeah. And I don't think he does. I know that Disney does. But, and again, I want to be clear. I don't have anything against him, and I think he's a good dude. I just think that people give him a little too much, like, oh my God, he's the biggest YouTuber. He's just because he has a bunch of subscribers, he's the authority. When you don't know where Hoth was filmed, that's like such a basic and important thing, especially if you claim that you love Star Wars. You don't know where Hoth was filmed, dude. Ugh. And it's one thing to slip up in a live stream. You got a lot of stuff on your mind, but a pre-edited, pre-recorded film or video, yikes. Because Disney can't seem to write cool Star Wars villains. They have to whip out original trilogy stuff. Yeah, that's what they keep doing, is they keep pulling out original trilogy stuff. Why couldn't the villain of The Rise of Skywalker just be Kylo or Hux? Hey, I don't know. Ask them. Hux had potential. Everybody was like, okay, well, this guy's like, you know, he's got this massive army and he's talking shit and like, okay, maybe he could be a badass. He's total little cuck getting forced knocked around by Kylo and Snoke. It's like, oh, Lord. Vader didn't force push Tarkin all over the place because he had respect. He had, and you got fake Sith cucking the shit out of Hux. I mean, it's just. Krennic was pretty badass. I don't know why they didn't. I mean, it would have been 30 years. He'd be older, but, you know, he was really cool. He had tons of potential, too. But goes to show, Krennic, like, they developed him enough. You liked him. He was a badass. You, like, were cool. And you, like, disliked him, but that's why you liked him. And then he dies. And then you're like, okay, well, does he die? I think he dies, doesn't he? Doesn't he get fucked up by Jin at the end there? That's how she ends up setting the thing, is she kills him. Well, we'll see tomorrow because I haven't watched Rogue One in a while, but I'm pretty sure he gets killed. But if he doesn't get killed, you never see him again. It's the end of the movie, and that's that. So you know he dies at some point. But that's the thing. He has only so much time, and he ends up dying, but you love the character because he was cool. And they could have killed Ahsoka a long time ago, like she was supposed to die, and everybody would have loved Ahsoka. Just because you're dead doesn't mean that you're forgotten. Dave Filoni. You don't have to keep pushing her and pushing, because all you're doing is now you're really killing her. Now you're making it to where people are getting sick of her ass. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, but I want more Ahsoka show. Which, by the way, they didn't mention the Ahsoka show tonight, did they? They didn't even mention Ahsoka. The only person, it's very interesting that the only thing they mentioned today was Boba Fett, not even Luke Skywalker. That whole thing seems very strange to me. I don't think Disney Kathleen had a clear path forward after not even before TFA. They never had a plan. If you watch my videos, you'll see there's tons of proof of that. They never had any plan. It's all been just wing it. None of it was planned. Yeah, Phasma was a whole big freaking waste of time. So was Canopite and all kinds of other shit. Dumb. I think the reason why people cried when they saw Luke was because that was the Luke we didn't get in The Last Jedi. TLJ, Luke is Jake. Well, first of all, that should have been the Luke we got in The Force Awakens. Not at the end of the movie, not in the second movie. From the beginning of Force Awakens, Disney already fucked up. That's why I told you guys earlier. After the first half hour, I was like, okay, let me see what they're going to do and give it. And then after the first half hour, I just kept asking myself, where's Luke? Where's Luke? Where's Luke? Are they really going to blow this? And then, like, you know, the movie, 2 hours, and then he's in the last, and I'm like, really? I just sat through a whole Star Wars movie in 2015, and Luke Skywalker was not in the film. I was like, oh boy, this ain't Star Wars. It's done. No, the sequel trilogy did not have to be all about Luke Skywalker, but for you to not from the get-go show us Luke, show us he's a badass, establish where everything is in the timeline and what's going on in the galaxy, and then from there, him passing the torch on. You done fucked up right from the beginning. The talent without training is nothing. There you go. I'm sick of Ahsoka's ass. Yeah. And it's kind of a shame because I think Rosario did great. She looked awesome. She looked like Ahsoka. She moved well. I loved like the way she fought and moved. I thought she was just awesome. But knowing that she was supposed to die like 19 like almost 30 years earlier, you know, it's like it doesn't have much impact for me. Now, if Filoni said, hey, I really want to do a cool Ahsoka, we could do our live action. We got Rosario. We got the technology. Okay. Clone Wars. You do a little like 1 year in the life of Ahsoka on the side. You don't even have to get Anakin. You could do when she left the Order. I mean, that's the whole thing is bullshit too. But okay, she leaves the Order and you have her like one season. I don't know, 8 episodes. Ahsoka just like going through adventures and all that. And then you connect it with the Clone Wars cartoon where she comes back and Yoda's like, oh, are you back, Padawan? And she's like, no, not yet. I mean, you could have done a whole thing there or have her die at the end like she's supposed to. And don't get her mixed up in the rest of the Clone Wars where you complicate and break the OT and the PT. You should have just left her alone. But I'm sick of her too. It's a shame because she was a cool character. How come the ghost that talked to Ben was Han? Why couldn't it have been Anakin? That would have been great fan service. It wasn't a Force ghost. First of all, you must be a Jedi, and how you train Jedi to be a Force ghost. It was a manifestation that Kylo created for himself. He wanted to believe that it was Han, so therefore he saw Han. And part of that was Leia. That's why Leia dies, because she used all her Force energy to project Han. That's their explanation. It wasn't a Force ghost. It was like a vision that Kylo, an apparition that he himself believed was there. You know I'm telling the truth because I couldn't even make that shit up. And I swear on my life, I read that shit and was like, okay, that's your explanation. All right. When, yes, they could have very easily, not that, I mean, the whole shit was a mess, but they could have very easily brought in his grandfather, Anakin, and be like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you worshiping that helmet of destruction when I was wrong? Now you're thinking about killing your uncle and your father and you're a bit away from your mother. Get your shit together, dude. I'm the real Vader. I'm Anakin talking to you. That would have taken some brains, though, you know, some thought. Nor would Han and Leia's son been that, because Han adored Leia. He wouldn't be a deadbeat. He wouldn't have left. He would have been with Leia, raising his kid, and that would have never happened. Could you have some weird twist that he went to train with Luke and something goes wrong and then he becomes evil? Okay, but the fact that, like, they're deadbeat parents and they're not together and, like, he doesn't have that emotional support, and come on, guys, we all know that's not Han and Leia. Seeing Ahsoka post episode 6 is just weird. Yeah. She doesn't belong. Dave had one job. Kill Ahsoka sometime before New Hope. George says she needs to die. Yeah. You had one job, Dave. He just couldn't let her go. For me, the perfect death of Ahsoka would have been on Rebels when she faced Vader. It shows how much Anakin is lost, but Dave made time travel on his Filoniverse. Yeah. I don't know if that would have been the best. It would have worked, though. I just... I wouldn't want her, like, to have a cheap, unceremonious bullshit death. I think something cool should have happened. I don't know, you know? She's in some accident, something blows up, a Sith gets her. I mean, you could have made it worthwhile, but she should have died, dude. She needs to die. And she would be a legend now, and everybody would really love her, and it fits, it doesn't encroach on the OT, and it would have been fine. But I'm not opposed to the Vader thing. I just the reason I'm not a big fan of it is, one, because Rebels, and it's like, she should have never even been in Rebels, and two, you survived Maul, Vader, Insidious, so just the thought of her like even fighting any one of them pisses me off. That's why I'm thinking like Asajj Ventress or something, you know, someone that just had a little more experience than her, takes her out. That I think would have been awesome. She saves the day, saves some Jedi, saves the situation, even like injures Asajj, but then Asajj in the end has much more training, much more age, experience, and gets her. Then you got the little sad music. Everybody's all broken up. Oh my God, Ahsoka, no! But she ended up being a hero, and she's a legend, and maybe she saves Anakin. Or Yoda, or whatever. I mean, she could have had a triumphant, you know, place, but actually, Asajj would have been perfect. Oh. Filoni verse. F in the chat for the DK Books writers who had to make cross sections and explanations for all the new trilogy series art books. Yes, good. F in the chat. You know, and I don't know how old you are, Raptor, but I can tell when we grew up with Star Wars, we didn't need all this extra books and stuff. We loved it. We wanted it. And then eventually, like, the visual dictionaries came out, and there was little extras, but it was like the model of the X-Wing and little details of how things worked. And like, it wasn't like, well, to understand the story, I needed the book. You know, that was never a part of Star Wars. Now it's like you literally need to go read comics and all this extra shit just to understand what the hell happened in the movie. It's ridiculous. What's that? The Rise of Skywalker needs to explain something? Fuck you, buy any book. Nerds will buy anything. We'll make so much money. Yeah, well. That's literally what they were counting on. Ben Solo thing that goes to the dark side is poor version of Jason Solo. Yep. There is no Ben Solo, guys. It's Ben Skywalker. Most of you probably know this. There is no such thing as Ben Solo. It's Ben fucking Skywalker. It sucks. And yes, Jason, Jaina, Solo. I mean, what a waste, man. Fuck. It sucks. We never saw Luke, Han, and Leia together in the stupid trilogy. Harrison won't do it again, and Carrie's gone, so a reunion is impossible now. Yeah. It was a shame. Doomcop says that there's supposedly a scene. I don't really buy it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think. Rebels had many canon flaws and a low budget, and I don't get it why anybody really likes that show, but okay. And, you know, it's like I always tell you guys, if I don't like something, it doesn't mean you don't have to. I'm not telling you what to like or what to watch, or I just tell you what I think. And you, listen, if you never saw Rebels, you never saw Resistance, you never saw the Clone Wars, you don't lose anything. Like, you're not enriching your life or your Star Wars knowledge or lore. You're just getting extra pew, 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 and you're like, oh, because it's fun to see the stuff. But you're not really, like, advancing, pushing the needle, gaining, because it all contradicts the movies anyways. So if anything, you're just kind of ruining your experience and convoluting your mind, like, oh, this happened, but that happened, but not really, because I'm remembering something from Rebels. So at the end of the day, if it's not truly enriching the universe or making it better or expanding on it, then it's kind of like, what's the point? Like, that's why sometimes you guys ask me, like, should I watch Clone Wars? Should I watch this? And I'm like, You really don't need to. Honestly. If that stuff didn't exist, it doesn't make the movies any better or less. So if anything, it makes them less. So it's like, they purposely make plot holes to make more books to buy. Yeah, well, that's part of it. That is an absolute fact. I don't want a book to tell me where Palpatine came from. It needs to explain it if it's important. How did Palpatine come back from the dead? Well, that's the point. It's literally what I just said. If you never saw any of the Disney stuff, you're actually better off, because at this point, they're just making a convoluted mess of things. You've complicated your life and risking breaking your heart by watching any of the Disney stuff. So it's like, why bother? You're better off just not even wasting your time. And that's me as a massive Star Wars fan that would always want to encourage you to have more. But if you want true joy, go read EU books. Go play the old games. That's where you're going to have real Star Wars experiences. And while the EU is not 100% canon, well, at least it's respectful. It doesn't destroy things. It's, you know, it contradicts, but at least it doesn't like reshape Anakin's fall and Luke's sacrifice. And, you know, like Luke could never have Mara because Jedi don't marry. Lucas said it 1,000,000 times. I'm about to put out another video that re-talks about it again. And from Lucas's mouth, Mara couldn't technically happen, but that's after Jedi, and you want Luke to be happy and have his little girly. And okay, so you're okay with it. Like, okay, he got a badass redhead. All right, awesome. He's Skywalker. Great. You're not angry because just it enriches the story, because you're like, great, our hero gets to have a fine babe. He has kids. He's a family man. They rebuild the Jedi Order. Awesome. It doesn't hurt. It's growing and expanding the story. It's not correct. It's not true canon because it's not the way it works. But at least it's enriching. It's more. It's expanding. Whereas Disney, everything they do is breaking Star Wars. I don't want to break Star Wars. I don't want to watch shit that breaks Star Wars. I don't care how cool it looks and it's new animation and 3D and blah, blah. I don't care. I care about respect. I care about not breaking Star Wars. So you're better off just reading EU books and comics and playing the games, and because in that way, at least you're not getting upset. You're not getting heartbroken. You're respecting the legacy. Mara does not fit, technically. I love Mara. She's my favorite EU character. I love redheads. I love Mara freaking Jade. But she doesn't fit. She's not right. You could tweak her to fit her. But at least she's not shitting on the legacy. If anything, she's giving us joy because she's giving Luke joy. Luke gets the babe. Great. Maybe when Ahsoka leaves the Order, she goes with Dooku and believes his ideals. How he's as a separatist planets, as a diplomatic ambassador. But at one moment, Ventress gets jealous and faces Ahsoka. Yeah, I mean, there's a million things I could have done. I'm trying to remember when there's a scene not long before her trial where she's fighting in like this multi-level thing, and I can't remember, is she fighting Barriss or is she fighting Asajj? I can't remember right now, but she was fighting someone. It might have been Barriss. But I could have sworn there was a scene where she fought Asajj, or I know that Asajj was there because she was talking shit to Dooku like, I'm a Sith, and he's like, oh, really? And he whooped her ass, and he's like, oh, you think you're a Sith, right? He's like, ha ha. Those show was great. Because remember, just because you're talented and you got some force powers and you're a baddie doesn't mean you're a Sith. First of all, rule of two, there's only two. And second of all, you got to get your shit up. You're going to claim you're a Sith. You better know your shit. She thought she knew her shit. Dooku quickly showed her that she didn't know her shit. Love that. It was awesome. But, yeah, they should have just had Ahsoka and Asajj at some point meet up. And like I said, Ahsoka could have done some shit, saved Anakin, saved Obi-Wan, saved a ship full of kids, whatever. Even injures Asajj, and then you think she's going to get her. And then at the last minute, being a Sith and devious and nasty and dirty, tricks her, trips her up, ends up killing Ahsoka. And everybody's like, no! But then you would have really loved Ahsoka. You would have really connected to her. Because she just saved some crucial people, gave her life in a pivotal moment, and then now she becomes more valuable because of stakes. Like I always tell you guys, stakes and emotions. That was the Star Wars magic that Disney does not understand. Stakes and emotions. And by making Ahsoka go out like a badass, helping a bunch of the people that she loved, Rex, Cody, whatever, and she dies for it, she would be adored. She would be a Star Wars legend. Do you know what I'm going to say? Guess what I'm going to say right now. You all should know. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni, Filoni. That's what the Bendu is. George Lucas himself says there's no gray, there's no middle. You're good, you're evil. You're not in balance. But Filoni, thinking he's clever, thinking he knows better, thinking he's going to explain this shit better than George Lucas. Oh, well, I'll make the Bendu. Dumbass. Maul was the best part of Rebels. That's it. The worst part is that you have to run through a lot of crap. That too. I need to find an edited version. Twin Sons episode. That's another thing. It's like they drag out like the first 4 seasons of Clone Wars. And you know what? I'm sick of freaking Maul. Like, I love the dude. He's awesome. But he died in Phantom Menace. Then we got him in Clone Wars. And we got him in Rebels. And we got him here. And we got him there. And it's like, holy shit. The dude didn't talk. He was just there to be an assassin. And now he's like, blah, blah, blah. And giving speeches and taking over Mandalore and doing all this. It's just like, oh, Lord, man. Leave it alone. If he was so smart and so talkative and so yeah, he was a pit bull, guys. Sidious sent him out. He wasn't going to be conversing with people. Maul and Obi-Wan would have been perfect. Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. If he died in Phantom Menace, bringing him back and being all the way over in Kenobi, dude, that many years later? No. Gotta let him go. Don't become a Sith, dude. Don't get attached. You gotta let him go. You can't have attachments to Darth Maul. It's gonna lead to fear, and you know where fear leads. He doesn't fit. Not that much later. Come on. Even if he's got robot legs, the rest of his body, not only is he aging, but the dark side is corrupting him, chewing him up. It doesn't even make sense. It sounds cool, Obi-Wan rematch, but no bueno, dude. No bueno. Cool saber fights, but the show was mainly aimed at young kids, unlike Clone Wars, which is aimed at preteens. Yeah. See, that's another problem with Disney Star Wars. They're trying to, it's like that quote I've shown you guys every freaking stream, where Favreau is saying, well, you know, Star Wars has different flavors. It's like ice cream. There's different flavors of ice cream for everybody. So if you like this flavor, that, no, that's not how it works. That's not how Star Wars works. Star Wars is not, we've got this show for this demographic and this show for these people and this show for this age group. That's not how it works. Star Wars is one thing. Star Wars. For everyone. You like it or you don't, that's fine. It's not that everyone's going to like it or it's for everyone, but it's one story, one timeline. Not we've got this version and the other version and the other thing. And yes, Lucas played around a little bit. He had the Ewoks cartoon and Star Wars detours, and that's like totally non-canon, just fun on the side. Not like in the official Star Wars timeline, right? They got Rebels and Mandalorian and all that shit in the official timeline. Lucas would never put detours or Ewoks or droids or holiday special in the official timeline. That's extra Star Warsy stuff because people like it. And if little kids are going to like the Ewoks cartoon, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But he's not making all these different things for all these people to try to get everybody. He made Star Wars. So by focusing on this one reality, he made it as good as he could. And that's why it's so beloved, because it was a bunch of people that put a whole bunch of love into this one thing, one reality. Not, we've got a group doing this, and a group making the High Republic, and a group doing this show, and a group doing that. The more that Disney do, the more damage they make, the more mess they make for themselves. And I'm not saying that you were saying that. I'm saying that this premise of, you know, we got Rebels for these kids and Clone Wars for these kids and all that. That's part of where this mess comes from. That's the problem. Because there's not all these different flavors of Star Wars. There's Star Wars. Period. Duel of Obi-Wan for small and Rebels. It mirrors a real samurai duel where everything ends fast in the mindset while dueling. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that rematch and the whole thing. And I don't know. To me, Maul died in Phantom Menace. You know, Obi-Wan chopped him in half. That's that, and keep it moving. And it's not hating Maul. I thought it was awesome. I would have liked to see more Maul. He could have killed a couple people, but he's dead. He's dead. Mace Windu too. I love Mace Windu, but dude, he got electrocuted, lost his hand, flew out the window. Okay, let it go. He's dead. Asa Sakura, one of my favorites. No, baby. She got gunned down, dude. It is what it is. I hate it, but and it hurts more because of, like, in the books and the Force Collection game and other games, she's a badass. She's a bad bitch. Asa Sakura's a bad Jedi. They all are. But Isla's a badass. Little skinny model chickie. Whooping that ass. And in the movie, she looks cute and she gets gunned down and it's like, no. Again, I cannot question the maker. I have no right or place to do so. So for anyone or Disney to think they do is ridiculous. Dave Filoni should be ashamed of himself. Go on. Black Widow, like when the one trash wasn't playing her. Well, and that's why that movie's not going to make any money, because everybody says the same thing. That shit should have came out 3-5 years ago. At this point, everybody's so over that damn Black Widow. And it doesn't make sense because Endgame and all this other stuff already happened. So now it's like, why are you going back? And Disney swears they have like some gold mine with that movie. They're waiting for the right moment because they know they're gonna just make $1 billion. No, they're not. People aren't all that hardcore about Black Widow to begin with. It's got the totally wrong timing, and I get it. Scarlett's a yummy little yum num num, the great ass, but come on. It's only going to go so far 5 years later. Come on. And yet they virtual signal and make every woman ugly, but yet they're banking on the hotness of Scarlett for Black Widow. Like Disney's so like confused. I don't know why, but I feel like I saw Barris wearing Revan's mask in the Clone Wars. I feel like she was wearing some mask or something. It's been a while. And I didn't have a big problem with her turning bad. I mean, you could have made Barris take out Ahsoka, whatever. You know, she thinks she's good, turns her back. Barris takes her out. Blames Ahsoka, frames her. Ahsoka dies. Jedi are confused, like what the fuck? And then, like several episodes later, they figure out Barris was behind it. They could have done a whole thing there. Ahsoka faced Barris, disguised as Ventress. Yes. Okay, there you go. I knew there was something. So you see, that was part of trying to set her up. But because Dave already had in his mind, well, my baby ain't gonna die. Nothing can happen to baby Ahsoka. So then that fucked the wrench in the whole thing. Because if he would have gone through with it, Barris could have taken out Ahsoka. Ahsoka saved the Jedi, I don't know, at the temple or a ship or something. Sacrifices, Barris takes her out, but it looks like it's Asajj. So now this whole thing, they're on the wrong tail, blah, 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 blah. And then later they find out it's Barris. They could have done a whole cool thing with that. And again, Ahsoka would have died a hero, and everybody would have embraced and loved her, and she elevated her to goddess. But instead, now we're sick of her being shoved down our freaking throats, and we're like, you know. I see that raptor. I'm coming up to it. It's funny when you see documentaries about the making of the Clone Wars, George always wants to kill Ahsoka, and Filoni is like, wait, let's do more. Let's see where she goes. And then George is like, oh, okay. Yeah, well, remember, George sold, because if he didn't sell it, Ahsoka was going to die. I mean, George is not going to retcon his own freaking story. He's not going to put Ahsoka in A New Hope era and complicate the whole shit. He's going to be like, well, duh, she dies, dude, because Luke's the only Jedi. Hello. So George isn't going to do that to himself. George, you know, people say, like, he didn't have a plan. He didn't know what he was doing. He's a terrible director. He broke. Not once did George Lucas break continuity. Prove it. Prove it. You can't. Not once did he break continuity. Did he do stuff that you maybe didn't like? Okay, fuck off. Too bad. Fuck your feelings. Not once did he break continuity. So he definitely wouldn't have had Ahsoka running around. At least he'd be dead before the original trilogy. The only four Caesars in the original trilogy: Yoda, Obi, Vader, Palpatine, Luke, Leia. But yeah, no, George said everyone who's the Force died. Yeah. Yep. No, Luke hated George Lucas hates it. He tried to destroy every copy of it. It's definitely not canon. However, ironically, as far as being respectful, fitting in continuity, respecting the characters, making sense, the holiday special is more canon than anything Disney's made. How ironic. Because if you're truly about lore, continuity, canon, respect, holiday specials, all those things, it's just goofy and cheesy, but there's nothing broken. There's nothing disrespectful. There's nothing that harms Luke or Anakin's story. If anything, it's praising the characters. It praises Chewie and his family, Itchy, Lumpy. You could say, as far as like on the surface, what you're looking at, yeah, it's canon. Just Lucas hates it. Now, I think part of his hate is because he got such a bad reaction to it. But yeah, he's like, that shit ain't canon. I want to destroy it. I would never want to see it again. But it doesn't break anything. So, from a technical standpoint, it could be canon. But what matters is if the maker's saying, no, that's not part of the story, I don't want it there, then we have to respect. Again, I'm not here to say, Star Wars is this. Everything I tell you guys, like I show you, it's what Lucas said. I'm here to celebrate George. So, if he says it's not canon, well, then it's not canon. Well said. Yes. I don't like canon, and I don't like Freddie Prinze. And they're both separate. It's not like, because I don't like Freddie, I don't like canon. No, I think they're both stupid. But hey, who are we? We're nobodies. Freddie Prinze, he knows it all because George Lucas taught Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni taught me, and he knows everything. And Dave Filoni, and whatever Freddie Prinze says. So
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
There you go. The great airhead, Mr. Geller. Raptor, $10. Thank you, bro. Well, plant manager just showed up at 1 a.m. Got to run for now. Thanks for an awesome stream. Oh, my pleasure. I hope you heard this. I didn't realize you had to go. I hope you had a great time. And if you do hear this now or later, every Friday I stream. This is an exception because of the financial report. Every Friday we're here. So I hope to see you again. Thanks for stopping in. My pleasure. And thank you for the $10. I truly appreciate it. New Black Widow is nothing compared to the comics. She was far more powerful and skilled in the cartoons and comics. Yeah, listen, I think that she's a fine actress. She'll do a decent job. It's nothing against Scarlett, but as I just discussed, first of all, that movie's way off time. Second, nobody really cares about her that much that they are so pressed over her movie. If they would put it at the right time in the flow of things and with stride, then yeah, people would have liked it and watched it. But honestly, nobody's pressed on that movie. The only reason anybody wants to see that movie, I'm sorry to be just brutally frank, is to see her ass in that tight black suit. Because outside of that, nobody gives a damn. All right, just keeping it real. That's why anybody wants to see that movie. And it's not because she's a girl, because Black Widow's well-known and well-loved throughout Marvel. But 5 freaking years later, nobody gives a damn. The only reason anybody wants to see that movie is to see her ass and those tight black pants. Period. And that's sad. Because we should want to see that. But also her story and her action and her acting. And, you know, it's not that it should only be that. But I'm just saying at this point, that's the only reason anybody's going to give a goddamn. And yeah, she was a great character. Very powerful, very skilled. In fact, she was so awesome that she's not a mutant and she's hanging out with these mutants. So, you know, that goes to show you. But at this point, when all the reason you exist is because your top is, you know, zipped down to here and they show how many scenes of you in those tight pants, you know, it's just good. You know, Disney knows it. We know it, you know. And that goes for women too. I mean, she looks damn good. So, you know, I'm sure even women are like, let me check her out. What's she doing? Not to say that you're into girls, maybe, or maybe you are, but just saying, like, you would admire like her in those tight pants. And that's sad that that's what it's been reduced to. It's like, what's she looking like? Have you seen Meat Canyon's Rots parodies? No, I have not. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Funny stuff, parodies. Did Genndy Tartakovsky create Asajj? There is a making. I actually have it. From what I recall, no. Lucas created her. I would have to officially double check. But from what I remember, Lucas gave him like the basic outline about Asajj and some of the Jedi and Grievous. And then he said, okay, you know. And in fact, Grievous, he didn't know about it first. And I know because I have the behind the scenes thing. Like, he started making the Clone Wars at first and they were real short, like 30 seconds, like little tiny things. And I remember like every day, like, oh shit, I gotta catch this. It was hard to catch them because it was so short and there was a certain time. And then later it got expanded to where he could do like 2-3 minute episodes. And, you know, he talks about like, oh man, now I could really do some stuff. And he caught wind of Grievous. I forget if he like went to Lucas to Skywalker Ranch or something and like saw something about him. He's like, George, come on, you gotta let me use this guy. And then George told him the basics and he's like, okay, yeah, have some fun, develop Grievous. So then he made Grievous this freaking nutso assassin that was just slapping down Jedi. I loved it. I thought it was badass. He was just wrecking Jedi. You know, I thought he was awesome. But with that said, from what I remember, no, George had some notes and gave Genndy the basic premise. Now, what you see in those Clone Wars, that was heavily Genndy. Don't get me wrong. Like, Genndy had some loose notes and like the expression of Asajj, which later Lucas would have considered, and because he very much loved those Clone Wars. You know, part of her later character development would have been from what Genndy did. But as far as like from scratch creating her, from what I recall, no. I would have to double check to be 100% sure. But from my memory, no. He had notes and he developed her. Same thing with Ahsoka. Ahsoka was Ashla, created by George, but made by Filoni. The Clone Wars cartoon was created by George, but made by Filoni. So just because you create a concept doesn't mean at the end of the day, that's what you intended, what this nutball over here is doing. Remember that. Like, one thing is the concept of it. Another thing is what somebody makes with it. And so too many people get caught up in George Lucas made the Clone Wars. No, he didn't. He came up with the idea. He gave the preliminary concept. I just watched an interview that when Filoni came on to start the Clone Wars, he was told he would see George Lucas 3 times a year. Not every day, not in meetings, not apprentice, not talking all the time. 3 times a year. Okay? So people that think they were all buddies and he hung out with them and he would, you know, did all the Clone Wars. No, he didn't. That's Filoni. Now, Filoni also says the more that they kept progressing with the show and getting and doing it better and stuff, George started getting more and more interested and more involved. I'm not denying that. And for a few years, he was more heavily involved. But like Rinzler and a lot of other people said, I had Rinzler on my channel. For anybody that doesn't know that, he said George would walk in with notes into a writer's room, put the notes on the table, and walk out. So he would give the main concepts, but the writers would come up with all those stories and Clone Wars. That wasn't George Lucas, guys. George oversaw. George was the executive producer. George put the cheddar. But at the end of the day, it's not like George sat there and wrote out all the Clone Wars and the details and all that. And that's why truly it's not canon, because Filoni started doing his own shit. And then when he sold Star Wars, then Filoni really got loose. Was like, well, fuck it now. I'm just going to do what I want. And here we got Ahsoka alive and Mandalorians. Boba Fett all of a sudden is not a Mandalorian, but then he is, but he's not. And just all this nonsense. And that's all Dave Filoni. The dark saber, and it's all Dave Filoni baloney. Anyways, as far as I remember, no, Asajj was a preliminary design by Lucasfilm. Genndy fleshed her out from the beginning, yes, and then that would have carried over. But you know how she's a bit different in CW and TCW? That's a Lucas character. And again, not a Filoni character. Okay, because a lot of all this stuff happened before Filoni was around. I knew Barris wore a mask. I just can't remember if it was her own mask or it looked like Revan's. Why can't I last more than 10 minutes without mentioning Revan's mask? I don't know. I guess you like Revan. He's pretty cool. All right, we'll go a few minutes here more, and I guess we're going to wrap up. We'll see what you guys are talking about. If both the holiday special and Solo were canon, Chewbacca would be the biggest deadbeat in the galaxy. Well, not really, because one thing is to like abandon your family. Another thing is you're out doing stuff, right, with the rebellion or with Han, trying to provide for your family. He does come back, right? He comes home, he hugs his family, he has a wife. It's more like a soldier or a worker that like you might have to go work in Alaska for 6 months, but that you're not leaving your family. You're doing it for your family, and then you come back. Whereas in Han, it's like he's totally like, Leia, I'm out, you know, like I'm a bum, and like we're out of here, and like that's totally different. And Solo, well, yeah, Solo. You're talking about Solo the movie, right? Yeah, so that would be totally different. Solo is a whole other thing too. But holiday special, it's okay. He's going off to do stuff for his family because he comes back, especially for Life Day, Christmas, right? So it's not that Chewie's a deadbeat or not doesn't care. Yo, Giuseppe. Kathleen Kennedy's toxic, yeah. Damn, that's brutal. I don't know which part, but okay. I could be brutal. Are they going to recast Cara Dune because they need to do it fast because they are writing the script for Mandalorian? I don't think you're going to see Mandalorian season 3, honestly. And I think that Cara Dune is done. I don't think there's, not only that there's no point in even really bringing her back, but especially now, why are they going to even, they bring somebody else back. Now you got to explain and rehash why she was fired. And it just turns into, what if people don't like her? You're just turning it into a whole thing. I don't think you were going to see Cara Dune anyways. You were going to see her in either the what is it? Rangers show, or supposedly she was going to be offered her own show. But as far as Mandalorian, I don't think she was going to be there anyways. But with that said, I don't think season 3 is going to happen, honestly, guys. True, lol, guys like catsuits. I like Scarlett Johansson as an actress, but notice they have nothing against Scarlett, but I grew up on the vintage comics. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think she's a good actress. It's not that I don't want to see her play Natasha's her name, right? Black Widow. it's not that I don't want her to be badass and see her acting. And I'm not saying any of that. Don't misunderstand. All I'm saying is that because of the drawn out of this movie and how out of place it is, and like the only reason at this point why anybody's going to want to see it is her ass in that black suit. Just being real, you know. It's not that if it came out at the right time, then people would be like, hell yeah, she's awesome, she's Black Widow. But at this point, people are so over that shit. And I'm not saying that anybody's not going to enjoy it for her. I think she's a really good actress, and you know, I'm not just only focused on her looks, but just being real. You know, it's like at this point, why is anybody thinking about it? Or like, we know nothing of the story. We know nothing of when it's coming out. We don't have a proper trailer. We don't, you see what I'm saying? So like, if you even think Black Widow, you're thinking, oh, her ass in the black suit. There's no other, like, it doesn't fit in the MCU or the timeline, or it's like, you're not even thinking of the significance of Black Widow. Get me? So, but yeah, no, I think she's a good actress. I wasn't just, you know, I wasn't trying to reduce her to just that. I'm just saying, being real, that's what people are going to think of, you know. Thanks for the stream. No, my pleasure. Thank you guys, truly, as always. Thank you for subscribing. Shadow Productions, you guys are so awesome. 9 hours. Gendy made Ventress. George made Ahsoka. Dave made Ezra. But Dave mostly gets credit on Ahsoka because no one gives a shit about Ezra. Well, and to be fair, George did create Ashla, but he very quickly handed it. He was like, I remember the conversation. He said, like, here, you do this, make her, you know. So he gave her like the very basics, and right very early was like, here you go, Dave, you know, create Ahsoka. She's an important character. So most of what you know of Ahsoka is Dave. I'm not taking that from him. I'm just saying that the concept, the creation of Ahsoka is Ashla by George Lucas. Some people don't realize that. What you see and know of her, that's pretty much Dave. I'm not saying it's not, for better or worse. Nobody, yeah, Ezra's, you know, and I don't hate him, but the whales and the hair and the little kid and this Jedi and the blasters and I don't know, the whole thing is just I really try, guys. But you know, what can you do? I just want you guys to remember.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Because Bree says so. What arrogance that girl has. Like, you know, if you like my shit, cool. If you don't, then shut the fuck up. She is a gem, isn't she? She's just a little sweet pearl, isn't she? Oh man, she is something. You know, I really try, but you know, it's like I've said with Disney, they chose this. They put me here. They put this. They made this happen, and you know, I just say,
why? Because fuck them. That's why.
You know, what are you gonna do? Ezra's Aladdin, but annoying. Yeah, that's good. Speaking of that, Aladdin from the 2019 remake will play him. Ezra or whatever, Ezra Miller or whatever his name is. I don't know. Speaking of Aladdin, there's a guy on YouTube. I can't remember his name for the life of me. But he does a lot of really cool videos where he has like this custom motorized skateboard, and like he's got like one that's a big carpet, but it's like low enough and covered enough and like wide enough so you don't see the skateboard. So like one of them is him as Aladdin, and he's like going all through the city, New York or wherever he's at, and it looks like he's on the damn carpet floating around. He does Silver Surfer. I think he does one or two other characters, but like there's a part he goes, picks up Jasmine, and he's got her on the magic carpet, and they're going all around the city, and it looks like he's actually floating on the street with the magic carpet. And he also does Silver Surfer, which is pretty cool. If you really look and pay attention, like you see that, but if you just kind of like let it go and just look, you're like, oh shit, he's like surfing over the street, you know, or the magic carpet. It's pretty cool. And he's got, I don't know, 5 million subscribers or something crazy, you know. I'm sure if you did a search, you know, Aladdin magic carpet ride or some shit like that, you'll find it. It's pretty neat. What a coincidence. Kanan's Fred and Ezra's Aladdin. There you go. 1992 Aladdin movie was my childhood. Yeah. I was never a huge fan of Aladdin, but you know, it's cool. I do like that kind of class, like there was Aladdin and Lion King and Nemo I really liked. But you know, and the part of it is probably what I grew up with, but man, like Bambi, Snow White, Flubber, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Flubber. I used to love Flubber. And then there's the Robin Williams remake, which is Flubber, which is nothing like the classic, but that was a decent one too. But, you know, the old ones, those were special movies. They really were. There was so much love in those, so much work and detail. And, you know, man, Disney made themselves with that stuff and then just totally went away from it. And it's okay if you want to do other stuff. But, like, why isn't Disney making these blockbuster cartoons anymore? Like, when's the last time we saw Mickey Mouse? Why isn't there, like, this $300 million Mickey Mouse movie? I don't understand. He is the symbol of Disney World, and there's not a Mickey Minnie adventure thing? There's not a Disney Plus Mickey show? Really? Shows you how far they've gone from their own roots. And when you don't respect your own roots, you can't expect them to respect Marvel and Simpsons and Star Wars. And they just, you know, they own now Alien and Predator, and like they're going to fuck up all this stuff. How sad. I miss old Disney. Pixar was the last good studio. Yeah, Pixar did some really nice stuff. I like Hunchback a lot of old Disney. Yeah. Dalmatians. And, Bambi's one in particular partly because there's a personal connection there, but also because I just think it's a really nice film. I'm trying to think of some of the old ones. Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty. You know, all those old ones were really good. And it's not that I was a huge fan of all of them, but they were all really good. You know, just objectively, you're like, wow, these are really good. Nice stories, good morals, well drawn. I mean, thought out. There's also a lot of little devious, devilish shit in there. There's Freemason iconography. There's owls and all kinds of shit. Like, if you don't know this stuff or you're not looking for it, but there's nudity. There's all kinds of shit in those cartoons, guys. Disney was no saint, but when you watch them on the surface, they were beautiful, and they were at least attempting to be, even if under a fake pretense, good messages for kids. There's just a lot of subliminal shit in there. But, yeah. No doubt. Beauty and the Beast. Yeah. Milan. Yeah. Freaking Fire. I thought it was freaking, yeah. Fire Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, no doubt. 1999 D. Budnick. Yeah. Aladdin. Yeah. All those old ones. Like, Disney didn't really like have bad cartoons back then, you know? There was like certain people like certain ones more. Like Bambi, I think, is the one to me that was like better than all the other ones. The story, the scale, the message, the emotion. Like, I haven't watched it in a long time. I know if I watched it right now, I'd be freaking crying like a little kid. I mean, it's, and again, there's a little personal connection there for me. But back then, like, okay, I don't know all of your ages, but I can tell you, like, when you're from my era, like, we all had like the Disney collection. You know what I mean? Like, you had them all the videotapes or all the DVDs. I mean, all of them, because they were all classics. So you would have the Disney collection: Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Hunchback, Beauty and the Beast. I mean, you'd have them all. That's how good they all were. Even if this one or that one was your favorite, or this one was your least favorite, you had the collection. That was like, you have your Star Wars complete saga. Well, you know, that was a big thing to a lot of people, to have the full Disney collection. I know, I was there. You know, remember that for anybody that comes new to my channel. This is not about hating Disney. I loved that damn stupid mouse, but he forgot to love us back. He changed, not us. And me personally, I can love something to death, but then when it switches up and wants to act differently and then act rudely towards you, I'm not going to sit there and just be like, no, but I'm walking away. I'm turning my back. And I'm the same way with women, friends, coworkers, business partners, whatever. You want to start jerking me around in real life, I'm going to just turn around and walk away. I catch you lying, you're playing around, you're disrupting things, I'm going to turn around and walk away. And I'm not going to look back. I'm not going to like, oh, but I got to try to fix it. I don't have time for that. Life is too short to be dealing with somebody's bullshit. Now, someone's in trouble, something goes wrong, can you help them? Sure, by all means. But when someone is purposely like saying, fuck you, don't buy my shit, it's not for you. Okay. Peace, no worries. 2010s being filled with Cars 2 and Toy Story 4. Picture better get back to original stuff. Yeah, see, that's like the era that I really like. It's Toy Stories and all that kind of stuff. I just like, that's where I really like stopped liking that stuff. I thought Nemo was gorgeous. Beautiful story, amazing graphics, and little Nemo's so cute, and his voice, and he's a little thin and all, and it's all nice. But after that, you know, there's a lot of that stuff like, I thought the first Ice Age, maybe 1 and 2 were pretty cool. I used to like the little mini movie with the crazy squirrel or raccoon, whatever, trying to get the nut and like all that mess. That stuff was clever and cool. Pixar had a lot of those little mini cartoon things, but yeah, Toy Story, I never. 1, 2 is okay, but teach his own. I know a lot of people love Toy Story. To me, I haven't seen Soul yet. Neither have I. I haven't heard much about it, so I don't know. I can't really speak on it. Disney decided to make Ariel black because they're insane. They worship China. They're not going to make piss when they come. Well, and again, because they're just so desperate to prove to you that they're down with the game. They're down with the team. But then when it comes to the money, they're going to be like, oh, well, but we'll make her, you know, a lighter tone when it comes for China. Disney's not concerned with continuity or making sense or like, okay, make one solid thing that everyone's going to love. They're worried about like, let's look as good as we can for the Americans, so they'll buy it. And then when it comes to China, well, we'll just make her white instead of black again. And, you know, it's just, they're so freaking stupid. So fucking stupid. it's strange making the Ariel African American because in the cartoons she had an African American friend who did sign language. They could have added her. That would be cool. Yeah, and listen, it's like all of us say. None of us have any problem if you want to make a new mermaid movie with a black or an Asian or Latino or whatever mermaid, or just make a new movie altogether. It's not mermaids, but it is unicorn girls or whatever. And if they're all black, okay, they're all black or they're all Asian or whatever. None of us are going to even blink or think about it because we're going to, from the beginning, be like, okay, these are Asian unicorn girls. And you understand that's what the story is. They develop from the ground up, and you're like, by the end of the movie, you're like, I love Asian unicorn girls. Cool. But when you want to go back and reappropriate something that has been established and loved for 10, 20, 40, 50 years, just because you gotta make the black people believe that you care about the black people. Not even African Americans themselves buy that shit. Nor do they want it. Because they fell in love with white Luke Skywalker because who he was and what he stood for. Not because he looked like you or was you. In fact, most of the time, you want to imagine yourself as someone else because a lot of times you don't even want to be you. And it's not to say that you're suicidal or hate yourself, but sometimes it's fun to just be something else. Peter Pan, Terminator, whatever. But if you create a new story and it's whatever, all gay purple aliens, whatever. But if you're going to go back and try to tell me that the Green Hulk is actually a hermaphrodite purple alien, and you're going to call it the Hulk just because you want to take the title and use it, nobody's going to buy it, not even you. And when you can't even lie to your own self, well, that makes you think you're going to lie to us. But that just goes to show you Disney and a lot of these corporations and governments think we're stupid. We're children. You vote with your wallets, guys. Remember that. You are the boss. At the end of the day, you are the boss. Because if a movie comes out and literally no one goes to watch it, they ain't going to make another movie, are they? Or tried to make that type of movie. Or they'll try 2-3 times and then they're just going to eventually see, well, that ain't going to work. But when they give you 3 minutes of Luke Skywalker and everybody's wetting their panties like, oh my God, Star Wars is saved. Well, then that's what you're going to get. It's half-assed Star Wars. Just remember that. I've seen every Pixar movie from 95 to present. I still need to watch Soul. Yeah. Incredibles, Ratatouille. Ratatouille was cute. I like Ratatouille. Up was pretty good. Yeah. Incredibles was fun. I think then they did 2 and 3, and it's like, okay. But yeah, the first one was cool. Ratatouille was pretty good. 1 and 2. After that, it was just stupid, yeah. Why were so many people sad watching Toy Story 3? It wasn't very sad. I didn't even cry when I first saw it, and I was 6. I don't know. I don't remember if I really saw it. I think I saw parts of it, or by then I was just like, how many times am I going to look at Woody and this astronaut? And like, it's just, I'm over it. Sometimes when you try to do something so many times, you take the magic away. You know, you just got to sometimes leave shit alone. Sometimes it's good to just have Ghostbusters and keep it moving and just cherish Ghostbusters. Oh, well. Brie Larson clip soured my day. She sucks the joy out of the room when she talks. Yeah, well. I hated Toy Story 3. It made me mad. I'm a toy collector, so I'm pissed that Andy gave up his toys. Yeah, that's true. I remember it's like he's just like, Yeah. I wanted to be Han Solo. He got the girl, had a cool ship, and a great Wookiee friend. Yeah, a lot of us wanted to be Han Solo. That's another thing. Like, we all had our favorite characters, but when we were kids, back in the original Star Wars days, one day you're Luke, the next day you're Han, the next day you're Lando. You know, you loved them all. You wanted to be them all. You wanted to play with them all. You always had your go-to. You know, I'm Boba Fett. All day, Boba fucking Fett. But I loved Luke, and I loved Vader, and I loved Lando, and I loved all these characters. I don't mind race change in movies if it's based on historical moments. The race of the characters needs to be accurate. Alexander Hamilton was like, yeah, well, what can you do, bro? What can you do? Toy Story 3 was like The Last Jedi. It was the last Pixar Star Wars movie I saw because it made me mad, yeah? Use the Force. Sometimes I do Buzz Lightyear's voice when I'm alone. What is it they used to say? To infinity and beyond. Why would Andy even give up Woody? Woody should mean something to him so much that he would keep him. Yeah. But again, that's the subliminal stuff of Disney saying, let the past go. Kill it if you have to. I hope Gina Carano sues Kennedy and Disney. I don't know that she would have grounds to sue Disney, but she does have grounds to sue a lot of the news outlets that were saying, well, maybe because the Lucasfilm employee said that she was abhorrent, so maybe. But, you know, certainly all these news outlets reporting that she might have some grounds on that, and we'll see what happens. I wish her the best, regardless, you know, it's all a freaking mess. Toy Story 4 made me mad because Bonnie forgets Woody. Yeah. A lot of this stuff is so that you don't care about stuff, so that you are so worried about getting the next version, the new one. Cell phones, video games, a lot of that stuff, like EA was famous for that. Like, they really developed a formula there for several years from, I think Bulls Blazers was the first one. Bulls Blazers, Bulls Lakers was the first one. And they figured out that if every year they just kind of tweak the graphics and add like another pass and another move, and then they could make, you know, Bulls Blazers and then Bulls Lakers and then Bulls Sonics, and then, you know, they started doing it every year and just tweaking and adding a little bit. Then the live series came, 95 Live, 96 Live, 97 Live, 98 Live, and it was the same basic game. Yeah, over time the graphics got better and things changed, but for the most part, year to year, it was just like a couple little tweaks, and it was the same game. More, you know, jerseys, so more characters and more like skins and more, you know, players to draft and trade. But at the end of the day, the core game was the same, and that goes for games and clothing and movies and all this. Them always you're wanting you to want the newest, latest version instead of making, like, you know, something that a lot of people my age would know, but maybe younger people would know, is your typical electrical plug, especially like on vacuums and hair dryers and stuff like that. They're made on purpose very cheaply for two reasons. One, because they know that most people don't go to the plug and pull it. They yank it by the wire, right? You dry your hair and yank it by the wire and you keep going. Same thing with vacuum cleaner. You don't want to have to get down or go behind the couch and unplug it. You just kind of yank it. And they do that on purpose. They make them weak on purpose because they know very soon, over time, you yanking on it, it's going to come apart and break the cable. And it's not that they're trying to electrocute you. It's just that they want it to fail so that you either have to repair it, or most people just say, well, screw it, or go buy a new vacuum. This is by design. A lot of things are by design. When you walk into a grocery store, don't think that it's like, oh, well, they just put stuff here and there. No, they have entire departments that study, research exactly where to put each piece of candy, each end cap, each the thing, like the flow of the store, the way that you walk through, what items you're going to see first and last, what's, it's all very well tested. The psychology of how people shop and move, and it's all very well tested and studied. And it's at the end of the day to get you to buy more, consume, consume, consume. So that's putting in little kids' minds, well, Woody was great, but yeah, I'm over Woody. Now it's time for a new toy. I think wasn't it that he left Woody because of a girl? Is that what it was? I don't remember right now, but I think that's what it was. He was like, because of a girl. Whatever the case, is to get you to want something more, to want a newer thing. And all of that is by design. And that's why when I say Disney, as beautiful as they did things, there's a lot of little dirty, nasty, subliminal shit in their movies. Andy asked if she could take care of Woody. She said yes. A year later, she replaces him with a spork. There you go. Andy is George Lucas. Bonnie is Kathleen Kennedy. Woody is Star Wars. And the Forky is the stupid trilogy. There you go. Andy was going to college. Yes, correct. Now I remember it. And it's okay for you to grow up and move on. And, I sold a lot of my Star Wars toys when I got into teens. I was thinking about girls and sports and other stuff, which I regret, But that's different from having like your one teddy bear that you had your whole childhood. You know what I mean? I had a lot of toys, so that was different. But you have like your blankie, your teddy bear, your Woody, whatever the case, your cucumber, or whatever stupid toy animal, whatever thing you have. It is kind of silly. But just know that that's not by mistake, guys. They're teaching you that detachment, that get the new thing, that, And they can't use the Star Wars philosophy because that's different. They're talking about you're not going to make a deal with the devil for your teddy bear. You know what I mean? You would for a woman that you're madly crazy about, or maybe a guy, right, that you're crazy about. That's different. For your child, for your wife, that's different. You're not going to make a deal with the devil, or, well, at least you would think, for a teddy bear. Maybe you would. Who knows? Take care of Andy for me. Sheriff, this is no time to panic. Woody, this is the perfect time to panic. Yeah. What time is it? Oh, wow. It's 1:45. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll wrap this up. It's been 9.5 hours. Let me get some rest. I got some editing to do, and we're going to do a long one again tomorrow for Rogue One. So, and I was a little hesitant. I was like, should I even do Rogue One? I'm so pissed off at Disney right now, but I'm not going to blame that crew for Disney's dumb shit with Gina. I do want to see Baby Jen. It's at least a respectful and fun movie. So we'll do Rogue One. Yeah. Was turned into a sex toy and Buzz turned into a drug. Oh, wow. I guess gives all new meaning to getting a Woody. So, yeah, be good, because if you don't, you know what's going to happen. And by the time you're at that point, it's too late. There's no turning back. So stay vigilant. Andy became a man, yeah. Yeah, so let's wrap it up, I guess. And I'm going to see you guys in a few hours anyway. So I'll leave you with this because I love you. I love that stupid little scene. Oh, man. Always remember. No matter what they do, it doesn't matter. And that I'm always here for you guys. And at the end of the day, you know, if Disney doesn't get their shit together, well, then
I can wipe you out of existence. Like this.
so just remember.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Disney can creep around and do whatever they want, but I'm always paying attention.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
So, Jen always hates, baby Jen always hates this part of the night, but and it breaks my heart, but I'm always here for you, baby Jen. Don't worry. It'll be okay. It will be okay. Where things will always work out because she loves me. Darth Nerd Man. There you go. All right, guys. As always, I thank you. I'm so glad we get to do this stuff. I hope that I entertain you and share some knowledge and wisdom with you. And, you know, we just keep on keeping on. What can you do? Disney's, you know, obviously keeps every time you think that maybe Disney's gonna get their heads out of their asses, and we're right back where we were. One step forward, 3 steps back. So yeah, just remember that, guys. Don't fool yourselves. Don't get too excited because Disney's just not. It's not gonna happen. They've made it very clear. And, you know, it's just not worth the time or the emotion. We just have to accept that it is what it is. Cherish the Lucas era. And it's not to say they can't make a good episode of something or another decent movie or something, but, you know, just realistically, we have to let it go. Never let go of the real stuff. But just saying, you know, this delusion, this hope that, oh, well, but they'll figure it out or not. No, guys, they're not even trying to figure it out. They just don't even give a damn. And the sooner you come to grips with that, the sooner we all can just, you know, be at peace. It's better to have the classics and live with them, and we can hang out and celebrate them and laugh and smile and have a great time than to always be stressing over, you know, Disney stepping all over shit all the time. I will always be on top of their shit. Not my Star Wars will always call them out, embarrass them, show you what's just going on. But, you know, just as a general day-to-day, you know, it's better to just accept that Star Wars is dead. It's done. And we just will always celebrate George. So, As always, there's stuff coming. You're probably not going to see a video between tonight or tomorrow. Maybe something this weekend or early next week. I'll for sure put out something. I already have a couple videos that are like right there that I can pretty much put out. So just need to tweak a couple little things. But tomorrow we'll be here for several hours hanging out with baby Jen, my sweet pie, my sweetheart. Where are you at, Jen? I want to see your pretty face before I leave. That lovely smile of yours. Let's put her in color. So we'll hang out with baby Jen tomorrow. You get to hear her voice. I haven't heard her in a while, so that'll be nice. You know, and she of course wants, which is a sentiment I always like. And you know, Disney, you firing Gina, you really did it to yourselves. And well, baby Jen's got a message for you. You're gonna learn eventually, you know. Eventually, you're gonna learn. So, all right, guys. Baby Jen, thank you. I love you guys. Truly appreciate you guys. You've been huge supporters. Thank you so much. Paramount gets the rights to Star Wars. Yeah, I mean, at this point, anybody but Disney. Honestly, I don't care if Cracker Jack gets the goddamn Star Wars. Just, you know, I mean, we do have to be careful, right? Because we don't want someone to shit on it more. But at this point, it's like, how much worse can you make it? You've pretty much violated everything about it. So, don't buy my book. Okay. Why are you not buying my book? Yeah. Disney logic. Mickey Mouse math. That's what they do there. Mickey Mouse math. Yeah, I'll see you guys, well, roughly 12 hours. We'll see when I come on, but 8 p.m. We will hang out with baby Jen. So that'll be fun. At least for me, it will. But yeah, Rogue One's, you know, it's a fun movie. Today I was thinking, do I even want to do it? I kind of like, but yeah, we'll do Rogue One. It's a fun movie. It's nice, you know. It's got its problems. It's not, but it's good enough to where we can enjoy it. So we'll have fun with Rogue One, and it'll be another day. I'll be in school at that time. Okay, well, we'll be here late, and you know, there's always a replay or whatever, but we'll be here. It's Friday night. I'm sure you can sneak off. Anyways, thank you so much, guys. It's always fun. I truly appreciate it. You guys are how I am able to do this. I'm getting close to 9,500 subscribers. Man, I really want to hit that 10,000. You always want to keep going and getting more, but yeah. So, anywho's, I will see you guys later today. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time and your input. As you can see, Disney is still a mess, and they walked right over Luke Skywalker. They literally didn't mention him or Ahsoka or anything. They're just like, oh, the Mandalorian's doing great, and Boba Fett, and okay, and next. So that whole thing was very strange. Something to think about, and I'm gonna have to look back at it. But it's very strange. If things were going that good, they would have mentioned, they would have talked about it. They would have said, you know, Luke, amazing, record-breaking episode. I mean, very strange. Oh, well. We'll wrap it up. I'll leave you guys with a little intro, and I will see you later this evening. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. It's been fun as always. And, you know, remember that Disney Star Wars is not canon. It never was, never will be. They chose this path. It's not how you start, but how you finish. And I can promise you, Not My Star Wars is going to be here standing longer than Disney Lucasfilm will be, short of me for dying for some reason. I'm not a spiteful person. I'm not about vengeance, but you know, you're not going to shit all over my shit, and I'm just going to sit there. They chose this. So nice chatting with you. Take care. Catch you later. Stay safe. Bye. Yeah, you too, Dead Girls. It's always really nice to see you. So I send you a lot of love over there, and I appreciate you. And hopefully I'll see you at least for a little bit tonight. May the force be with you too, James. Remember the things that I was telling you earlier. And I'm not saying that you're being cowardly or making excuses. I'm just saying, dude, at the end of the day, you can make it happen. Most YouTubers, I was fortunate because, like I said, I got the computer from doing digital marketing. I'm older, you know. But most people, they start YouTube with a cell phone. So, you know, just do it. Do not be Claudia Gray. Yeah, you don't got to worry about that. You know, and then again, I'm not a vengeance person. It's not about winning, but you're not going to shit all over Star Wars, and me having this knowledge and will, I'm going to let you get away with it. So I hope you're ready for the long haul, Disney. You're the ones that are losing. Every day, I get stronger. The force gets stronger in me. My channel grows, and right now I don't make nothing, but eventually this channel's going to start making money, and you guys every day are getting further in the hole by the billions. Keep it up, Disney. And if anybody else buys it, Netflix, whatever, and you shit on it, well, I'm going to be right here. Short of George Lucas buying it, this name isn't going to change. We'll see. As times change, as things happen, we'll see. All right. So I'll leave you guys with a little outro, and thanks as always. And we'll do it all over again in a few hours. So on behalf of myself and baby Jen, thank you guys. May the force be with us, and I will see you soon. Take care and have a good night. And yeah, see you later. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you.